I am Louis XIV. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Dunkirk Entry Ceremony 2. What is amazing is that the guard on duty also knew this lady. When she appeared in her young appearance, she was the lover of Count d'Artagnan. She was not of high status and had a plain appearance, but she had a graceful figure, especially her slender waist that seemed like it would break at any time, which made the new count linger. The only thing that made him regretful was that this lady was of commoner origin, and due to years of hard work, her hands and feet were not as small and smooth as those of the court ladies. The lady showed the guards her basket, which contained only bread and berries, so the guards led her into the camp, a requisition street. They watched her slowly walk into the small building where the commander was. While comforting the man's body and mind, she also had to tidy up his room and prepare meals. After all, in name, she was a hired servant. A few minutes later, a handsome musketeer came out. His face and curly hair made the guards look familiar and strange, like those people who often pass by you but you don't know. The gentleman did not leave the street, but went to where the musketeers gathered, so the guards withdrew their gaze and continued to watch the place outside the fortifications with vigilant eyes. The musketeer looked up at the place only 500 feet away from her. The king's residence was layered, with the army on the outside, the guards inside, and the musketeers and knights behind the guards. The king was guarded by them like a jewel in a crown. There was a square between her room and the king's, and in the middle of the square was a fountain. Several musketeers were talking by the fountain while holding their swords, looking very relaxed. The lady disguised as a musketeer stood there, calmly turning her shoulder straps. Almost all of her clothes were taken from Count d'Artagnan's trunk, and the shoulder straps were folded at the bottom of the breadbasket. The front was bright red and the back was green. Even if she was discovered by the guards, she could explain that it was a small gift for her lover. She rubbed oil on her face and then powdered it. By the way, these were all the count's favorite things in a small drawer, and darkened her eyebrows with charcoal. Thanks to the king's aversion to beards, she skipped a formality. She came closer and was discovered by the musketeers. The musketeers asked her where she came from. She said that she was the attendant of Mr. Bishop Mazarin, and came from Paris. She had something urgent to see the bishop. "Where is your servant?" the musketeer asked. Generally speaking, the attendants of the king and the bishop were all nobles, and they always had a servant with them. He was left outside. She said that she had been with the count for a while and of course knew how they treated outsiders. "Where are your license and ID?" She took them out. The documents were carefully stored in a hard leather bag. They were very clean and neat. There was no trace of folding. The wax on the signature was also clear. "Well," said one of the musketeers, "I will take you to see Monsieur Bishop." But as soon as they walked to the corner of the corridor, the gentleman was knocked unconscious and hid behind a statue. Then the lady turned her shoulder strap over again, pretending to be the king's musketeer, and swaggered to the room most likely to be used by the king. When she saw Bonhomme, the king's most trusted servant, she knew she was right. When the king suddenly fell silent, Monsieur Bishop showed a puzzled look, and a grey-blue kitten crawled out of the king's pocket, making a threatening sound. The king made a gesture to Monsieur Bishop and slowly opened the drawer, revealing a short crossbow inside. When the uninvited guest, with a contemptuous smile, walked over Bonhomme who was lying on the ground and pushed open the door, a light shadow suddenly grabbed her. She found herself unable to move suddenly, and then she saw the king and the crossbow in his hand. It may have been only a second before Louis pressed the trigger, and the crossbow arrow went straight through the other's chest. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. At this time, the bishop shouted, "Oh my God!" He shouted, "This is Milady, your majesty, my spy chief." The bishop almost changed a spy chief. This damn lady Milady, in the bishop's evaluation, there was nothing wrong with her except a little willful pride that women often have. She was beautiful, but more of a mastery and use of people's hearts, which was almost a talent. From when she was a child to the next 10 years, she benefited a lot from this talent and even crossed the original class. Although she had fallen on the road, she had more successes. Perhaps that was why, when the bishop summoned her to Dunkirk to meet the king, she did not obey the order meekly like others and was introduced to the king in a proper manner. She wanted to show off in front of the king. What could be better than going past a king's army, the guards and the musketeers, and walking directly in front of the king to trample those arrogant and naive young men underfoot. Milady was a heartless person. To her, even the bishop was just a step on the noble ladder. There was another secret that she didn't want to tell anyone for the time being. That is, she wanted to rouse the king's interest in her. She had no background. To put it bluntly, she didn't even have the qualifications to become the king's lover or a formal royal lady. But in France, in front of the king who had already grown up, in front of a master that even the bishop had to give way to, who could shake his mind? No one. Thinking that this most noble person would also surrender to her skirt, Milady couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Well, her idea was indeed special and reasonable, but she probably didn't expect the ending to be like this. She was lucky enough to survive the crossbow because of her corset and the 2 monks from the Inquisition in the next room. When she woke up, the first thing she said was, "Where did I reveal my flaws?" The bishop glared at her and said, "You shouldn't have disguised yourself as the king's musketeer. He knows every one of them." "The king has 120 musketeers," said Mrs. Milady weakly. "Does he remember every one of them?" "Not only that, His Majesty also remembers their families, wives, children and close friends. This is why Bonhomme never arranges musketeers who are relatives or friends to work on the same day." Milady was silent for a while. "It seems that our king is a very cautious person," she said. "So," the bishop mercilessly exposed her extravagant hopes, "you make him very angry." "He should be angry with those gentlemen," Milady said lazily. In fact, she was not as weak as others thought. She could endure pain and quickly adapt to various roles. She slid her fingers on the blanket, enjoying the smooth touch of the soft wool. "Do you know who the king has sent to guard you?" said the bishop. "Come in, gentlemen." 2 musketeers came in. "One I think you recognize, of course, our Count d'Artagnan, but he is no longer the acting captain of the guards." D'Artagnan stared at Milady, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. "Long time no see, my love," he gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a prominent identity." This was obviously a sarcastic remark. Milady didn't care, but she couldn't help frowning in her heart, because she realized the king's intention, and D'Artagnan was not a good guy. She made him suffer the king's punishment and might have shaken the king's trust in him. She didn't win the king's favor, and he would definitely be a very difficult opponent. As for the other one, "I am Henri d'Alomise, madam, and I am your guard now, thanks to you." He was the poor man who was knocked unconscious by Milady. "That's wonderful," said Milady, not afraid or apologetic, but clapping her hands triumphantly in the face of the 2 unfortunate victims. "It's wonderful. 2 honorable captains are here to guard a humble man like me. It's an honor." She was so arrogant, and it was not without reason. She was in a comfortable room, not in a prison, and there were 2 fierce guards. Milady knew from past experience that the king was not angry because of her usurpation. On the contrary, he was training her to be obedient, just like facing an unruly falcon. D'Artagnan and Aramis were even more angry because of their dereliction of duty. Not only did they lose their positions, but they also lost the right to accompany the king into the city. When even the most ordinary soldier was enjoying the victory of the Battle of Dunkirk, they had to stay with a criminal. "What is the real name of your spy?" Louis asked as he put on the coat that became stiff and heavy because it was inlaid with too many gold and silver threads, gems and pearls, because Milady means madam in French. For ordinary people, this may be a real name, but it is definitely a pseudonym for the spy. "Too many, your majesty." The cardinal personally put the golden cross on Louis, Fonda, Jean, Julie, Pauline. "You just need to remember that she is Milady in front of you." "Is she your relative?" Louis asked. "How is it possible?" Mr. Bishop took 2 steps back and looked at her with satisfaction. "There are wizards among my relatives, but there are no devils." "Please tell me," said the king. "I would have told you even if you hadn't mentioned it, your majesty," said the bishop. He put the knife in the king's hand, not to let him commit suicide. "I met Milady when she was 10 years old. 2 young men were fighting for her. You know, Henry IV had expressly prohibited people from dueling for various reasons. I saw it and sent my servant to stop it, and then she lifted her skirt and ran to me, cursing at me. Doesn't she know you are the bishop? I was wearing simple clothes at the time, but I knew it when I put her in jail." "Why did she curse you?" The bishop showed a wonderful smile. "Because she didn't see the blood and death she wanted, your majesty." Chapter 102 Dunkirk's Entry Ceremony. 3. 2 updates in 1. Hey, the king could not help but sigh. Do you know that many people always doubt and accuse you for this reason? What do they have to do with me? The bishop said casually. When people hunt, they always hope that dogs are irritable and falcons are fierce. Then why do they ask us to be gentle and merciful when it is our turn to use another kind of falcon? Your Majesty, this is just because they are afraid of being bitten by dogs and afraid of being pecked in the eyes by falcons. In fact, as long as they behave themselves, it's a pity that they will never stay in peace. The enemies of France, your Majesty's enemies and my enemies, they will never be able to escape from the devil's whispers. They long for a monarch with an olive branch in his hand and honey in his mouth, but such a puppet can only be a shame to any sensible person. Your Majesty, I know that you are a person who hopes to abide by morality and law, but I hope that this can become your weapon rather than a burden. After all, there are many times when, as a king, you have to sacrifice not only your wealth, soldiers or emotions. France is such a big ship. In order for it to sail forever on the vast ocean, anything that blocks it will be destroyed, no matter whether it looks small or huge, beautiful or ugly. People say that monarchs can do whatever they want and have no scruples. Louis, with the help of Bonhomme, put on a hat with an ostrich feather worth 100 livres. This scarlet feather can almost completely cover his face. In the brief seconds, no one knew what the expression on the king's face was, but I think there is always something before the kingdom. For example, if a person can sacrifice everything, Louis adjusted his hat to reveal his face, then one day, he will be swallowed by the black hole of nothingness, Mr. Bishop. In order to fill such a void, he will look for many things to fill it, and how can the things he find again be put together with the original flesh and blood? Such torture will inevitably drive people crazy, so, he put on a sapphire ring on his finger to match his cobalt blue velvet jacket today. I can't help but hesitate, Mr. Bishop. Your idea is very good, said the bishop. I also prefer to see some good people with high morals around you, but your Majesty, there are some things they will never do, or they don't have that kind of thinking. They can't understand the darkness and meanness of the world, nor do they understand how a crazy idiot will dance. Their indecision will not only delay your business, but also harm their lives or yours. But Lady Milady is different. Alice, sir, I know what you are confused about, said the bishop. If it was just because of this incident, I would not care too much, but a few months later, I happened to pass by there again and remembered that incident, so I went to ask her how she was. How is she? She still killed those 2 young men, said the bishop. Not only that, but it was like an even more severe revenge. After leaving prison, she did not even return home, but stayed in that small town. You can never imagine, your Majesty, a girl of only 11 or 12 years old, can play with men or women who are far superior to her in age and experience. Although I can't believe it, it is the fact. She seems to have a strange talent that can make her win the favor or trust of anyone. Her tongue is as nimble as a snake, her mind is also filled with venom, and she has the courage of a tiger or leopard. If she scolded me when we first met, it was because she didn't know my identity, but the next time, she knew who I was, but still intended to give it a try. Try it? Yes, try it, your Majesty, just like a daughter playing a little joke on her father. A young man who completely surrendered to her tried to assassinate me. God? Well, but what finally made me decide, your Majesty, was that I caught her. The judge sentenced her to death, and when she was dragged to the gallows by the executioner, she shouted that she was willing to marry him. Oh, I remember there was such a law against unmarried virgins, said Louis, who was putting on his boots with the help of Bonhomme. Wait, is this law true? It's not a law, said the bishop, it's just a tradition. Although the Carolina Code of 1532 tolerantly raised the status of executioners, they have always claimed to wield swords and tighten noose for God, but you know, they are still isolated from the whole society. They live outside the city, isolated from the world, unable to enter churches, baths and taverns, and can only associate with prostitutes, lepers and criminals. Their children cannot even be baptized, and the elderly cannot perform the sacraments when they die. So the poor gentleman couldn't refuse her request. So? The bishop spread his hands. I guessed that the matter would not have such an ordinary ending, so I sent people to wait around the executioner's house. Sure enough, she escaped that night, even though she had sworn to be loyal to her husband in front of the statue of the Virgin Mary. I asked her, the bishop continued, whether to go back to the gallows to be hanged, or to go to that furious husband, or to work for me. You see, her choice is very correct. The reason why you chose her. It is precisely because she has neither conscience nor morals, despises the law, insults faith, ignores oaths, and plays with power, a born witch. Your Majesty, maybe you will find it ridiculous, but such people are as rare as real saints, because the people I need to deal with are not all bad people and mortals as people say. Among them are prominent, noble, or just. Those who are not bad to the end and have no scruples cannot be dealt with. But if you want to use such a person, aren't you afraid that she will suddenly retaliate? It is precisely because I want to use her, Your Majesty. Some people will avoid filth when they see it, but some people will be ecstatic when they see sin. With me, not only can her body enjoy delicious food and fine clothes, but her soul can also be deeply satisfied. She works for me, half of which is my order, and half, or more, she does it willingly. Perhaps seeing the king's hesitation, the bishop said again, "Let me tell you a little story, Your Majesty. After she became my spy, the first thing I asked her to do was to carry out the will of my benefactor, Bishop Richelieu, to destroy a priest named Urbain Grandy." Speaking of this priest, the king did have some impression of him. The French priests were not as good as their colleagues in Rome in their absurd and presumptuous dealings with ladies. It was because of this incident that happened more than 20 years ago that he walked out the door with the bishop. The bishop walked carefully behind the young king, although there was only a palm's distance between them, and said, "It's this incident," he said. "This brother Urbain Grandy offended the abbot of the then Causse monastery in 1618. To be honest, it was nothing. He just insisted on walking in front of the abbot in the parade with a neighboring parish. Logically, they were walking in his parish and this request should be met, but the problem was that the abbot of the Causse monastery was named Richelieu. A well-dressed attendant opened the carriage door for them. The king jumped in first, and then the bishop walked up slowly. After they sat down, he continued, "At that time, many people thought that this bishop who was expelled from the court and lost his patron would never have the possibility of gaining favor again. But you also know that only 1 year later, he returned to Paris and not only became a cardinal, but also the prime minister of your father, Louis XIV." Louis showed an interested look. "Richelieu passed away earlier than Louis XIV, and he almost forgot him. Does Mr. Richelieu still remember this incident?" "Your Majesty, so, in this world, in addition to humility, there is also an important virtue called prudence. No, in fact, at that time, Cardinal Richelieu's enemies were half of the court and the queen. He could not take care of a small figure far away in Loudun for the time being, but the problem was that Brother Grandy, when he learned that the abbot of Causse Abbey, whom he had offended, had become such a big figure, he was not only not afraid, but even felt extremely proud, because he had successfully humiliated this prominent figure. Did he spread this matter? Yes, he has always been an open Pandora's box in front of women. Unfortunately, there is nothing useful in it. Disaster came out of his mouth, and then it fell upon him." The bishop lifted a corner of the curtain at this time, took a look at the scenery outside the window, and said to the musketeers, "To say what milady did, it should be said that it was not much." The Grandy brothers at that time were too romantic, but they were still rational. The women they interacted with were widows or wives of civilians. Milady's arrival and temptation made him see another hell that led to depravity. He first made one of his Latin students, a pure virgin, pregnant, and then made a lawyer's fiancée lose her chastity. This behavior far exceeded all his previous crimes. After his illegitimate child with his student was born, his reputation was shaky. When he was exposed for his intimate relationship with another lady who was supposed to be chaste, he angered a father who loved his daughter and then angered a husband who loved his fiancée. They not only beat him, but also accused him to the court. Then Mrs. Milady's work is done. For ordinary people, yes, but for Milady, it was just a sip of appetizer, said the bishop. Because the father and the husband were unwilling to let their daughter and fiancé testify in court, Father Grandy received only a very light punishment, so his enemies instructed an abbess of the monastery to accuse the priest, saying that he summoned the devil to seduce her and the 17 nuns in the monastery. After Grandy was arrested, she deliberately indulged Father Grandy to seek all his social resources and connections, and his enemies also spared no effort. A romantic affair snowballed and became bigger and bigger. After those people filed a complaint with the Supreme Court instead of just the Inquisition, the priest began to be tortured severely. At that time, he must have regretted not immediately surrendering to obtain a small punishment like fasting on Friday. He was so arrogant that he baptized the first child of his students and her humiliated husband. A villain who is willing to be humiliated for power. He looked at the king, obviously wanting to get a response from the king. At this point, this matter is probably no longer caused by Father Grandy. Yes, from here on, it became a struggle between the Richelieu faction and the anti-bishop faction, and the two sides were in a stalemate, but this was, after all, an uprising of the Richelieu faction, so I can only say that Mr. Bishop Richelieu gained a huge reward in this turmoil. The outcome was 2 years later, and Father Grandy was burned at the stake, but before that, he was already covered in wounds and dying. Even Louis couldn't help but sigh deeply when he heard this. It is obvious that she is both enthusiastic and good at acting recklessly, he said, and knows how to control and provoke people's hearts. This is really a powerful weapon, Mr. Bishop. If it were 50 years ago or 50 years later, Mr. Bishop Richelieu and I would not use her, but at this time, Your Majesty, said Bishop Mazarin, she can do many things that people can't imagine. I understand what you mean. Louis nodded. At this time, they heard the monotonous sound of a long trumpet. The carriage had arrived in front of the open gate of Dunkirk. This trumpet announced to the people of Dunkirk that the king had arrived. On both sides of the gate they passed through stood round arrow towers, and the blue flags of the French royal family were hung on the arrow towers. Behind the wide open gates were the long-awaited people and Dunkirk holding the silver key. After the king's royal sedan stopped, a nimble attendant immediately opened the carpet that was shining with strands of golden light, extending from the king's feet to the mayor. Louis took the mayor's key and smiled and showed it to Viscount Tyrone, who had fulfilled his promise. Even if it was symbolic, the key of Dunkirk was of course larger and heavier than that of that town. After the king took the key, he walked forward, followed by the bishop, the Viscount of Tyrone, and then the officers and soldiers who were awarded special honors for their bravery in the Battle of Dunkirk. They proudly held their chests and followed the king. In the past, these positions belonged only to princes and ministers. It was obviously against etiquette to let some ordinary soldiers occupy them, but compared to those mediocre people far away in Paris, Louis was more willing to give this honor to those soldiers who were willing to defend the king with their lives. They walked to the end of the road, a circular square, and at the other end of the square was the St. Martin Cathedral. Like any city, the church and its ancillary buildings are always the most glorious and tall. There, the bishop here will hold a grand blessing mass for the king. Milady knew that she had to spend some time with the two guards before she could regain their trust. Yes, not freedom, but trust. She liked the feeling of dancing between the blades and the noose, like a magician who would not unveil the curtain until the last moment, and then she would receive faces that were either frustrated or angry, or more likely full of resentment. She never minded being exposed, because no one knew how many cards she had hidden. D'Artagnan. She called gently. Don't go over there, Aramis said, don't listen to her. We are her guards, not her friends. Not only are we not friends, Aramis said, we are her enemies, but I want to hear what she has to say. Don't worry, my friend, I will not listen to even a word. On the contrary, I will ridicule her severely and tell her that I am not one of those fools who will be fooled by her. Aramis wanted to say, in that case, why don't you just ignore her? But he had worked with D'Artagnan for some time and knew that the acting captain was frivolous and arrogant, so he stepped back slightly. In this case, he thought, I'll just be a watcher. D'Artagnan walked over. Milady was locked in a room without windows. The only way to get out was through the room where D'Artagnan and Delamise were. There was a door between the two rooms. D'Artagnan did not open the door, but leaned against it. I have an important thing to do, Milady said. The only thing you can do is stay inside obediently, said D'Artagnan. You have to fulfill your duties, Milady said, but this matter is equally or more important than your duties. Unless the king comes to tell me, said D'Artagnan, or has his warrant, you can't go anywhere or see anyone. The bishop has admitted that I am his man. Well, not the king's. If you insist, send someone to the place I said. So that the people who rescued you can come. So that you can regain the king's trust. Go to hell. Someone will come to my cabin, Milady said calmly, give me the latest information. It will be hidden in a brass mailbox. Someone will wrap it in wet dough and bake it so that it looks like a loaf of bread. She paused slightly here, and the silence let her know that the people outside were listening attentively. Sometimes it will bring very important news. Gentlemen, you must take it and give it to me. Since I can't leave, only you can inform the king. If it is good news, he will be happy. If it is bad news, he will also thank you. Oh, D'Artagnan said angrily, "Don't try to trick us out of here." "Gentlemen," Milady said, "listen to me. I have no ill intentions, nor will I. I was originally the bishop's man, and now he wants to hand me over to the king. Please forgive me. As a woman, I always have infinite worries about my future. I beg your forgiveness, but for the sake of the Virgin Mary, I did not expect things to develop to this point. Just like your sisters or wives, my eyes may not be able to see so far, gentlemen. I even foolishly let myself be hit by a sharp crossbow arrow and fainted, so that I put myself in such an embarrassing situation. Whatever you say, I will not let you go." D'Artagnan said, "Let your servant go and tell him to go to that room and get a piece of bread. He won't know anything." Milady begged, "If there is something useful in it, then you and I can at least get a little trust from your majesty again. Maybe there are many enemies hiding there." D'Artagnan said to Dalomise, and Dalomise knew that he was tempted when he heard this. Milady's estimate was correct. They might ignore beauty, Louis d'Or, or emotions, but when it comes to what they lost because of Milady, they certainly hope to get it back from Milady. If it is true as Milady said, this is compensation for them and a remedy for their reckless behavior. And sending a servant is not a big deal. D'Artagnan's servant ran quickly and came back quickly. Although he was puzzled that his master asked him to run so far just for a piece of bread, he was indeed reliable. D'Artagnan found the letter box by pinching the bread. He opened it and pulled out the parchment inside, only to find that it was full of messy words. "Give it to me," Milady said, "only I can decipher it." D'Artagnan and Dalomise hesitated, and Dalomise shook her head, but they really couldn't understand it. Although they guessed that it was a note that needed to be rolled up in a suitable cylinder to see what was written, the letter cylinder was obviously not one. They tried many times before Milady urged them to roll up the parchment and put it through the keyhole. Milady took the parchment and rolled it around her wrist. This was just a pastime for her while waiting for the king. She didn't think that the shy young man could really bring her any important information. But after she rolled the parchment around her wrist and read a few lines, she couldn't help but exclaim loudly. D'Artagnan and Dalomise heard her shouting and the sound of rapid knocking on the door, but they were not panicked. Instead, they showed a look of expectation. "Open the door," Milady shouted. "I want to see the bishop, or the king." "Well, that's it, but it's impossible." D'Artagnan laughed. "I know what you are playing, Madame Milady, but I won't believe you anymore. Someone wants to assassinate the king. It's really sensational." D'Artagnan said, "But it's useless, Madame Milady. Why don't you say that there are demons crawling out of hell?" He and Milady had been pretending to be friends for so long, just waiting for this moment. He mocked her well, and Dalomise just smiled on the side. Milady was so angry that she trembled all over and her cheeks were numb. She knew that these two people were deliberately teasing her. She was indeed acting, at least a few minutes ago, but she never thought that she would really catch such a big fish. "Then open the door," she said. "You are two strong young men, and I am just a wounded woman. Open the door a crack and I will hold out my hand, and you can see for yourself." If Milady had cried and shouted, or said sweet words, the two musketeers might not have believed her, but when D'Artagnan heard her voice, he looked at Aramis uncertainly, and Aramis said, "If you do anything, I will cut off your hand like I did to those counterfeit criminals." As he said that, he let D'Artagnan open a very small gap, and Milady's hand immediately stretched out, with a note rolled up around her wrist. Aramis tilted his head and took a look, and his face changed. Chapter 103 Dunkirk Entry Ceremony 4. "Wait," D'Artagnan shouted, "this could be a trick." Dalomise grabbed Milady's wrist and said, "But we just got this thing." Then he thought of a possibility. Of course, it is also possible that she arranged it in advance. Milady looked out from the crack of the door. If she had enough time, she could convince them, but damn it, she just didn't have time. She was full of regret. If she hadn't wanted to show off in front of the king, then she would have been impressed by his majesty with this merit alone. Who knew that fate would be so ironic? She had to think about what kind of master she should look for if the king and the bishop were both dead. Prince of Condé, or Duke of Gaston, but unfortunately, Duke of Gaston was said to be dying soon, and Prince of Condé had already become a prisoner of the king. Wait, if that's the case, then would the Duke of Anjou, who is far away in Paris, be a better master? Just as she was thinking about this, a huge force pushed her in, and the door closed quickly, along with Milady's sinister curse. "My uncle has a servant left behind," said Aramis. "I will go to find my uncle with him." D'Artagnan nodded. In fact, the guards around the king were divided into several teams, with the musketeers, dragoons, and guards each forming a system. The captain of the musketeers was Daramis's uncle. When most people follow the king to Dunkirk to participate in the entry ceremony, such a person was one of the only people they could trust. "Okay, come back as soon as possible," D'Artagnan said, with doubt lingering between his brows, but when it comes to the king's safety, there is indeed no room for any carelessness. As soon as Dalamis left, D'Artagnan leaned against the window and watched Dalamis run across the square quickly. A few minutes later, he ran out of a house with another person. The man was indeed a reliable servant. He and Dalamis jumped on the horse and rushed out of the town in the blink of an eye. D'Artagnan frowned in annoyance, hoping that this was just a trick of Milady. When he thought of this, he asked his servant to call some soldiers and promised them 1 crown each to prevent Milady from escaping. Milady didn't want to escape. If the king was reminded and safe, then Milady would be a minister worthy of praise. If the king failed to escape, then I'm afraid that this place would soon be in chaos. Let's not talk about how anxiously Daramis rushed to the place, in a way that would break his neck if he fell. From the white marble floor of St. Martin's Cathedral, across the bronze oil and blue-gray slabs, we can see a cellar with a dim oil lamp hanging. Every church has such a huge cellar, which is no less beautiful than the buildings on the ground. Sometimes it is a place for priests to take refuge, sometimes they use it to store wine and food, and sometimes it is used as a tomb. In St. Martin's Cathedral, this cellar is used for the last purpose. The bones here are neatly hung like decorative tapestries, from the top to the wall. But there is not much bad smell here. After all, the bones here have been carefully handled by the priests. Some corpses that retain muscles and skin can even be said to be peaceful. Surrounded by the smell of grease, spices and death, a fresh corpse was placed on the stone platform. "Is it him?" asked a priest. "A sinner who succumbed to evil desires," said another priest. "We have the primer for the potion," said the third priest. When he said this, everyone looked up. Although the sound here could not be transmitted to the top, and the sound above could not be transmitted to the bottom, they seemed to be able to hear the music from heaven. "But are you sure you want to do this?" "We can only take a risk," said the first priest. "Such a crime committed for a kingdom can be forgiven." This sentence is extremely ironic, because in order to inherit the throne of France, Henry IV, a Huguenot, converted to Catholicism and said that it was worth saying a mass for a kingdom. Now they want to kill his grandson and let another descendant of his become king. Will the Prince of Condé be willing to accept it? The second priest said uneasily. Either his head falls to the ground or he wears the crown. He will make his choice. The last priest said. He took out a bottle from his bosom with great care, poured the blood of the newly dead into it, and almost immediately, the liquid inside began to boil. When Daramis stepped into the gate of Dunkirk, the ceremony had entered the stage of receiving the Holy Communion. As the most respected person here, the king should be the first to receive the Holy Communion. A reckless soldier interrupted the process. The bishop read the note and was quite disapproving, because as Milady said, someone tried to poison the king's Holy Communion, which was impossible. Because anything the king puts in his mouth will be tested twice or 3 times, one of which must be done by the monks of the Inquisition. At a time when the king has revealed his true form and gradually gained power, he is in more danger than before. So in addition to poison, his enemies will also use curses to complete his assassination. The small round cakes and wine were placed in silver plates and jugs. Dalamis watched the king receive the Holy Communion without showing any abnormality. His tense shoulders slowly relaxed. Then it was the bishop. The bishop was also fine. Thinking that this might be another deception of Milady, Dalamis's cheeks flushed with anger, but his uncle comforted him and said that when it came to the king's safety, no matter how cautious he was, it would be fine. The king and the bishop would never blame him for his credulity, but would reward him instead. They stood in the shadow of the church's side aisle. Behind him was a wall with depictions of saints and holy women, and in front of him was a hanging curtain, separating him from the people who were celebrating the mass. Daramis was in a hurry to get back to the town. Perhaps Milady had already escaped at this time. He turned around and bumped into a lady, which could be said to be quite rude, but before the mass was over, both Daramis's behavior and the lady's were a bit inappropriate. Daramis's uncle was about to blame his impatient nephew, but found that he suddenly drew out the sword and stabbed the lady's throat. A scream resounded throughout the church, but it did not come from those who witnessed Daramis's atrocities, but from another direction. Daramis's uncle immediately grabbed his short-handled musket, and when he saw an official suddenly open his upper and lower jaws to the same level as his forehead, he shot the other's black mouth without hesitation, and then he quickly drew his sword and pierced the head of an altar with one sword. The king and the bishop enjoyed privileges, of course, even the Eucharist. Their Eucharist was clean and poisonless, but their enemies had poisoned the Eucharist used by others from the beginning. Those officials and nobles in Dunkirk, they held their throats one by one, stood up, and then turned into extremely hideous and tall monsters in a few seconds, and the people around them either changed or were torn apart by them before they changed. Daramis and his uncle ran towards the king and the bishop. "Ghoul," the bishop said with disgust. Fortunately, the king was determined to bring his soldiers instead of useless servants into Dunkirk this time. Therefore, although the ghouls were numerous, they could not pose a threat to them for a while. "Let's go," said the bishop, but the king said, "Go and see the door." Daramis was a few steps behind his uncle. When he heard the king's order, he immediately turned to the door of the church. With just one push, he knew that the door was bolted from the outside. When he turned around, the king and the bishop knew it before he said anything. He saved the energy to shout and ran back to fight shoulder to shoulder with the soldiers. But whether it was a musketeer like Daramis or those brave warriors who were indomitable on the battlefield, they could not compare with the monks of the Inquisition when facing these inhuman monsters. When they saw these monsters, their eyes burst into the fire of hatred. With just one hand, they pulled out a folded sickle from under their rough linen robes. Musket bullets and swords could not stop the zombies biting and scratching unless their heads were chopped off. But the monks' sickles were different. These curved blades with white light could cut a zombie in two in a flash. Sometimes the head was separated from the neck, sometimes half a head and half a shoulder, sometimes from the shoulder to the chest, or the waist. The power carried by the sickle was like sulfuric acid, or fire, and when the corpses fell to the ground, they would continue to devour them, as if countless invisible insects were gnawing at the flesh that began to rot in a few seconds. It was the first time for Daramis to see a ghoul. Although the soldiers had heard of them, they might be the nightmare of all soldiers. In the 17th century, when there was no medical care and post-war logistics, soldiers who were injured could only wait to die on the battlefield unless they had good friends or trusted relatives. When night fell, the dead silent battlefield would usher in greedy thieves and ghouls. The former could give you a quick death, while the latter preferred those prey that were unable to escape but still conscious. It was well known that ghouls would not only devour corpses but also prey on infants. But in legend, ghouls only appear in cemeteries that have never been guarded by the power of the church, and they are not transformed from humans. The bishop held the king behind him and stared at them with a cold expression. He believed that this was another conspiracy of the enemy. "Your Majesty," said the bishop, "don't worry, people outside will soon notice this place." He looked at the two soldiers who climbed up to the high windowsill, broke the lead mosaic glass and shouted outside, but he immediately felt the king's hand suddenly grasp his. "Do you smell anything?" "What?" Before the bishop finished speaking, he suddenly felt a burning sensation under his feet, and tiny smoke rose from the small black holes on the carpet like the tentacles of a demon. The next moment, the ground they were on collapsed without warning. Since becoming Louis XIV, Louis has heard the word hell from the priests and his mother countless times. Of course, for the believers, there is nothing more terrifying than this. At this time, people did not regard feces or body fluids as filthy things. When they wanted to scold others, they would definitely tell them to go to hell. There were scenes of hell on countless screens, and even longer ago, he had seen people's virtual scenes of hell on a more intuitive screen. But he was in hell now. Those ghouls were just trying to delay their steps so that they would not discover the abnormal warmth of this church so quickly. All the people or zombies in the church fell into a burning cave without exception. Along with the collapse of bricks and stones, some people were wailing, some were calling on God, and some were shouting wildly. Everywhere they could see was either gray smoke or golden red flames. Everything they could touch was scorching hot, and a touch would leave a bright red scar. The fuel for the flames was the corpses. The priests dealt with these bones in the same way the Egyptians dealt with their kings, but Dunkirk has never been a dry place, so these bones were soaked in grease to prevent them from rotting, so when they burned, they were like the most expensive and evil candles, constantly making crackling sounds. The people or zombies who were set on fire by them ran around in such sounds, seeking help in vain, but there was no water here, only fire. They rolled horribly like a fireball with limbs and a head, and then suddenly fell down and died, continuing to burn. Louis saw Bishop Mazarin fainted beside him, blood on his forehead, but he was still alive, which made the king breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, he heard someone shouting "Your Majesty" loudly from above, but he opened his mouth and inhaled a breath of hot air and smoke. He immediately closed his mouth, took off the ring from his hand and threw it into the vague sky. The voice was still shouting, and Louis kept throwing buttons, pins, and finally the cross that the bishop hung around his neck. Because Aramis ran to observe the church gate, when he turned back, there were many ghouls between him and the king, which almost cost him his life, but also saved his life. He was on the edge when the ground collapsed, and he instinctively retreated. After escaping danger, he found that the king was gone, so he bravely returned to the original place, but he was like facing a blazing furnace, and he could not see anything except fire and smoke, so he ran around the place that looked like the entrance to hell anxiously, and it was the dazzling light of the golden cross that caught his attention. He knew at a glance that it was the king's cross. Chapter 104 Dunkirk Entry Ceremony 5. The fire pit under the church was not dug by the assassins in just a few days. This is impossible. It was originally under the church. Many nobles in Dunkirk and nearby were hung here after being made by priests. This tradition has lasted for hundreds of years. No one knows how it started, but as time passed, the bones accumulated, the underground mausoleum became deeper and deeper, and wider, and finally the entire nave was almost suspended in the air. The reason for such a detailed description is to tell you that this fire pit is nearly 9 feet from the ground, that is, it is impossible to jump or climb up. Several soldiers who were lucky enough not to fall into the fire pit and Aramis tried desperately to find water or ladders, but in order to accommodate enough people, there were no benches here. Aramis looked around anxiously, and finally his sight fell on the altar, on the wall of the semicircular room of St. Martin's Cathedral. According to tradition, a huge wooden cross was hung, and Jesus was hung on it with a twisted body, and his compassionate eyes looked at the flames and the unfortunate victims. Aramis did something unexpected. He made a cross on his chest, then muttered something like "Forgive me" and pushed the sacred table under the cross. Then he shook the cross, which was tall enough for 2 people, vigorously. The soldiers below thought he was crazy at first, but then 2 or 3 brave people climbed up the sacred table and pushed the cross with him. Some even drew their swords and pried the nails. It seemed that the priests were condemning their blasphemous behavior, but Aramis didn't care. When Louis fell, he didn't get hurt because there was a kneeling stool and velvet feather cushion under his knees. He quickly covered his face with his scarf and lowered his body. The smoke didn't poison him that much, but the increasingly hot and thin air showed that fate didn't have much time left. The young king almost frantically pulled the corpse out of the niche. There was still some cold and rotten smell here. He dragged the bishop to his side. The bishop groaned and woke up. "Have I entered hell?" This was the first sentence of the bishop. Then his vision immediately became sharp, indicating that he had woken up from his brief confusion. He stood up and coughed violently. The king supported his shoulders from behind and felt that the body under his fingers was no different from the bones that had been stored for hundreds of years. The first thing the bishop thought of was the king. He eagerly searched among the fallen people. The king's clothes were particularly gorgeous, but he couldn't find him until he heard a familiar voice behind him, "Bishop." Mazarin immediately held a hand on his shoulder. When he was about to say something, he heard a cheer, and then the bishop saw the Son of God Jesus descending from the sea of fire to them. Of course, it was not the real Son of God, but since Jesus had given his life for the world and used his blood and flesh for the Eucharist, we did not have to worry too much about whether the old man was willing to use his oak body to save his bishop and king. But to the bishop's surprise, the king put him on his shoulders and pushed him up. This was not the time to hesitate, and the bishop climbed up quickly with agility that was not expected for a 60-year-old man, followed by the king, who climbed up by grabbing and stepping on the Son of God's feet, loincloth and chest, and was immediately caught by a pair of strong hands. Louis recognized that this was the musketeer Aramis, who had been stripped of his position not long ago. In fact, he was just used by the king as a warning to the monkeys. After all, although these musketeers were loyal, their discipline was really hard to describe. It was just that he did not expect that this young man would show superhuman calmness and decisiveness in such a critical moment. If others had pulled the king out of danger, they would certainly not be willing to leave the king. But Aramis immediately ran to rescue the people in the fire pit with other soldiers. When the king saw Viscount Turenne and Sebastian Vauban crawling out of the fire pit intact, he had decided to write Aramis's name in the booklet. Not many people were rescued. At that time, people did not know that smoke was the biggest killer when a fire broke out. They ran around in the flames in vain, not only wasting their energy in vain, but also inhaling a lot of poisonous smoke. After falling down, they could never get up again. When Louis saw that only 14 or 15 of the 24 soldiers were still by his side, he could not help but tremble with anger. He was not a person who liked to use torture. Even for those traitors, he would at most let them end their lives neatly on the gallows or guillotine, but he swore that all those involved in this must be punished with the most severe punishment before being allowed to die. At this time, only a loud bang was heard, and the door of the church swung inward. A huge battering ram appeared in front of everyone, and then with the influx of a large amount of fresh air, the flames suddenly rose, but at this time, those who hid in the side aisles no longer had to worry about their lives, but those who stayed in the fire cave were afraid that there would be no way out. The cross also burned, and the flames engulfed the Holy Christ. Louis took the bishop's arm and ran out of the church surrounded by the survivors. Outside was his army. The familiar bright red shoulder straps made the king feel at ease. He turned around and looked at the church. Fire and black smoke were pouring out of the broken windows and doors. In the thick black shadows brought by the flames, something seemed to be twisting. The monk beside the king chanted the name of the saint and waved his scythe to meet it. A charred arm fell to the ground amid the sparks. Another monk also met another strange black shadow. It was hiding among the soldiers, but he still found it. The blasphemy of the destruction of the church filled this pious man with anger. When he found that the black shadow was shrinking rapidly and falling back to the ground, as if it was going to escape, he subconsciously took a step forward, but only at this step, he heard Bishop Mazarin let out a miserable cry. He turned around quickly and saw the king lying on the ground. Blood was spreading rapidly from his cobalt blue velvet coat. Mary jumped up from in front of the crystal ball, not bothering to cover her precious crystal ball with black silk cloth to hide its presence. She ran all the way to the Queen Mother's bedroom. The Queen Mother's maid did not want to report it, but Mary's expression was too scary. Her eyes were wide open, but her pupils were shrunk to the smallest. Her curly hair was wet with sweat as if she had just left the bathroom, and her thin clothes were stuck to her body. She said she wanted to see the Queen Mother. When she had something important to report about the king, her upper and lower teeth kept chattering and clacking. When the Queen Mother saw her like this, she dismissed the maids around her without hesitation according to Mary's request. She liked Mary very much, but this was before Mary showed her ambition for the king. The Queen Mother could allow or even encourage the king to seek love, but marriage was a state matter and could not be partial. However, she was also very clear that the king might just like and admire Mary, but Mary loved her eldest son without compromise, so when she heard about the king, Mary took the Queen Mother's hand and put a smelling salt bottle in her hand. The Queen Mother immediately raised her hand and sniffed fiercely. "Okay, tell me." "The king was assassinated," Mary said concisely. "Injured?" "I'm not sure, but it was the work of a wizard." Mary said, "I can see it. It was a mixture of a spell and a puppet." The Queen Mother's hand almost crushed the glass bottle in her hand. She didn't dare to ask Mary if she saw the king had. Then the noble lady found it difficult to speak. Well, she tried several times before she could speak. "What do you want me to do?" "I want to leave the palace." Mary said, "Take the royal doctor Vesalius and Somerbs. I will send musketeers to escort you, and there will be new horses waiting for you at each post station." The Queen Mother said as she took out a blank license. Mary quickly knelt to the Queen Mother and walked out of the Queen Mother's room quickly. When she returned to the room, Varro Vesalius had arrived. He was carrying a heavy box, and Mary opened a box that only she could open, and put everything she thought she needed into the bag. As the Queen Mother said, half an hour later when they walked out of the Louvre, there was already a carriage waiting for them, and beside the carriage were 12 musketeers, and along the way there were regents or lords who were ready to meet all their needs at any time. At dusk, the carriages left Paris, and by nightfall they were in Versailles. The people at the post house swore they thought they saw a coach driven by a ghost, for it was as fast as a storm, and the sound of the horses' hooves was as light as falling feathers. The carriages were quickly replaced with new horses, and as soon as the bridles were removed, the original horses immediately fell to the ground, bleeding from their mouths and noses. The same was true for the horses of the musketeers. They were full of pity, but they also knew that now was not the time to be stingy with horsepower, so they immediately jumped on the new mounts and galloped again. Vesalius watched as Marie grabbed a handful of shiny powder from his pocket and threw it into the air. The powder was inhaled by the horses, and they immediately ran like crazy. "Do you think we can make it in time?" Vesalius asked. "You should pray to Merlin. We are in time." Mary said coldly, "Without the king's protection, you are nothing. You will be expelled from the court. The monks of the Inquisition and the wizards of the Mancini family will find you. Even if you die, you may not be able to see your wife and daughter again." Vesalius sighed and stopped talking, but turned his head to look out a window. The 12 musketeers prepared by the Queen Mother for Mary were not redundant. The king had too many enemies. Some of them were aware of the Dunkirk incident, and some were happy to see any plan of the Queen Mother frustrated, so Mary's journey was not peaceful. When they were still 20 leagues away from Dunkirk, they were surrounded by a group of enemies, but these people were just some bandits, and some even had sticks. Obviously, they were just hired to hinder Mary. On the road ahead, at least 3 or 4 big trees were pulled by them. Even if they were dispersed, Mary and others would need to move the big trees away before they could continue to move forward. Mary only glanced at them and opened the door. "Can you kill them?" "All of them, every one of them." This question made the captain of the musketeers hesitate for a moment. He didn't quite understand, but the Queen Mother had said before that he should obey Miss Mary as he obeyed her, so he looked at those people and nodded. "Yes," he said, and Mary turned and shouted to the carriage. Dr. Vesalius jumped down, dragging Mary's bag in his own box, and then Mary pulled out 2 brooms from the bag. Before the musketeer could help but carefully estimate the size of the bag, it really didn't look like it could hold 2 brooms. Mary gave Dr. Vesalius one, then snapped open her skirt, revealing her pants, turned over and rode on the broom, and suddenly rushed into the sky, like a lit firework. Dr. Vesalius's movements were slower, perhaps because he had to carry the box and bag, but as soon as he rode on the broom, he instantly disappeared from people's sight. "Oh my God," said one of the musketeers, making the sign of the cross on his chest. It was true that there were rumors that Miss Mary was a witch, but to be honest, except for those musketeers who encountered the werewolf with the king, they just thought it was purely the jealousy of women. "Well," said the captain of the musketeers, "we really have to kill everyone here." So these strong warriors rushed towards those pathetic fools. They might have only taken a few gold louis, or even a few silver crowns, but since they had seen what they shouldn't have seen, they had no choice but to send them to see God. Let them accuse the abominable witch to God. The night wind was cold in the sky, but Mary's heart was burning. She held the broom tightly, as if she was holding Louis' life. In her heart, she prayed to God, Merlin, or any god in the dark, even the devil. As long as Louis could be guaranteed to be safe, she was willing to die. Yes, she was willing to exchange her life for Louis. The speed of the broom may be a little slower than that of the carriage, but under Mary's urging, the excessive magic power almost turned it into a meteor. Under the effect of the potion, the horse ran with all its potential, but the broom would disintegrate due to the extreme magic. In order to avoid human eyes, they flew above the clouds. Visri was terrified, but he did not dare to delay at all. After all, Mary was right, without the king, he was a stray dog. Chapter 105 Dunkirk Entry Ceremony 6. When they arrived in Dunkirk, the sky had brightened again, but the people were exhausted. The nobles of Dunkirk suffered the most casualties in the church fire. If the king was safe, they might still suspect that it was a French conspiracy, but the king was already dying. Neither the French nor their doctors could diagnose what kind of poison was hidden in the knife that stabbed the king. Seeing that the king was getting weaker day by day, the bishop and the Viscount of Turin strangely did not allow them to use the usual medical methods. They began to panic in addition to grief, because the 10,000 French soldiers were still here, and since the king was assassinated, Dunkirk was under martial law under the orders of Cardinal Mazarin and Viscount of Turin. In short, no one was allowed to go out or enter unless there was a warrant from the bishop. Today, a musketeer wearing a red shoulder strap rode out of Dunkirk with the permission of the bishop and headed for the town that was once used as the king's temporary palace. The messenger was Daramas. As soon as he returned to the town, he didn't have time to greet anyone. He meant, from D'Artagnan to his other colleagues and friends, he came to the room where Prince Condé was imprisoned, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. "Please come in," Prince Condé said without raising his head. When he was in Spain, he heard that Duke Gaston was exiled to Blois. He thought his fate would be the same. The king would not kill him, but he would not keep him in Paris or the fiefdom. His political future was doomed to fail. Perhaps many people would not believe it. Today, his mentality has calmed down, and he even feels as if he has put down a heavy responsibility. This responsibility or ambition once tortured him and made him unable to sleep day and night. After staying in the Spanish court, he also realized that the honor that the French could not give him, he could not get in other countries either. Just like a thick grapevine, even if its branches and leaves stretch to the boundless sky, its roots still remain in France. It is said that the king will come to see him after the Dunkirk entry ceremony, and then announce his verdict. Maybe today? When he saw Aramis, he was a little surprised, because according to etiquette and tradition, Aramis's uncle, the current captain of the Musketeer Guards, might be appointed as the messenger, but a mere young musketeer. It was undoubtedly a humiliation for Prince Condé. Prince Condé suppressed his slight uneasiness and anger in his heart, and looked Aramis up and down. After seeing this, he couldn't help but be frightened, because Aramis's clothes didn't look like he was dressed in a leisurely state. "Your Highness," Aramis bowed to Prince Condé, and then handed a sealed letter to the prince. The prince looked at his red eyes and hunched back, and the ominous feeling in his heart just became stronger. He grabbed the paper cutter on the desk and opened the bishop's wax seal, then opened the thin parchment. There was not much content on the parchment, but Prince Condé read these few lines several times in a row. His face kept changing, from pale to rosy, and from rosy to pale. He didn't say anything else, but immediately stretched out his hand and asked his servant to change him into going clothes, and then followed Aramis out of his cell. The two of them drove all the way into Dunkirk. After the king fell, he was immediately transferred to the nearest town hall, which was also a fortress. Although it was old, it was strong enough to withstand the impact of the outside world. Viscount Tyrrell greeted them in the corridor. They walked quickly to the room where the king was in silence. Prince Condé listened to the sound of boots hitting the wooden floor, and his heart tightened. When he did not see Cardinal Mazarin in the welcoming crowd, Prince Condé thought that maybe the bishop was waiting by the king's side at this time, but as soon as he entered the room and saw the couch next to the king's bed, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. The worst thing happened. When the king was seriously injured and unconscious, Mr. Bishop also fell down. "Is it an assassin?" Prince Condé asked. "No," Viscount Tyrrell said hoarsely. Mr. Bishop had lung disease and perhaps liver disease before he came to Dunkirk. Doctors said that his body fluids were disordered, too little blood, lack of yellow bile, and too much mucus and black bile, so he was cold and dry. "Give me the results." His Royal Highness interrupted the Viscount's answer rudely. If it were someone else, he would definitely get angry. After all, the Prince of Condé was just a prisoner, a traitor at this time, but Viscount Tyrrell was both his subordinate and his friend, so he didn't take it as an offense at all. "So, Your Highness, you have seen the letter from Mr. Bishop to you. It has been written very clearly on it. When he is in a coma and the king cannot wake up for the time being, Dunkirk and the king can only be entrusted to you. Does he trust me so much?" Prince Condé smiled sarcastically and anxiously. "We can't always choose Mr. Don Juan," Viscount Tyrrell said. "You know, if those people knew that Mr. Bishop and Mr. King had fallen. And what about Philip, Duke of Anjou? France will still fall into the second great chaos. There will be many people who are happy to see this scene. The population and territory we lost after 1648. So," Prince Condé said, "this is actually lucky for me." He crumpled the parchment tightly together. He knew that he still had 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers in Dunkirk. If he wanted, he could take the opportunity to escape from here, or even go further, or return to his territory to regroup, but the bishop gave him another bolder choice. In the subsequent negotiations and transition, although Viscount Tyrrell was the marshal of the army, he was not qualified to confront the upcoming Cromwell's envoy. To be more precise, he could be on the battlefield, but he could not form a political situation that would suppress the British. Because of his status, as the second son and younger brother of a duke who was deprived of his territory, his words in the court were not as powerful as the cannonballs he fired. But the Prince of Condé was different. Even though he rebelled against the king and even became an enemy of France for a period of time, his territory and title had not been deprived by the king, so he was still a respectable prince. Even in front of Cromwell, the protector of the country still had to bow to the Prince of Condé, not to mention the envoys he sent. In this way, the French naturally had a natural advantage, which was very important for the affairs of Dunkirk agreed upon by the bishop and the king. Prince Condé was not a fool. He understood the king's meaning as soon as Viscount Tyrone said it. But looking at the king's grey face and holding his cold hand, Prince Condé felt heavy in his heart, because once the king and the bishop died, his behavior in Dunkirk might become his death warrant. He knew how much Queen Mother Anne hated him and Duke Gaston. Once the king died, the Duke of Anjou would succeed him. It was hard to say whether they would think that the king's assassination in Dunkirk was caused by him and Viscount Tyrone. After all, Viscount Tyrone was once loyal to him. What finally prompted Prince Condé to make a decision was a pardon document. "Did the king wake up later?" he asked. "No, Your Highness," Bontemps said. "He signed it a few days ago and put it in the drawer of the study. Bring my clothes." Prince Condé was silent for a while and said, "Viscount Tyrone, let's go together to welcome the envoy of Protector Cromwell." Chapter 106 Dunkirk Entry Ceremony, 7. Just as Prince Condé was leading a group of people, acting as a host to welcome Cromwell's envoy, a raven that had been circling above the town hall for a long time finally swooped down impatiently. As the guards looked over vigilantly, in another corner, Mary and Vesalius fell into a bush of marigolds. Fortunately, the grass and trees were still lush at this time, otherwise they would have broken several bones. The broom fell apart when it was still 10 feet from the ground. Again, even if they were wizards with magic, after flying in the sky for such a long time, their limbs were still stiff and their hands and feet were numb. They fell to the ground like a stone statue. Vesalius felt that his insides had been torn into pieces, but Mary just gasped a few times, poured a bottle of potion into her mouth, and took Vesalius through the window and stepped into the corridor. Here, Mary simply didn't care about the invisible laws of the other world. She used all kinds of spells unscrupulously along the way, either avoiding, confusing, or hiding and heading straight to the king's room. At this time, a doctor came out of the room and saw Mary, who seemed to want to say something, but Mary just waved her hand impatiently and knocked him against the wall. Bontemps in the room heard the sound and immediately drew his sword vigilantly. When he saw Mary, his expression relaxed a little, but his hand still did not move away from the sword. "What do you want to do?" But his calmness was broken when he saw Mary placing, sprinkling, or putting some strange things next to the king and in his mouth. He rushed forward to stop Mary, but Mary just waved her hand and his legs became unable to move. "Don't hinder us!" Mary screamed. "We need to know what this is," Viceroy explained kindly. "Is it a potion, a curse, or both?" As he spoke, he poured a bottle of potion into the king's mouth. After a moment, Louis moved slightly, but was still unconscious, it seems. Viceroy checked the king's tongue and the color of his irises. "It is the last one, a combination of both." "I think so too," Mary said, "otherwise they wouldn't have to stab Louis." "Viceroy, help me pick up His Majesty, we have to leave here immediately." "Wait." Bontemps saw that Viceroy really did that, and couldn't help shouting, "What are you going to do?" Mary turned her head abruptly, her pupils shrank into a point like a cat's. "We can't save him in the surface world. We must go back to the inner world." "No." Bontemps refused almost without thinking. Mary just shook her head cruelly. "Let's go," she said, and then Viceroy gave Bontemps a helpless look and picked up the king. Marie didn't lie. The potion and amulet he and Marie had could delay the king's bad symptoms, but it was impossible to cure him in the surface world. Bontemps immediately shouted when he saw this, but no one responded. Just when he was about to go crazy, a shadow passed by the window. Viceroy felt his hand lighten, and the king left his arms. He heard Marie chanting a spell loudly, but the threat caused by the spell was interrupted by a thin cane. The person who took Louis away was Prince Vanzo, Theodoric. Today the weather was gloomy, but the heavy clouds could not completely block the scorching sun. Even the prince could not avoid being hurt by the sun when the vampire appeared at this time. His black pointed collar cloak was slowly smoking like it was pulled out of a fire, and his exposed face was also filled with pain and fatigue. He held Louis with one hand and raised his cane with the other hand, pointing the tip of the cane at Mary. "So how do you plan to get His Majesty over the cornerstone?" the prince asked slowly. Bontemps did not know what the cornerstone was, but he instinctively felt a hint of danger, a strong danger. "The cornerstone that separates the inner world from the outer world," Theodoric repeated. "How are you going to deal with it?" "I have my own way," Mary said. "I can probably guess that mortals cannot pass through the cornerstone because from the beginning, it was a barrier set up by the wizard families in the inner world to defend against the churches and armies in the outer world. At that time, They suffered an unprecedented blow and destruction, and their hearts were full of resentment. When setting up the cornerstone, they spared no expense. How many wizards' souls and bodies were cast into the bricks and stones of the cornerstone? Moreover, in the following hundreds of years, such cornerstones have been endlessly reinforced and filled. Miss Mary, as a member of the Mancini family, you should know that after all, the Mancini family always likes to send them to the underworld court and sentence them to treason. Even if the end of the world comes, they can't move a step, and can only wail in the bricks all day because of pain and emptiness. Such torture is enough to make the most tolerant and kind people become vicious and cruel. However, due to the suppression of magic, they can never take revenge on their enemies, so every mortal who dares to touch or cross the cornerstone, or an uninvited existence, will become the target of their venting and rampage. It's okay if their bodies are torn apart, even their souls will be devoured alive. It is precisely because of such strict, sharp and tireless guards that the secrets of the inner world have never been peeped into by the outer world. However, there's a way, Prince Vanzo said, as long as the mortals who have signed a blood oath marriage with a wizard, those who can share half of the wizard's ability and half of his life, can be accepted as half-wizards and allowed to enter. This is what you are thinking of, right? Hearing this, Bontang's eyes suddenly widened. He wanted to speak, but Mary just raised her hand and he fainted. Yes, Mary admitted, I was going to do that. But you should also know that there is no wizard king, and there is no king wizard. Theodoric said. He just needs to be a wizard. Mary said sweetly, he will be a good wizard. A good wizard like Varro Vesalius. Theodoric said sarcastically. Mary paused. She subconsciously looked at Varro and caught a bitter smile that could not be concealed in time. Vesalius knew what Mary would do, but he might still have some resentment towards the young king, although he knew that as a ruler, the king was already tolerant enough. But, on the one hand, he resented and blamed himself for his incompetence, but sometimes he would fantasize, if there was no duke, no, he couldn't believe he was so naive. In the inner world, there was Patriarch Mancini, and in the outer world, there would certainly be Duke Mortimer. He's right, Vesalius said, he will hate you, Mary. It's a bit small, I'll continue tomorrow. Chapter 107, The Spiritual Staff, Blood Cup, and the Magic Puppet. As a non-human, Prince Theodoric of Vanzo saw Mary very clearly. Mary's love for the king was not fake, but as a member of the Mancini family, she also had a cold heart. He could not blame her, because the wizards in the other world had been distorted for hundreds of years. After all, most of them had been sticking to that closed little environment. Since their great-grandfathers or even earlier ancestors, they had been looking at the same scenery, doing the same work, and inheriting the same traditions. Originally, foreign wizards, the newly born little wizards, should have brought new customs and knowledge to this lifeless place, but looking at what happened to Varro Mancini, they knew that not only could they not change the wizards in the other world, they would also be forced to be changed by them. Mary Mancini's nature is not bad, but the problem is that the education she received before coming to the court has made some deformed concepts deeply rooted in her childish heart. Although they are difficult to detect, once it comes to a critical moment, it will burst out like thunder, just like now. Mary will know Louis's ambitions and how much he cares about the future of France, but for her, wizards are always superior to mortals. Even if he is a king, it is an honor to share her blood and life. She doesn't even consider that if becoming a wizard is so good, why would the Mancini family go to any lengths to leave the inner world and return to the outer world? But Mary will never hear these words. Her love is selfish and narrow-minded. Theodoric looked down at the king in his arms. This young ruler has a gray face and chapped lips. Mary may be right. The medical methods in the outer world are not enough to save the king from danger. But it is not easy to bring a mortal into the other world. Time is passing, and the king's body is slowly getting colder. Any further delay will only be more dangerous. Theodoric is wavering whether to let the king die or let him leave the surface world, as Mary said. But Theodoric does not think that the current Duke of Anjou can be compared with his brother. After all, Mazarin and Queen Mother Anne almost made Philip a girl in order to avoid a feud between brothers. To make matters worse, just as they were confronting each other, someone knocked on the door. We heard some noises. A monk said outside the door, "Excuse me, are the king and the bishop okay?" Theodoric set his sights on Bontang. Mary waved her hand and Bontang was able to move. He slowly stood up, looked at the king, and walked to the door. "Thank you for your concern," he said. "I accidentally broke a candlestick just now. Please let us in." The monk said, "It's time to dispel the curse for the king." Bontang frowned unhappily. If you were to say, these monks who failed to do their job were not trustworthy, but these monks and wizards who also came from the other world had the same bad thing, that is, they always thought they were superior to mortals. The king was assassinated, and they didn't think it was their fault. Or, for them, guarding the king was not their real duty, but they had to do it because of the order of the chief judge. Bontang looked at the king again and found that he had returned to the bed, his breath was stable, and those dangerous non-humans were gone. The monks came in. As the spears of the Inquisition, they were the most sensitive to the smell of vampires and wizards. They had just noticed something and rushed over, but they could not find anything except a cold smell. A monk observed the bishop and the king. "Okay," he said. "Brother," he said to another monk, "let's pray for the king again." So they knelt down and prayed to dispel the strange smell in the bedroom. "The next time will be at the 6th hour." Bontang just made a sign of the cross and said nothing. When these people left, Bontang immediately closed the door and rushed to the king. He dared to swear that when the monks asked, he wanted to shout for help, but he changed his mind in the blink of an eye because what these monks did was only slightly better than those doctors who liked bloodletting in Guancheng. The witch's potion was more effective, but he was unwilling to watch the king being turned into a wizard, because it also meant his death in the outer world. When Mary and Vesalius reappeared, unexpectedly, there was another vampire beside Prince Theodoric of Vanzo. He smiled at Mary, revealing two sharp fangs. "This is Prince Simic," Theodoric said. "Amen. It seems that you have encountered some troubles," Amen said, "but if you ask me, Theodoric, didn't you leave a shadow beside my Louis? He's going to the church." Prince Vanzo said concisely. "If it were me, I wouldn't care about a finger." Amen said that if the princes lost a shadow, it would indeed have a certain impact on their power, but as long as there is enough blood and time, it will slowly grow back. "You know it's not the finger," Theodoric said. "The problem is that we can't let the priests find out that I'm next to the king, at least on the surface." "Oh, I understand, you can do it, but you can't say it." Amen made a face, which was not in line with his status and appearance, nor was it cute, but he always spoke to the point. "So what now?" he asked. "Aren't you going to make up for your mistake?" Theodoric moved his lips. "Mary," Amen said suddenly, making the little witch jump in surprise. "Indeed," he said, "the blood oath marriage seems to be the only way to save the king now, but according to your education, Miss Mancini, then you should also know that now with me and Theodoric, your plan will fail. But if you do this, Louis must still stay in the underworld, forever." Mary said. "But being the heir of a prince is much better than being an unknown foreign wizard. According to your plan, you will not only kill him, witch, you will also completely destroy him. Think about it, when he loses the crown of the king and the entire kingdom, and enters the inner world as a humble foreign wizard, facing countless malice and murderous intentions, even if your family, Mancini, will let him go because of your care for you, a direct descendant who has lost its value, how will he live? If the population of the inner world has not expanded to a terrible level, your family will never give up the original power to call the wind and rain and move to the outer world. Can you bear to settle in a narrow shack and live a precarious life with hunger? I think that by then, not to mention Louis, even you yourself will feel extremely regretful." What was the biggest setback you have ever suffered?" "It was the king's rejection of your courtship. When you were still in your cradle, you were wrapped in silk, with servants and attendants serving and following you, drinking and living a luxurious life. When you arrived at the palace, you were like a princess. You said you loved Louis, but are you sure you didn't love the title of king and the power it brought? I can almost see your future, poor guy. You want to turn a glorious person into your vassal, and one morning, you suddenly realize that you just had a worthless nightmare. What will you do? I know you want to be Vivian, so who is Merlin who was sealed alive in the tomb?" Mary took a step back. There was a voice in her chest roaring wildly. How could it be possible? Of course she loved Louis, and Louis was finally conquered by her because she didn't love a king, but only Louis. But another fear came to her heart, that is, what if the vampire was right? Suddenly, she could no longer see her own heart. She looked at Louis in panic. He was sleeping and knew nothing. If he really encountered what Amen said. Oh, she swore to Merlin that she would kill her future self. But no matter what you say, Vesalius, who had been silent, said, "Your Highness, your goal is the same as ours." Amen pouted unhappily. Mary couldn't help but look at Theodoric, who frowned in distress. "Well," Amin said, "now, you are not willing to take out your little cane and poke our king." "What cane?" Bontang asked, feeling uneasy. No one would have answered him, but a weak voice said, "The staff." Bontang looked back and found that Bishop Mazarin had woken up. Although he looked like he would faint at any moment, he stabbed Viceroy with a stern look, and asked Viceroy to take out a bottle of potion. Obviously, he should have woken up earlier, but since Mary had some ulterior motives, she certainly would not wake up the bishop early. He was the king's mentor and her uncle. His orders were unimpeded throughout the court, including here. The staff is one of the 13 holy vessels of the blood race, belonging to the Vanzo family. The bishop said slowly, "It can inspire extraordinary abilities in humans and animals." "Become a wizard?" Bontang asked. "If you are lucky." The bishop drank the potion and became much better, but for the two vampires, they could see at a glance that he was already in an uncontrollable state of withering inside. He was dying, and even the wizard's potion could not save him, but he could still maintain his health for a short time. If you are unlucky, he will become a monster, because they originally do not have the talents of wizards or monsters. But at least they will not be constrained by anyone. Theodoric said softly. "He is the king of France," the bishop said coldly. "When he is alive, he is dead." "I will not allow it," Amin said. "I will take him away. If the court and ministers decide to abandon their king, then I can also give him a kingdom in darkness." "Darkness?" The bishop said. "You have pointed out the problem, Mr. Amin. You have also destroyed this child. When he becomes my heir, his thoughts will certainly change." Amin said. Bontang smiled bitterly. Now it seemed that it was better for the vampire, who was said to be Prince Vanzo, to poke the king with his cane. At least the king was still free and not driven by anyone. The bishop was silent for a while, then he looked at Bontang. "Bontang," he said, "as the king's most trusted follower and friend, you kneel down and swear." Bontang didn't understand why, but he still knelt down and swore that he would never tell anyone what happened here. The bishop asked Bontang to go to his room and get a book. This might be the book that would not be touched by anyone in the bishop's room. Everyone knew that it was full of illegible foreign characters. It was said to be a supplement and explanation of the laws of Hammurabi. Its cover was made of iron, all rusty, and fixed with iron chains and locks. Mazarin opened it with a small key he carried with him. Before he opened it, the two vampires suddenly straightened their bodies. "Blood cup!" Theodoric shouted in surprise. He should be surprised. Like his staff and Amin's puppet, the blood cup is also a sacred object of the 13 clans. However, the Cappadocians who possessed it lost their traces in the surface world and the inner world a long time ago. Some said they disappeared, some said they were wiped out by the church, and some said their descendants retaliated. After the death of their elders, their descendants also died one by one because of their curse, truly dead. The whereabouts of their holy objects are unknown. All clans, whether they are the magic party, the secret party or the neutral clan, are constantly searching for it. Who knew it would be in the hands of a cardinal? No, or rather, it is not so surprising that it is in the hands of a church prince, but they thought they would find it in the hands of church people in Rome. The blood cup is not as scary as people think. It looks like a small and plain gold cup without any patterns, symbols or letters. "Has anyone used this?" Vesalius asked. "Of course," said Theodoric. "He and Amin are considered older even among the blood princes. We have seen it, but it was used on blood clans. The blood cup can overflow with the blood of a designated person. Drinking the blood in the cup can possess this power for a period of time." Mary said, her eyes fixed on the blood cup, motionless, "But as far as I know, no human has ever used it." "We may still have a way," said the bishop, "but we don't have time." "Then whose blood do you want to use?" Amin said with a smile, "How about mine? Wizards will not heal a vampire." Mary said. "But the blood cup must be used by blood clans." Amin showed a trace of regret, because with Theodoric here, he can't use it to threaten. "Theodoric?" Prince Vanzo took the blood cup. "In return," said the bishop, "you can take it." Theodoric nodded. "Thank you very much, Bishop. So, whose blood do you want to use?" He added, "There must be a primer." "Yes." The bishop took out a small bottle from the hollowed-out book. Theodoric sniffed it, and his expression became subtle. "This is the blood of the Colonna family." "Yes," the bishop said calmly, "use it, it doesn't matter." He laughed, because he thought of the young king's interesting expression if he knew that there was a wizard in the ancient family that once produced a pope. This is the goods of the trade. In this case, there is no problem. Theodoric poured the powder in a bottle into the blood cup. As soon as the powder entered the cup, it immediately changed from red and black to bright blood red, and from solid to liquid. A fresh and fragrant smell emanated from the cup, and the names of all the blood owners appeared on the dazzling cup wall. Colonna's surname was fleeting, but everyone saw it. Theodoric gave it to the king to drink. Everyone waited in silence for about 100 years, from a sense, and the king's breath changed. The curse has slowed down. Vesalius whispered. It was only a curse against mortals, not as fierce as those against wizards, but to completely remove the curse, the king still had to go to the other world. But a king suddenly disappeared without a trace. Unless he was in exile like Charles II, it would still cause turmoil and unrest. At this time, Amun, who finally waited for the opportunity, raised the thing in his hand. Look here, everyone, what do you think of it? Oh. Vesalius said. To be honest, when he was in the other world, he was among wizards, and the powerful magic tools he could touch were not as many as what he saw today, and even Mancini's parents might not be lucky enough to see it with their own eyes. Of course, it could only be the puppet of the Cimisi family. The puppet could change into the appearance of a person or a monster after sucking someone's blood. The bishop did not let it touch Louis, but he personally released Louis' blood and gave the strange puppet a sip. Then the puppet changed into the king's appearance in full view of everyone. Before the puppet changed, it looked like a small skeleton wrapped in skin, small enough to be caught by Amun at will. It was also wearing a pink little skirt and a lace hat. I don't know if it was Amun's bad preference. But the Louis it turned into was no different from the clothes to the body and then the face. The face was also flushed due to high fever, and the body was soft and hot. Even Bontang could hardly tell them apart. But those monks. Bontang said distressedly. They would come to pray for the king every once in a while. Don't underestimate the holy relics of the blood race. The bishop said affirmatively. Next, it was Mary Mancini and Varro Vesalius's business. They wanted to take the king into the other world. Bontang asked to follow, but after thinking it over, the bishop refused. The cornerstone of the wizards, the most terrifying thing is that they have wisdom and logic. No one can predict whether one more person will lead to another accident. But Bontang cast an untrustworthy look at Mary. The bishop just waved his hand gently. Chapter 108 The Veil of the Other World. Ever since he learned about the existence of the other world, Louis has imagined what the other world looks like more than once. After all, to him, werewolves, vampires, and wizards were all things of fantasy. They did not exist in this world, but he would not be captured by their unique charm, not to mention another world that belongs only to these non-humans. The incident happened in Dunkirk, a port city, but it made it easier for subsequent events to unfold. When Louis XIV was lying on his sickbed and received the envoy from the British protector of the kingdom, Louis, of course, now he is the Duke of Colonna. This title made him stunned, but Mary Mancini told him that this was just a title in the other world. There was no king in the other world, but there was a House of Lords and a House of Commons. The House of Lords was almost entirely occupied by the first few major wizard families, who had the power to confer nobility on someone. Although the gentleman from the Colonna family was an outsider, he had the Colonna family behind him. Although the Colonna family was a high-ranking family in Rome, they had always maintained a close relationship with the other world, especially the Inquisition. So he had the title of a duke without even having been to the other world. If Andrea Vesalius had not offended the church and had nowhere to live, ruined his family and abandoned his business, his descendants would not have been forced to work as a potion teacher for the Mancini family, and Varro Vesalius would not have had such a tragic fate. As Louis guessed, the closed environment of the inner world caused class solidification and disparity in treatment between the upper and lower classes, which was probably more terrible than the outer world. At least there were many officers in his legion who came from craftsmen or farmers' families. So on a foggy morning, a group of people came to the dock of Dunkirk, where British warships were anchored. In the dim light, they stood tall in front of people like mountains in the night. Early rising sailors were already cleaning the decks, checking ropes and sails, and emptying toilets. The ship that came to greet them was a light brig with snow-white sails like a swallow. However, after it was allowed to dock at the dock, it was subject to quite strict inspections and open blackmail. The British officer was wearing a red coat and brown shoulder straps, not much different from the officers of the new model army, except for his exposed face and hands, rough and dark, indicating that his time at sea would not be shorter than the latter's time on land. He asked those who were leaving Dunkirk at this critical moment to lift their hoods and look over vigilantly one by one. If they had not had the permit from Cardinal Mazarin and a small box of heavy gold Louis, they might not have been able to leave. After all, this moment was too sensitive. The king had been assassinated not long ago. Although the assassin was killed on the spot, the king's army had imposed martial law on the entire Dunkirk and even had some unpleasant conflicts with the British. The first thing the British officer saw was a beautiful lady in her prime. She smiled at the officer, and he couldn't help but smile back. "May I ask your name, madam?" His tone was not as harsh as people thought. "Milady Kidd. This is an English surname. My husband is an Englishman." Milady smiled gently. "Sir, are you going back to England?" "No, I'm taking my brothers and sisters to Italy," Milady said. "My sister married a Count of Naples, and we are going there to visit and see." She turned sideways and looked behind her with a little sadness. "She found a very good doctor for my brother, hoping to cure his fever." "Is it an epidemic?" the officer asked vigilantly. "Of course not," Milady said. "It's just a persistent low fever. The doctors say he has too much bile, but they can't find an effective treatment for the time being." The officer walked away from Milady reluctantly, looking at Louis, Marie, and Vesalius with sharp eyes. In his eyes, Louis was a weak young man, and Marie was just a lovely girl. Although she was also beautiful, she couldn't compare with her sister in terms of charm. And Mr. Vesalius was obviously their doctor. The box he was carrying was also opened and examined. There were medicine bottles and knives, hooks and needles for bloodletting. The officer guessed that this family might be near Dunkirk, an ordinary family that was lucky to have several beautiful daughters. This situation is very common. Through marriage, they can improve their social status. Maybe they also have a daughter who is favored by the nobles in the French court, so they can get a handwritten letter from the bishop. In any case, they don't look like spies, and they are not going to England, but to Italy, so they are less suspicious. After thinking for a while, he finally let these people go. Compared with the warship, the small and lovely brig lowered the gangplank, let Louis and his party board the ship, and then quickly backed up, passed through the gap between the big ships, and headed towards the Atlantic Ocean. It was not until the white shadow of the ship disappeared between the sky and the earth that the officer remembered a question that puzzled him. That is, if they wanted to go to Italy, wouldn't the shortest way be to go through France? But thinking of Milady's last name, maybe she would worry that her husband's identity would make her journey more complicated, so after mumbling a few words, he put this matter in the corner of his memory. If nothing unexpected happened, he would not think of it again. "Are you a witch too?" Mary couldn't help asking as soon as the ship left the port. "Yes, Miss Mancini." Milady frivolously played with her curly hair. The moonlight light-colored curly hair gave her a kind of awe-inspiring charm. Louis, who was standing by, had expected this. When the bishop tried to persuade him with Milady's previous merits to keep her, he had speculated that when the bishop met Milady, she was 11 or 12 years old. Later, she stayed in prison for a few years. She became a spy for Bishop Richelieu and did her first job for the bishop in 1934. Now it is 58 years, which is 25 years ago. In other words, she is at least 40 years old, but she still looks like a beautiful woman in her 20s. In this era, there are not so many means and methods to keep people young forever, but there is magic. And Bishop Mazarin will not really hand Louis over completely to Mary Mancini. "Don't mind me too much," Milady said with a smile. "I'm just an outsider, worse than Mr. Vasily. I haven't even been able to enter the other world. I knew I was a witch because the bishop told me." "Then why did he ask you to come?" "The Duke needs someone to serve him, Miss Mancini," Milady said. She walked to Louis and took his arm. Only then did Louis realize that Milady was very strong and was not inferior to a man at all. "Like now," Milady said, "don't you realize that your highness needs to rest?" Louis really needed to rest. After such a short journey, he was exhausted. The wizard's poison and curse were like an invisible hand constantly digging out his energy. He did a simple wash with Milady's service and then went to bed. Mary watched from the side and reluctantly admitted that when it came to serving people, Milady was careful and powerful. Even though she was just a woman, she could take care of everything around Louis. As for Marie, although she stayed with the Queen Mother as a maid, maids also have classes and divisions of labor. Although she had no title, she had an uncle who was an important official. The heaviest things she had ever taken from the Queen Mother were probably the Queen Mother's bordered Bible and rosary. Asking her to take care of Louis was really too much of a stretch. Finally, Milady gently asked Marie to leave Louis' cabin, because as an unmarried woman, it was absolutely inappropriate for her to stay here. Instead, Vesalius could stay as a doctor. Marie had nothing to say about this and left in dismay. Vesalius stood aside and watched the whole process, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Obviously, Milady was sent to the king not only as a maid, but also as a destroyer. After all, when the king came to the other world, he faced a dangerous and unfamiliar environment, cursed and poisoned. If it was Mary Mancini who took care of him meticulously, the king would subconsciously return the same affection and trust. In this way, if the king could return to the surface world, his marriage would become a thorny problem. Louis was sometimes drowsy and sometimes sober on the boat. Suddenly one day, he woke up because the slight swings that he was almost used to suddenly disappeared. Even if the boat was moored at the dock, this would not happen. They were now like in the Louvre in Paris, on solid land. "Are we there?" he asked in a low voice. "It should be," Milady said. A few minutes later, Mary came in and fed Louis a bottle of potion. Louis' body was obviously lighter, but she had to leave again because Louis needed to change clothes. His underwear and trousers were no different from those in the outer world, but the coat that Vesely brought was a thick velvet robe, and then a sleeveless fur cloak. The fur on the cloak was fine and shiny black. I don't know what kind of fur it was. Anyway, it didn't look like squirrel fur, fox fur, or sea otter fur. The cloak had a hood, and magic, because as soon as the king put it on, he felt warm, as comfortable as being illuminated by the sun, and then the jewelry he wore didn't look like his. Vesely and Milady also changed into robes. Louis had been wondering where the other world was, or where the other world where the Mancini family was, but as soon as he left the cabin, he knew it immediately. It was an island. A huge island. There is no doubt that with the advancement of science, human footprints and vision can reach more and more places, and the increasingly sophisticated detection methods will always make those hidden places know where to hide. Compared with land, islands scattered in the ocean are obviously safer. It is understandable why the inner world is so embarrassed. Even land can sometimes not support too many people, let alone islands. It is also common for the inner world to maintain a solidified state for a long time. Not to mention magic, even if there is no magic, many islands are primitive and closed. A medium-sized island can accommodate about 50,000 people. If we start counting from the time of Merlin, that is the time of King Arthur, 500 AD, wizards have been in the inner world for 1,000 years. Even if there were only a few hundred people at the beginning, it has become a considerable number now, and there are wizards from the outer world constantly joining in. It is no wonder that the big wizard families do not care about wizards like Varro Vesalius, and even regard them as tools and livestock. When the population base is large enough, even if only the original population of the big families is selected, the outstanding people must be considerable. In this case, the Mancini family's collateral branch will definitely be more jealous of Vesalius, because he has taken away an important position invisibly. As for the cornerstone of the wizards, from the descriptions of the bishop and Mary, Louis already knew that it was similar to the wall of the inner world, used to separate the outer world from the inner world. Wizards need credentials to enter or leave the inner world, but mortals cannot enter the inner world anyway. So, said Milady, it's not the church that the wizards fear. You can imagine the wizards as an army armed with muskets and cannons, and imagine the mortals as a group of barbarians armed only with sticks and stones, said Louis. When the number of the army and the barbarians is kept in a corresponding proportion, the barbarians can only flee, but when the number of the barbarians overwhelms the army, even cannons and muskets are powerless, because they are ultimately limited. Oh, Milady said, I see. She stared at Mary with her eyes that were always full of ripples, watching her every move. They were standing in front of a tall wall that seemed to connect heaven and earth. It was what the wizards called the cornerstone, huge white square bricks with dark blue or black scars. As Mary approached, faces with different expressions, identities, genders and ages appeared on these bricks. Their eyes were closed at first, and then suddenly opened and rolled around. Wizard. A woman's face shouted first. Wizard. A child's face shouted, his voice sharp as a dagger. Wizard. An old man shouted, his voice hoarse and chaotic. Wizard. 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 They shouted together, and the walls were shaking. Mary stretched out a hand and plunged it directly into the wall. Then she turned back and looked at Louis, her eyes full of worry. "Then you will see a corridor," she said, "then go forward, but in the corridor, there will be guards of inferi and ghosts. Although as a wizard, they will not hurt you." She emphasized the word wizard. "You have to walk 77 steps to get out of the corridor. At the end of the corridor, there are 2 manticores and their masters watching the people coming and going. Can't you come with us?" Milady asked. "No," Vesalius said, "even if they hold hands tightly, they cannot see, hear or feel each other." He knew this, and he held the coat of arms from the Colonna family tightly in his hand. As a wizard who escaped from the Mancini family, Varro Vesalius's original pass had been invalidated by the Mancini family, and he did not want to attract the attention of the Mancini family again. Fortunately, the Colonna family in Rome was very generous, perhaps because the reward given by the bishop was extremely generous, the position of an archbishop and 2 monasteries. They not only lent the identity of the youngest son, but also lent everything related to it, including the Colonna family's real estate and deeds in the other world, which was more important than anything else. And it was extremely strange that the Colonna youngest son looked a bit like the king, and although he was confirmed to be a wizard, due to the power of the Colonna family, he did not even leave Rome, but lived happily with his wizard mentor in a remote but comfortable place. "I'll wait for you." Mary walked back and kissed Louis' face. 77 steps, don't forget. Varro Visceri hesitated for a while before coming to the king and gave him a few bottles of potion and a silver dagger. "These are used to exorcise the infernal corpses, your highness. If anything unexpected happens, don't worry, Mary and I will turn back immediately. The key is not to be afraid, those things are like hyenas, and human fear will inspire their tyranny." The next person to enter the city wall was Milady. It was also her first time to enter the other world. The king could see that she was extremely excited, and her intense emotions overshadowed her fear. There is no doubt that anyone who has not experienced it personally will be afraid of those terrible heads, and to walk alone through a dark corridor full of monsters. Then it was Louis. Visceri would wait outside until 377 steps later, and he would enter the corridor to make sure that the king had arrived safely. Is it to say fear? Louis was not so succumbed to those twisted faces, the black corridor engulfed by red flames, the blue-gray corpses and translucent souls. He had seen and experienced countless scenes in another world long ago that people of this era had never heard of, seen or even understood. Such scenes might make an ordinary mortal think that he had gone to hell alive, but for him, it was more like a realistic illusion, a game. Or, he might have fear, but like Milady, he was more angry. Maybe you still remember that before Louis entered the corridor, he saw faces of different expressions and ages on the white stone bricks. If these were the cornerstones that Mary said, then it means that these people who were made into cornerstones even included children of several years old. If there were only 1 or 2, he could still explain that perhaps some children were born evil, but he saw more than a dozen of these young and hideous faces at a glance. And in the corridor, among those swaying corpses and ghosts, the proportion of women and children was not low. What does this show? The laws of the other world, or the power of authority, are probably much more threatening and cruel than those of the outer world. At least the most severe sentence Louis can make on the Duchess of Longueville is to expel her from the court. She can be pardoned like the Duchess of Montpensier in the future, and her son can inherit the title of Duke of Longueville. She will not be deprived of her territory or thrown into prison, let alone executed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109: The Veil of the Other World, 2. After leaving the ship, they stepped on a barren sandy land. The white stone brick walls extended from the unreachable distance to the sea. They could not see any moving things except the ghosts. Even the clouds and the sea seemed to be frozen. The corridor was full of shrill shouts, from the ghosts, the dragging footsteps of the inferi and the unknown liquid dripping on the ground. Louis remembered 77 steps. Wizards like magical numbers. He was weak, but he could still support himself, although he wanted to support the wall. But when he thought of the ashes of the wizards who were burned in the foundation stones, he couldn't lift his hands. The inferi and ghosts peeked at them. Their eyes, transparent and turbid, were all focused on every living person who passed through here. There were indeed black stains on the gray-white bricks. Louis walked through them calmly. The inferi were like frozen rotten meat, and the ghosts were like a gust of cold wind blowing from the swamp. Fortunately, he had the fur cloak prepared by Mary, so he didn't feel too cold. Light came suddenly, and along with darkness came coldness. A burst of warmth made Louis shiver slightly, and his arm was immediately supported by someone. It was Milady. Louis looked around and unexpectedly found that this was the other side of the city wall. The reason why it was called the other side was that he saw a mountain range that might stretch for hundreds of miles. Mary and Vasily came out later than Milady and Louis, which surprised Mary a little, because Louis was a mortal who was only temporarily disguised as a wizard, and Milady, she was an outsider without a mentor to guide her. Vasily was not surprised, because the wizards' corridors tested the willpower of the visitors, because they were always proud of their rationality and strength compared to mortals, but even among mortals, there would always be someone with a firm will that could not be shaken. Of course, without Kalana's blood, if the visitor was just a mortal, even if he was determined, his breath would still be sniffed out by the corpses and ghosts, and then they would rush over and tear him apart and eat him. When Mary was about to say something, they heard a pleasant flute sound. Louis turned his head and looked over, showing a slight surprise under his hood, because the sound was obviously made by a monster, and it was slowly approaching them with a wizard on it. This was the manticore that Mary mentioned. It had a male human face, round ears showing from the fluffy golden red mane, and a pair of blue eyes like the sea were curiously looking at them. Just looking at them, the emotions expressed in the eyes were stronger than some unqualified actors, and the wizard sitting on it, his eyes fell on Mary's face, and he showed a kind smile. "Oh," he said, "I'm really surprised. Little Miss Mancini, are you back from the surface world?" "Oh, yes," Mary said calmly, and the male wizard jumped down from the manticore, raised her hand and kissed it. "I thought you wouldn't go back to the inner world recently. Because the Mancini family has decided to find a distinguished marriage for their sisters in the surface world, this matter is no secret among the aristocratic faction." "That's true," Mary said, "but I have to be the introducer for the Duke of Kalana," she said, and then turned to Louis and the others. "This is the youngest son of the Danty family, a friend of mine, when I was a child." When the young man from the Danty family heard the name of the Duke of Kalana, his expression immediately became serious. "I've heard of you for a long time, Your Highness." He bowed to Louis. The wizards in the inner world did not wear wide-brimmed hats with feathers like the young people in the surface world. Instead, they wore pointed hats or pulled up the hoods attached to their outer robes, so they rarely took off their hats when they saluted, but just opened their hands and then crossed them in front of their chests. Louis guessed that this was to let people see that they did not have the wizard's weapons in their hands, that is, the herbs or mineral powders that he had seen Mary use. "Hello, Mr. Danty," he nodded gently. Even if he was the real Duke of Kalana, this was his first time in the inner world, and he would not salute like a wizard. And given what he saw, in the inner world, a duke probably didn't need to be humble to most people. His idea was correct. The man from the Danty family was not angry because Louis did not return the gift. His status was lower than Mary and he did not have a title. "Sorry," he said, "although it is you, Your Highness, do you have the coat of arms with you?" Louis showed him the coat of arms hidden under the cloak. The dazzling gold and blue coat of arms dazzled Mr. Danty. Then Milady and Visery also took out their coat of arms, the subsidiary coat of arms of the Kalana family, and then it was Mary, in full accordance with the regulations. After checking the coat of arms, the young wizard guard whispered to them if they needed to summon the Pegasus carriage. Mary shook her head. "The Kalana family's carriage will be here soon." The pair of eyes shining with utilitarian light suddenly dimmed, but Mary just turned away as if she didn't see it. Mr. Danty's sight shifted to Louis. Obviously, compared to Mary, this outsider with a noble status might be easier to curry favor with. Unfortunately, before he could open his mouth, he heard a violent whistle. The manticore suddenly fluffed up its hair in anger. Although it had a human face, once it opened its mouth, you could see 3 rows of sharp triangular teeth neatly arranged inside, just like a shark with barbs. Mr. Dent scolded it a few times, but it still arched its back and made a threatening gesture. Milady walked slowly between the king and the manticore, raised her eyebrows and smiled at Mr. Dent, forcing him with a threatening look. The youngest son of the Danty family stared at Milady for a few seconds before retreating helplessly and angrily. With just a hook of his finger, the manticore could no longer make a sound, and even the tail full of thorns slowly drooped down, no longer opening horribly, as if it was ready to shoot at any time. "What a disgusting guy!" Milady said softly. Since this wizard knew the Duke of Colonna, he should also know that this was his first time entering the other world, so he deliberately indulged his mount. Whether the Duke of Colonna was afraid or curious, he had a chance to talk to Louis directly. Perhaps because Mary was used to seeing manticores, she realized what was happening at this moment. She looked angry, but at this time, the Pegasus carriage of the Colonna family had already circled down. It was a gold-inlaid four-wheeled carriage pulled by 8 beautiful black Pegasus. They landed on the ground, ran a few steps briskly, and stopped accurately in front of Louis. A middle-aged man in a robe jumped down from the back seat of the carriage, with an extremely happy smile on his face, and bowed deeply to Louis. "I am your steward here," he said. "You can call me Luca. I am your Highness's personal attendant and doctor." Vesalius said. "I am your Highness's maid," Milady said. Luca's eyes stayed on them for only a short moment, and then he saluted Mary Mancini. They were soon welcomed into the carriage. The space in the carriage was larger than it looked from the outside. To be more precise, it was like an exquisite bedroom, because the seats inside were like couches, piled with furs, and Louis could lie down comfortably. He really needed this. When the butler Luca was about to leave, Louis called him. "Luca," he said, "there is someone outside who has angered me." "I understand, Your Highness," Luca said. "It may only be a few seconds." They heard the wailing of wild animals and the neighing of horses, and then suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence, and then there was the conversation between Luca and Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent was obviously suppressing his anger, while Luca was smiling and relaxed. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. When Luca returned to the carriage, I was delayed for a while." "Huh?" "One of our Pegasus, Your Highness, suddenly loosened the bridle, so it ran out and bit Mr. Dent's mount to death." Luca seemed to turn his head back. "Oh, maybe it ate a little bit. Mr. Dent is not injured." "No, just a little frightened," Luca said. "I will give him some compensation." "Very good, Luca," Louis said. After the Pegasus that had suddenly loosened its bridle was called back, they set off. The Pegasus carriage was lighter and smoother than any means of transportation Louis had ever experienced before or now. When they galloped on the ground, only the sound of the horses' hooves indicated that they were moving forward. When they flapped their wings and took off, the carriage only shook slightly, and then there was a moment of weightlessness. A few minutes later, Milady saw only gauze-like clouds and the blue sky of the lake outside the glass window. "What kind of horse is that?" Louis asked. "It's a nightmare," Mary said. In fact, even the Mancini family only had a carriage pulled by 4 nightmares. The Colonna family should not have prepared so much for their youngest son here. After all, the young wizard was not going to enter the other world, so it could only be that the bishop prepared it for the king. "Is it a demon?" "No," said Vicery, "wizards don't have that much power. This is just a monster they made with alchemy. It's just not easy and requires a lot of precious materials." He looked out the window. "They are very expensive, even in the other world, but they can pull a carriage like Pegasus, and hunt or protect their masters like hounds, and they have a graceful posture, so every noble family will have a nightmare carriage." "Do they eat meat?" Milady asked with interest. "I said they are like wolfhounds," Vicery said, but he didn't say he had seen them chasing fishermen or pirates who accidentally broke into the nearby waters. "For mortals, this is tantamount to the arrival of demons. The nightmare Pegasus that can fly and is not afraid of ordinary swords can land on any ship or on the sea at will. They will lift the deck, open the hatch, grab the prey in the air, drag it to the reef, tear it apart and eat it. The so-called ghost ships that people in the surface world often talk about are made in this way." Although Milady could not hear Vesalius's inner thoughts, she guessed that the horse-like monsters were extremely cruel creatures. The manticores they saw had tails at least 10 feet long, sharp teeth and huge claws, and a scorpion-like spiked tail, but they were not even a match for the nightmare Pegasus. She smiled and did not continue to ask. There were too many secrets in the other world, and they had a lot to explore. Louis took a nap in the Pegasus carriage, maybe only a dozen minutes, and heard Milady's soft cry. He stood up and leaned against the window to overlook the scenery below. The green mountains were gradually disappearing, and there were rolling hills and ribbon-like roads on the ground, followed by neatly divided fields and villages. This scenery lasted for about an hour before slowly turning into a more densely populated town, and finally a few huge castles connected together. The reason why they are connected is because the castles are connected by city walls, and inside the city walls is an extremely vast area. Unlike the castles, The buildings inside are much lower and neater, and there are several circular squares. But the nightmare carriage did not land in the castle complex. It circled slowly in the afterglow of the setting sun, and then slowly landed in a secluded courtyard, where spells were cast specifically, and the whistling wind and cold air were blocked outside. A very cute little open carriage. To be more precise, it was not a carriage, but a unicorn carriage, because it was pulled by a unicorn shining with silver light. Louis could not help but put his hand on it. It blinked gently, and did not allow only virgins to touch it, as the legend said. Although Louis was a man, he could not help but be attracted by the satin-like fur. He restrained himself and stroked it again, then stepped onto the carriage. The unicorn stepped towards the gray-black basilica building without anyone driving it. The basilica architectural style originated from ancient Rome. It is a rectangular building. Later, it was used by the church to build monasteries and churches. It is not surprising to see it in the other world, because the wizard migration took place in the 5th and 6th centuries AD. The Byzantine style was still a toddler, and the Gothic style did not even have a prototype. On both sides of the path where the unicorn passed, there were flowers like peony. Louis could not be sure because it was not the flowering season of peony, but whether it was or not, these flowers that were larger than human palms and hung heavily from the branches were really pleasing to the eye, not to mention that when the unicorn passed by, the startled goblins flew out yawning with star-like pollen. The shadow of Prince Vanzo, the blue-gray kitten, poked its head out of Louis' coat, and when a goblin almost pounced on the king's face out of curiosity, it grabbed it, so Louis heard a series of small screams and complaints. The goblin fled quickly, but it also left half a wing. When Louis pinched it, it broke into the king's fingers. The cat lowered its head, licked its pollen-stained paws, and cried a few times as if complaining. Louis bent down, picked up the kitten, and stuffed it back into his coat. Since it was a basilica-style building, the main entrance was on the longer side, with a magnificent colonnade around the outside. There were 4 servants in front of the colonnade. They prepared a sedan chair for Louis and then led him into the entrance. Behind the solemn gray entrance was an empty atrium. In the middle of the atrium was an overflow pool, and in the overflow pool was a statue of a Roman warrior. From the moment Louis stepped into the atrium, the marble statue knelt on one knee, lowering its snow-white head. The reliefs on the walls of the inner colonnade, the so-called mythological figures, also knelt down to worship Louis. Several gorgeous birds circled over the atrium, singing clear and pleasant sounds. The side corridors were open rooms, which contained some games, books, and studios that Louis was familiar with, but they slowly closed after Louis passed by. Obviously they were open for the owner to watch. According to the style of the basilica, the main room was behind, but the main room here was obviously used as a hall for entertaining guests. In fact, the residence of ancient Rome was a courtyard called domus, which had an atrium and colonnades like the basilica, but it was a multi-story building surrounded by dense forests and flowers. It was behind this basilica building, exquisite and gorgeous. Compared with the previous hall, there was a large mosaic from the road connecting the two places. The fish on it would swim, and the birds would fly from here to there. There were servants holding bright lamps on the roadside. I don't know what the lamps were fueled with, bright and soft. The walls of the foyer here were covered with countless pink and white roses as big as palms. As soon as Louis came in, they trembled and sprinkled petals on him. There were also fairies here, but perhaps because they knew there was a cat in Louis' coat, they just gathered on the roses and chirped and laughed softly. The overflow pool in the atrium was pure silver. Louis was sure of this. The luster of silver and gold could not be disguised by any metal. As for why he knew it was not a silver-plated product, it was because it was melted or constantly flowing, just like water with its attachments removed, falling softly from mid-air to the ground, and then rising from the ground against gravity to its original position. Under the soft light, the silver overflow pool covered by clear water was like some kind of living existence. The Ionic columns supporting the colonnade were changed to female statues. They cast gentle glances at Louis. Although they were carved from stone, the tulle on their bodies seemed to fall gently at any time. As for the warm spring water that can automatically overflow the bath, the dazzling array of delicious food, and the comfortable bed that can sing and rock, there is no need to say more. Every servant here is a very outstanding wizard, which is not surprising to Louis. After all, he knows from Varro Vesalius that the population of the other world is indeed about to burst. They feel honored to be able to work here with Louis. Although as the Duke of Colonna, Louis is an outsider, they can eat and live here, A separate room and delicious and fresh food have already made them satisfied. Are they all foreign wizards? Louis asked Mary in a low voice after a treatment. Mary shook her head. No, they are all collateral branches of various families. Louis' surprise was by no means disguised. What about the foreign wizards? He asked. Are they plowing the fields and raising sheep for you? Mary's answer exceeded Louis' expectations, because she said, no, this is not what wizards should do. I don't know what foreign wizards are doing, but those who take care of the fields are all mortals. Extra chapters are achieved. Chapter 110 The Veil of the Other World, 3. Mary's answer was incomprehensible to Louis. I remember you said that mortals cannot enter the other world. Because those are not mortals either. Varro said as a matter of course, Your Highness, Miss Mary's wording here is a little problematic. I mean, no, it should be said that they are all sent to the other world as materials, just like our luggage. Of course, the infernals and ghosts will not tear up furniture and equipment, and the same is true for those. Louis paused for a moment, very briefly. If the bishop was here, he would definitely notice it, but there were only Mary and Varro here. So, Louis asked cautiously, were they already dead when they entered here? You can say that, Vesalius said, their souls were destroyed, leaving only obedience and instinct. Mary nodded absent-mindedly. Louis remembered the Leonca and Laimo they saw when they were riding the nightmare carriage. He stared at Varro for a while, but could not see the uneasiness and fear in this wizard whose grandfather was just a mortal. No one knew that from this moment on, the king had made his judgment. Although many things happened afterwards, it had never been shaken or changed. Louis came to the inner world for treatment, but to the people in the inner world, he was the Duke of Colonna. Interestingly, the Duke of Colonna's name was Louis, just like him, although only a few people could call him by this name in the inner world and the surface world. The poison and curse Louis suffered were difficult to be cured in the surface world. The monks of the Inquisition could pray and purify him, but their speed could never catch up with his spells and poisons. However, in the inner world, it was a little tricky. After all, those who controlled the inner world were not stupid enough to directly break the tacit understanding between the inner world and the surface world, so the wizards and potion masters that the assassins could ask for help should only be some lowly foreign wizards. Both Visery and Mary thought so. Louis thought so, but it also showed that the situation in the inner world was so bad that it could no longer be tightly controlled. Those wizard nobles who were high above were not as powerful and sophisticated as they said, and the foreign wizards they despised were not as docile and innocent as they thought. The inner world now was similar to the chaotic areas with destructive weapons 100 years later. The fierce struggles within them seemed to have nothing to do with the peaceful outside world, but the people, things and objects that came out of there were undoubtedly a devastating blow to people who were accustomed to peaceful life. Just like the two assassinations that Louis encountered that were closely related to the inner world, mortals against wizards or dark creatures in the inner world were like babies against warriors, and the latter, whether wizards, werewolves or vampires, obviously held a contemptuous attitude towards mortals. It can only be said that the mortals now are lucky that the number of dark creatures and wizards in the inner world has been compressed to a terrible level by the narrow living environment, so the order of this world can barely maintain a balance. Perhaps the so-called agreement was also determined by the rulers of the inner world and the surface world who discovered this. The mansion they were in was beautiful. The convenience and sophistication brought by magic could have made a mortal linger, but Louis never forgot the indifferent look and tone of Mary and Vesalius when they mentioned the tools scattered in the wilderness. Perhaps for wizards, mortals are always one level lower than them. And Mary's consistent stubbornness, Louis initially regarded them as the innocence of a little girl. Now thinking about it, this innocence is also a bit cruel, just like what Mary wanted to do when he was injured and unconscious. Didn't she know how much effort Louis had put in to become a qualified ruler? Didn't she understand that France was both a responsibility and a power for Louis? She should understand that what Louis had to bear and inherit was much more and more precious than being the husband of a witch. But she still wanted Louis to enter into a blood oath marriage with her and become a wizard of low ability. Perhaps in her heart, even the humblest wizard is better than a mortal. If it weren't for Prince Theodoric of the Vanzo family, he might have been forced to become the second Varro Vesalius, or even worse than Varro Vesalius. Varro Vesalius, perhaps because of resentment or because he was more accustomed to obeying the orders of the surname Mancini, did not stop him. Louis had nothing to say about this. He was also responsible for making that decision. He lightly crossed out the name of Varro Vesalius on the booklet in his heart. The only thing that made Louis happy was that his body was indeed getting better quickly. He could walk around the courtyard by himself for a while, ride a unicorn, Pegasus was not allowed for the time being, play with the goblins for a while, and read books for a morning or afternoon. The books here were either Greek or Latin. Fortunately, he had learned both languages and learned them well. But the books prepared here were almost all from the world of the table. So on a sunny morning, Louis asked the butler Luca if there were any merchants or shops to buy books here. Luca was a calm man. He looked at Louis and asked respectfully, "It's better to choose the books yourself. So, Your Highness, would you like to go out for a walk?" "Can I?" Louis asked. "Of course, Your Highness." Luca said, "Your body now allows you to look around. This is your first time back here, so you must be very curious." "Indeed," Louis said. Luca did not mention Vesalius. Although Vesalius should be regarded as the first servant beside Louis, when he noticed that Louis summoned him more than Vesalius, he quietly brought up another servant, Tuno. So when Vesalius came out of the potion-making room to have lunch, he found that Louis was not there. He paused for a moment and asked the servants around him where they had gone. Of course, he did not get an answer. At that time, accompanied by Luca and Tuno, Louis had already appeared in the ring fort. The other world here inherited many things from ancient Rome, including public baths and arenas, as well as some love places. Louis was not interested in the latter. He was not a person who was keen on courtship, and he was more afraid of diseases at that time. From Vesalius, he knew that the herbal medicine and medicine of wizards were superior to those of mortals at that time, but it was not worth mentioning compared to 100 years later. Syphilis had already appeared at that time. The other world was not spared, and the syphilis in some wizards had mutated and was more deadly. But in addition to these, wizards also had fixed and mobile markets. The mobile markets were mainly outside the ring fortress, which was the linked castles that Louis saw when he arrived. The fixed markets were inside the ring fortress. However, if you wanted to find books, you had to find them inside the ring fortress. After all, books, especially books of wizards, were a very important wealth. The market in the ring fortress is located in the big square. 6 channels radiating from the center divided into 7 equal parts. There are open channels on both sides of the channels with turbulent water. Each large equal market only sells the same type of things. The currency circulated among wizards can be used, or barter can be done. Wizards usually wear monochrome robes, with pointed hats, or pull up their hoods. Generally speaking, the family history of wizards with pointed hats is often not as good as that of families wearing hoods. Although it was just because of their respective traditions at the beginning, unknowingly, the hood has become a symbol of identity. Louis is now the Duke of Colonna, so his dark purple velvet cloak is hung with a large gold-rimmed hood. In his hand, he also holds an ebony and silver-footed staff that is higher than his head. It is said that it is also a necessary configuration, even if he can't cast a spell now. Louis came to observe and satisfy his curiosity, so he chose to walk, but the wizards had many mounts. Pegasus belonged to the nobles, but there were wizards riding large 3-headed dogs, and there were wizards riding giant owls, and there were wizards sitting on slow-flying carpets. Some wizards even chose to ride brooms. "Is there a rule that prohibits riding a manticore?" Louis asked. "Yes, Your Highness," Luca replied, "that is a public mount, and it is not allowed to appear in the market unless it is an emergency. As for why a market is only allowed to sell one type of goods, it is probably because..." After a shrill scream, the water in the open channel beside Tuno suddenly overflowed and flew up, forming a glittering high wall in an instant. Louis was protected by Luca behind him, but he was now high enough to see what happened behind the transparent barrier. It turned out that a wild monster from the shop ran out, scratched a wizard's face and tore off another wizard's arm. It was a sphinx that was more than 10 feet long when its wings were spread out. This monster from Egypt had a woman's face, a lion's body, and eagle's wings and claws. It lost one claw, and the wings were covered with blood. It was not known whether it was its own blood or the blood of the wizards, but it was dripping everywhere. It could have escaped, but out of anger, it attacked every wizard frantically. At this time, the reactions and abilities of the wizards could be seen. Some wizards in plain clothes and pointed hats reacted quickly, but their spells could hardly restrain the Sphinx. The wizards wearing hoods reacted slowly, but they had servants around them. When the servants fell or were injured, their whistling spells bound the Sphinx tightly. It fell from the ground to the side of the open channel, but no matter how it bit and struggled, it could not affect the wizards in another area. It turned out that this was a cordon and barrier, Louis thought. The first time he saw a wild monster like the Sphinx, the shock he had was even greater than seeing a unicorn, because when he saw the unicorn, the first thing he thought of was that there was indeed a dish called unicorn soup on the court menu. At that time, he thought it was another name for narwhal, but after seeing the unicorn, he wondered if there was really a king who ate a unicorn. Things happened quickly and ended quickly. 2 wizards riding on manticores descended from the sky, although at this time all they did was to impose fines and confiscate the Sphinx. What about the injured wizards? Can their injuries be cured? Louis asked. It depends on whether their families are willing to give them medicine, Your Highness. Lucas said. Can wizards make broken limbs grow back? Louis asked. It's difficult, Lucas said, because it requires the blood of the vampires to be given voluntarily. Perhaps because of what Lucas said, a hooded wizard looked at them and suddenly grinned. After seeing his 2 sharp teeth, Tuno couldn't help trembling. Lucas' face was also a little bad. The vampires rarely appeared in the daytime, so he answered casually. Although there was no disrespect for the vampires in his words, but the kitten in Louis' pocket popped its head out and meowed. The vampire's face suddenly became strange. He seemed to want to say something, but the cat meowed again. His eyes stayed on the emblem pin that Louis used to fix his cloak for a short moment, then he bowed and hurried away. Louis heard Lucas sigh softly. The relationship between wizards and vampires seems to be good. Louis said. Better than werewolves. Luca was more careful this time, but compared to vampires, werewolves are less likely to appear in the wizards' market. There is a clan among the vampires that was transformed by wizards, and there are often cooperation and transactions between vampires and wizards. What about werewolves? Werewolves are more arrogant, Luca said, and wizards think that werewolves are more similar to animals than humans. He hesitated. In the wizard's ring castle, werewolves are generally only likely to appear in the arena. Arena? Then there is no need to ask what role the werewolves play in it. They are always the referees or spectators. The section they were in sold everything related to knowledge, with books being the most numerous. But just like many bazaars, the main shops were concentrated in the center. There were almost only traveling merchants and unknown wizards here, and many of them were manuscripts and annotated books. The prices of some books were intentionally raised to very high levels, and the owners would talk nonsense, saying that they came from Merlin or Vivian, or any famous wizard, but once you opened them you would find that they were all things like children's literacy textbooks. Some of them did not allow you to open them at all, and some with whether if you touched them. Louis did not expect to see fraud here, but these people would not recruit someone like Louis who wore a coat of arms, a hood down, and had servants behind him. Obviously, they also knew that such wizards were not good targets for their blackmail. But Louis still took a few things from the book with great interest. Not all of them were scammers. When he opened the book about herbs in his hand, herbs on the corresponding pages grew out of it. Although Lucas said it was an illusion, Louis thought it would be very useful. Well, he said that after he identified the herbs in the book, they were indeed consistent with the description in the book. Louis used the currency common among wizards for trading. This was his first time entering the other world, so of course there would be nothing that wizards would be interested in. After Luca handed the book to Tuno, Louis asked him for a few gold coins and looked at them in his hand. In France, the national currency did not have much credit, but the Spanish gold coin, the piastre, became the main currency in circulation. This situation has not been completely reversed until now, but in 43, Bishop Mazarin minted some silver coins worth 1 écu, on which there was Louis' chubby side face, full of childishness. Louis could do nothing about it, because the master copy was even confirmed by the Queen Mother. It is said that many noble ladies still use it as a collection or a necklace pendant. In other words, even if Louis intended to recover it after taking office, it would be difficult to do so. But he was thinking more about how to use the French currency for his own use. No one knew better than him how much profit could be gained from coinage and currency issuance. No currency was pure gold or silver. Even the copper lire was mixed with many non-precious metals. In other words, the marked value of the currency was completely different from its true value. Of course, if it was overdone, it would be discarded. But Louis only estimated the weight and size of the currency in his hand and found that the wizard's common currency had a big problem. Moreover, the color of both gold and silver was wrong. "Who is the person in charge of coinage here?" he asked. Luca's answer was not surprising at all. Although there were formal departments on the surface, they were intertwined and almost all of them were members of the House of Lords. The nobles manipulated and controlled the economy and finance of the inner world. Those lower-level wizards, whether they were collateral or outsiders, had no right to question, and no choice. In the inner world, if you wanted to exchange the currency of the outer world for the currency of the inner world, there were only a few exchanges. Others, whether exchanging or trading directly, would be convicted, and the crime was so serious that they would be executed directly. "Look over there, Your Highness," Luca said, "that's the exchange." Louis looked over and saw the place he had mistaken for a church at first. Of course, there would be no churches where wizards were. Even if there were, they could not be so glorious. It seems that no matter where they are, banks are always the richest. Extra chapters have been completed. Chapter 111, The Veil of the Other World, 4. The bank in the other world is different from their residence. It is Gothic style, with thorn-like spires and rose windows. Louis' second stop after leaving the bookstore is the bank. The wizards' bookstores are spacious and grand, with huge glass. It is said that wizards have used magic in glass making, that not only allows the most light to enter the store, but also becomes dark when the sunlight is too strong to prevent the books from being damaged. However, most of the books here are about history and legends, and only a few are related to spells or potions. It is of course okay for wizard families to cherish their own possessions, but when the population of the other world has expanded to this point, they are still holding powerful spells tightly in their hands like misers, and passing them down in the way of father to son and mentor to apprentice. It is really stupid. Although Louis must admit that this kind of stupidity is beneficial to the mortals in the surface world, for the wizards, such a victory cannot last long. Yes, to this day, there are still wizards who have emerged from mortals, and they still have feelings for their relatives and friends in the surface world. If the wizard family in the inner world teaches them the hidden powerful spells, it is hard to say who they will eventually point the finger at. Then the behavior of the Mancini family needs to be considered. Their children, at least Mary's sisters, are destined to have a prominent marriage, but the Mancini family is still a wizard family. So when they come out of the inner world, are they really willing to live peacefully like a mortal? Just look at Mary to know that she is not a vicious person, but her ideas and views have been firmly set before she came to Paris. When Luca found Louis carefully flipping through those ancient spell books, this is not to say that they are precious enough, but these books were written by Merlin himself and given to every wizard in the era of Merlin. The spells are extremely basic and can be said to be like introductory readings. Generally speaking, as long as there is a mentor, wizards hardly use them. Most of them are put aside as collections or gifts. He smiled and reminded. In fact, he said, "Miss Mary is planning to invite a virtuous mentor for you, Your Highness." Louis showed a seemingly surprised expression. "Really?" he said happily. "Then I will take this as a small gift." He casually put the spell book in Tuno's hand. In the bookstore, Louis behaved exactly like an impulsive and curious young man. He bought many books that seemed unnecessary, and even some legends that even wizards themselves would regard as nonsense. He said that these read like very interesting novels. Books in the surface world are no longer so expensive since the advent of printing, but for wizards, most books cannot be printed and can only be copied by hand, and some need to cast spells, so even if they are not valued, they still become valuable because of the cumbersome process. A strange wizard, an outsider, spending so much money like this is bound to attract attention. When he entered the bank, he was stared at by countless pairs of eyes, but some were exposed and some were obscure. The wizards' exchange reminded Louis not of the bank in the surface world, but of the court or the office. There were no less than a dozen wizards riding on manticores parading here, and there were gloomy railings with spikes on the top like spears, and poisonous snakes wrapped around the iron bars. The railings formed a series of narrow passages, allowing only one person to stand upright. Such a line was very long, about 100 or 200 people. As the Duke of Colonna, Louis certainly didn't have to endure such torture, but before entering the VIP room, he watched the coin exchange place with interest for a while. No wonder so many people here were silent. The coin exchange place was a small room like a confessional, with only a dark hole that only allowed one hand to enter and exit. The wizards who wanted to exchange coins stuffed their things into it, the coins of the surface world, and then took back some coins from the inner world. Louis found that their exchange ratio was basically 1-to-1, which seemed fair, but the gold and silver content of the wizards' coins might not be even 1/3 of the coins of the surface world. Let's put it this way, Louis even saw rusty silver and gold coins. What does this mean? They even mixed black iron directly in it. He suspected that he could just take a magnet to suck away these wizard coins. He also observed the expressions of the wizards. Some wizards were angry, but more were numb. What could they do? Privately exchanging currency or buying and selling was a crime, and they could see the fate of those guilty wizards every time they entered and exited the inner and outer worlds. Moreover, the wizard's law had a principle of collective responsibility. Louis could almost guess the faces of the children and the elderly on the cornerstone wall. How could a child or even a baby of only a few years old commit a crime? It can only be said that the crime committed by their father or mother affected these innocent beings. But the Duke of Colonna, or anyone who is qualified to enter the VIP room, the exchange rate was 5-1, that is, 5 wizard coins were equivalent to 1 coin in the outer world. This could be said to be the exchange office giving up its own interests, and even having a considerable return. But looking at the calm attitude of Luca and Tuno, this was probably the privilege enjoyed by the top of the pyramid of wizards. Although Luca didn't quite understand, he could still feel that the young master became depressed after leaving the exchange office, so he suggested to Louis whether he was interested in going to see the arena. Every young person, even wizards, would love the arena that makes their blood boil. The arena for wizards imitates the Colosseum during the time of the ancient Roman Emperor Titus. There are no wizards fighting with wild beasts here. Even if there are, it is similar to the nature of performance. There are people guarding and supervising. The circular seats that shrink downwards are like a funnel. After the wizards sit down, it rises in the air, so people can overlook the performance below. Then the place where Louis and other nobles sit is the box, which is like a fruit hanging in the air, higher than the circular seats, but almost above the arena, so they can clearly see every corner here. Compared to the arena, Louis would rather call this a real version of the monster collection. From the Sphinx, to the manticore, to the three-headed dog, the petrified lizard, the giant eagle, etc., you can see them here. They become irritable and angry under the whip and curse of the wizards. Although some of the intelligent creatures can understand that the wizards are forcing them to fight each other for fun, they still have to fight and bite with all their strength. The wizards also consciously put the intelligent monsters together with the monsters that only rely on instinct to prevent them from working together to resist. This kind of thing has happened before. After a sphinx, probably the one that made a big noise at the market, its golden red fur and the missing tail tip made Louis recognize it, was drowned by a group of red-eyed rats. Louis' mood couldn't help but become worse. He was about to summon Luca, but there was a shouting sound like a huge wave on the field. The wizards introduced new monsters, 3 manticores, against a werewolf, and a tense and bloody match was about to begin. Louis paused for a moment, then sat down again. From where he stood, he could see the 3 manticores, who were standing at his feet, with shiny fur, full of energy, and no scars on their bodies. It was obviously their first time entering the arena. After a while, the werewolf walked slowly and with difficulty towards the manticores under the urging of the whip. Compared with the sleek manticores, this werewolf was much more embarrassed. He was naked, without any arm or cloth to cover his body, his hair was disheveled, and there was a large torn part with only dark red scars and no hair. Because he had his back to Louis, Louis could only see his muscular back and sturdy limbs, and there was almost no intact part on his body. All kinds of scars could be seen on it, and his left leg was strangely twisted, and he limped when he walked. It might have been broken, and then not accurately aligned during the healing process, so now the bones and muscles were deformed. Louis noticed that the wizards at the edge of the arena were placing bets. There were goblins flying around holding golden cups. If the wizard won, they would pour the original bets in the golden cups and the winnings into the wizard's hands or robes. There might not be many people willing to bet on this werewolf. The dealer at the arena was slow to pull the magic collars that fixed the 3 manticores. They rode uneasily, clawing the ground with their claws. In the dust, people kept hearing intermittent words, how much, nose, come to eat meat, robe, bastard, and so on. In the legends of the people in the surface world, manticores can only imitate the sound of flutes and trumpets, but in fact, humans are also on the menu of these beasts. The reason why they imitate flutes and trumpets is because people who march and hunt often blow them, and people gather around when they blow them, so they imitate the sound of dripping. They can learn human speech, just like now, they repeat the words they heard from the wizards who hunt and feed them. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, the scorpion-tailed lion's eyes were already red, Their claws were almost broken, and they had dug a huge hole in the ground. The magic collars on their necks were suddenly opened, and they pounced on the werewolves without hesitation. The werewolf dragged one leg in a panic, rolled on the spot, and actually escaped from under the claws of a scorpion-tailed lion. Although his posture was ugly and caused a burst of dissatisfied boos, it still gave him a chance. He suddenly grabbed the tail of a scorpion-tailed lion and pulled it down with one force. When the other two scorpion-tailed lions pounced on him, he used it as a barrier. The sharp claws and fangs of the two scorpion-tailed lions all fell on their companion. The injured scorpion-tailed lion instinctively screamed, and bit the forelimb of the other scorpion-tailed lion in reverse. The latter howled, spread its tail, and shot dozens of sharp poisonous stingers at its new opponent. The wizards became more and more noisy. They even stood up from their seats and shouted wildly. At this time, they were no different from the mortals they despised. Louis gently turned his chair. This werewolf made him feel familiar, but the face was not only covered by the fluffy hair, sideburns and beard, but also had a deep scar that could be seen from the forehead to the lips and across the bridge of the nose, making it impossible for him to recognize it. The werewolf was now facing only a manticore. He arched his back and roared at the manticore. The muscles in his arms bulged terribly. If his legs were not a problem, he could have maneuvered and escaped, but now he could only use tricks or face the enemy head-on. Then, even Tuno couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, because the werewolf was so brave that he thrust one of his arms all the way into the throat of the scorpion-tailed lion. When the scorpion-tailed lion pounced on him, it opened its mouth to the limit, and he easily thrust his arm straight into the shoulder, and his other hand firmly stuck the scorpion-tailed lion's jaw, preventing it from closing its teeth and biting off his arm. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, leaving a hole that was no less than the one of the scorpion-tailed lion. His shoulder was bleeding, and the blood attracted the other two scorpion-tailed lions that were still fighting before. They hesitated and stopped, sniffing, and at this time the werewolf finally caught it, and he should have caught it, because the scorpion-tailed lion suddenly struggled wildly, its tail whipping the ground, leaving countless uneven holes, and the spikes on the tail shot out in all directions, but the werewolf just lowered his body and cleverly dodged it. His body was almost completely blocked by the scorpion-tailed lion's head. As the other two manticores rushed over, the werewolf tensed his body and retreated desperately with a terrible scream. His arms were covered in blood, but his hand was indeed holding a huge heart that was still beating. He threw the heart to the two manticores. One manticore stopped, and the other manticore continued to pounce on him. The werewolf stretched his arms to the ground and turned into a giant wolf. In human form, a lame leg would slow him down, but in the giant wolf form, a leg injury did not cause much hindrance. He jumped higher than the manticore and landed directly behind it. When the manticore swung its tail, it quickly and cunningly leaned over to avoid it and took the opportunity to sneak behind it and bit the manticore's testicles. When the blood spurted, the pitiful manticore screamed even more miserably than the manticore that lost its heart. Am Louis said, unconsciously changing his sitting position. Chapter 112 The Veil of the Other World, 5. The ferocious werewolf miraculously turned the defeat into victory in this unfair battle, which made the wizards boo. Unlike mortals, they waved their hands and cast some small spells. These spells might be like stings or stones. Although they were not very dangerous, they effectively aroused the savagery of the last scorpion-tailed lion. It writhed with a werewolf, rolling in the dust, struggling to bite the opponent's throat or spine. However, even in such a brutal fight, the werewolf actually turned the defeat into victory with his own wisdom. He turned from a giant wolf back into a human, and when he stood up from the ground, he was holding the scorpion-tailed lion's stinger in his hand. He looked down at his hand, and the blackened skin showed that he was also poisoned, but the scorpion-tailed lion lying on the ground, dying, was the biggest victim of this stinger. He threw away the stinger he picked up while tumbling, and looked at his master, hoping that the guy would keep his promise. But the wizard just turned around indifferently and asked the audience to determine the fate of the winner. The audience paused for a while, and then kept throwing gold or silver coins to the owner of the arena instead of the werewolf. This was also a way of sentencing inherited from the ancient Romans. If they wanted the werewolf to live, then they would throw the coins to the werewolf, but if they thought that the werewolf needed more opponents, they would throw the coins to the owner of the arena. Louis felt a little irritated. With the convenience of his position, he could see every cold or excited face. He knew the feeling, whether he was the one who stabbed Felipe Mancini to death with his own hands or signed the death sentence of the rebel. Being able to manipulate another person's orders at will was really a pleasant and addictive thing. The same was true for the wizards here. Louis was about to summon Luca, but he looked at the werewolf unconsciously, and that familiar feeling came again. He saw the werewolf suddenly open his eyes wide, and then suddenly raised his hand, made a gesture for help, and then a name jumped into the king's memory. At this time, the 3 new manticores had been put into the arena, but Louis's box suddenly opened. If the gladiator was not a werewolf, he might not have noticed it for a while, but he was a werewolf, which meant he had a keen sense of smell. The moment the barrier opened, he smelled the scent of agarwood and myrrh. He immediately ran towards Louis, followed by the manticores, but when the manticore closest to him pounced on him, he had already jumped up and climbed up the platform of the box. Lucantuna's spells immediately hit the werewolf. He screamed and his fur was charred, but he was still alive. After a while, the owner of the arena also arrived. At first, he thought the spell had failed, but then he found that the box was opened by the guest himself. Needless to say, Luca bought a werewolf on behalf of Duke Colonna. He was none other than Clarin. Louis was surprised by Clarin's appearance here. Although the werewolf was also surprised why the French king was here, he was smart not to ask even a single question. But when he was neat and clean again, sitting with Louis in a secret tavern like a person, Louis asked, "Why are you here, Mr. Clarin?" As far as he knew, King Charles II of England was not in a good situation. He had previously proposed to marry the niece of Bishop Mazarin but was rejected. He wandered between several countries, but except for France, other royal families did not feel grieved. They were more interested in having a good relationship with a powerful protector, Cromwell. "You may not know," Clarin said, "Cromwell is dead, Your Majesty." Oh. Louis really didn't know. "May God forgive that madman," he said. "Does this have anything to do with your appearance here?" "I don't know if it does." Clarin raised the glass and drank the liquor in it. "The only thing I can be sure of is that he no longer needs us. It seems that he has indeed encountered a lot of things. Is there anyone else in the arena?" Clarin showed an embarrassed look. "If possible, Your Majesty, I have 11 companions." Louis nodded and told Luca to do it. "What are you going to do next?" "Do you need a werewolf, Your Majesty?" Clarin looked at him. "Although I don't know how you became a wizard, those who stay with me are warriors, Your Majesty. We only need a shelter as long as you are willing to show mercy. We are yours." "I'm not a wizard," Louis said. Even in Paris, there was room for these werewolves. He had not forgotten that Bishop Mazarin said that there was a group of werewolves living in the suburbs of Paris, but they were later slaughtered by the foreign werewolves who intended to assassinate him. "You are not." Clarin's surprise was not fake. "Weren't you the one who opened the barrier?" Louis was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that neither Luca nor Tuno could have opened the barrier of the box privately at that time, and he was indeed eager to rescue Clarin. "When I left Paris, you were still immortal," Breland said, "and I heard that you were assassinated in Dunkirk. So did you suddenly transform into a wizard? Although your age is far beyond the common age of foreign wizards, the talent you have shown is also extraordinary. If you have a trustworthy mentor." The werewolf looked around and sniffed. "I believe you will have it. I heard them call you Your Highness. The title of the surface world is not recognized in the inner world. That means you are also prominent here, so you will grow quickly. But I haven't thought about becoming a wizard." Louis did not clearly state that he was able to sneak into the inner world with the help of the vampire relic. "I may have to return to the surface world soon. I will consider your idea. I will let Luca arrange a residence for you, and we will make a decision then." Although Breland didn't understand why Louis resolutely denied his identity as a wizard, he didn't say much. He just stood up, bowed to Louis, and slowly backed out. After he left, Louis raised his hand. He didn't quite understand how he did it. There was no wind, strange smell, or so-called heat from the inside of his body. He didn't even realize that he had broken the barrier. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the candlestick on the table. "Fire," he said, but nothing happened. The king couldn't help but smile. Maybe Luca or Tuno noticed his thoughts and opened the barrier. He stood up from the chair and walked out the door. At this moment, a light flashed across the corner of his eyes. Louis slowly turned around. The whole candle, even the bronze candlestick, was burning. As soon as Louis returned to his palace, he saw Mary. Her eyes lit up when she saw the king and she showed a sweet smile. "My dear," she said, "I heard about what happened in the Colosseum." She took Louis' arm. "Just as I thought, you will become a very powerful wizard. I don't understand, Louis said. He looked around to make sure there was no one else. Didn't the power I showed be borrowed from Kalana? That's why I said you will become a powerful wizard, Mary said excitedly. I have also seen the real Duke of Kalana. I can only say he was mediocre. The barrier of the Colosseum cannot be broken by a wizard like him just by emotional fluctuations. Do you know what this means? It means that you are a fertile soil. Kalana's blood is just a seed, and it is you, not Kalana, who made it bloom with lush flowers. And, she added, you haven't been taught by a mentor or studied systematically yet. When you finish your studies, you will become a wizard that even the Mancini family cannot underestimate. Louis did not answer. He turned his head and observed Mary. Since returning to the other world, the little witch has been like a fish in water. She wore a velvet dark red robe, flat shoes, and a huge hood behind her. She kept stretching out her hands to cast some small spells for play. Groups of goblins were attracted by her glowing fingertips, and because of the small hurricane she set off, they fell all over the place and screamed. Some elves were crushed by the hurricane, and their broken bodies dissipated in the air like powder. This is Mr. Malfa. Mary introduced him. This wizard was the one Mary found for him. He was an old man with a short white beard, holding a staff, wearing a black robe, and a pointed hat, which was a wonderful fit with people's impression of wizards. He bowed to Louis. Although his posture was not so flattering, but he might be the first wizard Louis saw in the other world who did not have that weird sense of arrogance. I think I should thank you very much, my good Mary, Louis said, but can I talk to him first? Of course, Mary said, if you don't like him, I have 2 more candidates. I think this gentleman is good enough, Louis said. At Louis' request, Lucas served tea and left, leaving only him and the strange wizard in the room. The wizard bowed slightly to Louis to show respect, and then waved his staff. Although it was unknown what spell he cast, the room suddenly became quiet. This is a spell to block sound, Your Majesty. Malfa said. It seems you do have something to say to me. Well, I saw Visery, Malfa said. I also heard something from Mary. Thank you for your kindness, Visery. I can only say that he is too simple and too stubborn. Whether he's a wizard or not, this weakness is fatal. You are Visery. I am Mary and his teacher. I have served the Mancini family almost all my life. I have no son, Your Majesty, no heir. I thought I could have students, but I didn't expect. Visery's father is not like him. I mean, naive, but very Visery. He shook his head. I taught him potions, spells and ancient characters, but I failed to teach him more important things. He should not have been very old when he left here. Indeed. Malfa said, youth, love and arrogance are enough to blind his eyes, cover his ears and confuse his mind. It's a pity that he is still like this now. Louis said, I have to say, Mr. Malfa, he disappoints me. I understand what you mean, Malfa said, it's better for you to have a more mature and reliable wizard by your side. Louis smiled, are you recommending yourself? Of course, this is not an easy opportunity. If I were in the surface world, I would not even be allowed to walk to your side. As a wizard, you are too self-deprecating. There are too few people in the inner world who can see themselves clearly, Your Majesty, and self-knowledge is my greatest strength. Isn't it the Mancini family's instruction for you to come here? They sent them, I just went with the flow. Then how can I trust you? I work for you, you just need to look at the results. What do you think I need you to do? Louis said, teach magic. Malfa smiled and looked at the king. I don't think you want to stay in the inner world and become a wizard. Wizards are also subjects of the king. You are already in a high position, why do you want to degenerate? Degenerate, your word is really sharp. Louis said, maybe except for you, every wizard thinks that being able to become a wizard is an honor and gratitude. Like Mary. Like Mary. Malfa said, poor little girl, stupid little girl. Then what does the Mancini family think? They are afraid of you, Your Majesty. Malfa said calmly under Louis's suddenly stern gaze, they are ambitious. You know, in the increasingly narrow inner world, the huge body of the Mancini family can hardly even turn around. Even if it keeps branching out, it is still full of branches and leaves. They want to stretch out, but they don't want to give up too much. They want to have all the power in the inner world in the surface world. They are very anxious, you know. The problem is that they are not smart. Malfa continued, they. You see, from Felipe to Mary, their natures are either vicious or kind, But the Mancini family, like other big families, has been at the top of the pyramid in the other world for hundreds of years. Their children are born above everyone else and are destined to achieve something. This sentence made Louis smile grimly. So, Your Majesty, Melfa said, when they found that you are a man of strong temperament and difficult to manipulate, they had a terrible idea. Louis lowered his eyes. Bishop Mazarin will not let them do such a thing. Yes, Melfa said, your bishop said very clearly that once something happens to you, everyone in the Mancini family will be sent to the stake and burned alive by him. Louis thought of Felipe Mancini, so he was so reckless. The Mancini family urgently needed a bargaining chip that they could hold in their hands. Then, Louis asked after a moment of silence, you should stand on the side of the Mancini family. Melfa laughed silently, then he looked out the window, as if he didn't want the king to see his face. I admit that my confession is too risky, perhaps because I am tired of it, Your Majesty. Guess when I decided to work for the Mancini family. He didn't wait for Louis to answer, and said as if talking to himself, in fact, I have never made any decision. Since I was a baby, I have been destined to be a potion master. I have no choice because other positions have been occupied and cannot be shaken. I have my own hobbies, my own ideas, my own desires, and my own specialties, but for the Mancini family, they only need a potion master Melfa. If I am not, then I am nothing. My father and grandfather also think so, even though my attainments and talents in spells are far greater than potions. When I was 20 years old, they decided to find a wife for me. The elderly wizard turned his gaze back. Varro Vesalius was lucky in that he did get a wife who suited his heart, and they loved each other, but I am not. I have someone I like, and we have similar interests and are well matched, but it's not possible because she is not the designated one, so I made a little resistance. You see, I have no offspring. Yes, I am a wizard and a potion maker, just like what you encountered, potions and curses. I admit that I am extremely sorry to my wife because I couldn't let her have children. She lived a lonely life and was full of resentment. But I don't want to have another Melfa. The children of slaves are always slaves. Although they have the title of employees, to those people, that's it. Your Majesty, we cannot be considered human beings. I heard that there are the House of Lords and the House of Commons here, Louis asked. Do they still act like the Romans? The House of Lords is the successor of the ancient Roman Senate, Melfa said. As for the House of Commons, although in name they should speak for the civilian wizards, Your Majesty, they are just the mouthpiece and eyes of the House of Lords to control the lower-class civilians. It's just that some people are willing to believe the members of the House of Commons, thinking that they can speak for those humble people, but they don't know that they are just a group of dressed-up livestock. They did inherit a lot, Louis said, the Colosseum, the Parliament and the seemingly prosperous territory. Do they still distribute bread and beer on a regular basis? That was true more than 100 years ago, but they rarely do that recently. You see, the number of wizards here is really amazing. Louis remembered the crowds in the 7 districts, and the shouts like a tsunami in the Colosseum. Are the civilian wizards willing to endure it? The foundation stone wall of the other world was only 30 feet at the beginning, and now it is 92 feet, and it may continue to grow. The power of those big families is too great. Their descendants, collateral branches, in-laws, as well as the magic and wealth and power they have accumulated over a long period of time, and the other world is not safe, Your Majesty. Werewolves and vampires, and other dark creatures are always eyeing. I can only say that if ordinary wizards are not allowed to enter the ring fortress, life will be very difficult. At this point, Melfa smiled and added, of course, a palace like this is another matter. The room was silent for a moment. I really want to know more, Louis said, but I don't have much time. Yes, I heard that you are still in bed recuperating. Melfa said, but France does not need a king who can't govern. Paris. Philip, Duke of Anjou, threw an exquisite and luxurious coat to the ground viciously, and then pierced it with a sword. Chapter 113 The choice Philip, Duke of Anjou, will face. The Duke of Anjou was already a strong young man. Although he looked slender and gentle, he had martial arts lessons and horse riding every day, so his hands were very strong. The conical tip of the sword brushed against a jewel button and pierced into the wool mixed with gold thread. The pure silver base of the button was deformed all of a sudden, and the ruby inside flew out, ricocheted on the door frame, and then hit the Queen Mother's bun amid screams. Queen Mother Anne took the cracked gem from her hair in annoyance, looked at it, and threw it on the ground. "All of you go out," she said. "Let me and the Duke be alone for a while." The tailor and servants filed out, and the Queen Mother's maids also retreated. The Queen Mother held up the hem of her skirt and sat down on a chair in front of the window. The Duke of Anjou was still on the wooden table used for measurements. Under the care of his brother, his height exceeded the standard of Frenchmen at that time. In addition, the platform was a foot high, so he looked down at the Queen Mother from a condescending attitude. But this was only physically, not psychologically. After 18 years of deliberate indulgence, doting and restriction, the Queen Mother was not as silent and obedient in front of Philip as she was in front of Louis. She stretched out a foot and kicked the clothes on the ground. "What are you dissatisfied with, Philip? The clothes, or our arrangements?" Philip stared at the Queen Mother. "My brother will recover soon." "Not now," said Queen Mother Anne coldly. "The envoy from the Protector Richard Cromwell has been waiting in Paris for 3 days. How long do you want him to wait?" "The British are waiting for our reply." "We have nothing to say about this rebellion," Philip said. "My brother has already made arrangements for Dunkirk. They just need to do what he says." "Them," said the Queen Mother. "What about you, Your Highness? You just watch." "I am willing to help my brother and serve him," Philip said palely, "but the bishop and you want me to." "Your Highness, let me replace my brother," Philip said angrily. "Louis is still alive, he is just sick and needs treatment. He will be back soon. But you and the bishop want me to be regent. If you are worried, if my brother really needs me, I am willing to give him my life." The young duke shouted, "But you want to take away his trust and love for me. Louis will understand." "This is not Louis's problem, Mother, it's my problem. I can't believe you would do this. When my brother is in danger and his life is uncertain, you are cheering for the new king." At this point, Philip thought of the nobles who suddenly rushed to him to flatter him. They thought that King Louis XIV was doomed to die. When the Duke of Gaston was dying and the Prince of Condé had already surrendered to the royal family, the Duke of Anjou was the only heir to the French throne. Philip sneered at such despicable and shameless behavior, but he didn't expect his mother and Bishop Mazarin to do the same. Where did they put Louis? Where did they put him? Or, for these people, the so-called king was just a chess piece on the chessboard? It could be discarded or replaced. Philip's words deeply hurt the heart of Queen Mother Anne. Did she love her son? Of course not. She was even willing to suffer these hardships instead of Louis. But the news from the other world was always intermittent and vague. Even if there was a holy relic of the blood clan disguised as a king, it could not exercise the rights on behalf of the king. Britain, Spain, the Netherlands. These countries were still surrounding France and eyeing it covetously. France must have a king. Queen Mother Anne knew that she was as indecisive as Cardinal Mazarin in this matter. If it was her mother-in-law, Marie of the Medici family, she might have directly announced that the late king was dead and let Philippe succeed to the throne. After all, they were her own children, and she would still be the Queen Mother. Cardinal Richelieu would also act in this way, but... She drooped down her straight body and raised a hand to press her forehead. "I thought, Philippe," the Queen Mother whispered, "you would be happy to accept such an arrangement." This sentence embarrassed Philippe. He stood on the podium and felt like a criminal being publicly displayed. He was also the son of Louis XIV, a legitimate son, with innate and inalienable powers, but unfortunately, he was born 2 years later than Louis. It would be a lie to say that he had never felt resentment or jealousy after he grew up. He also knew that the Duke of Gaston might very well be his future. For this reason, Queen Mother Anne and Cardinal Mazarin deliberately indulged and even lured him onto the path of sin, just to prevent the French royal family from having any more brothers fighting each other. As for Louis, his king and brother, he has been hesitant. Philip knows what he is thinking, but sometimes he gets angry and annoyed by his distrust. But since the king stabbed Felipe Mancini to death in front of him, he no longer hesitates about these trivial matters. Even if he still has delusions occasionally, think about it. If his and Louis' identities were exchanged, could he do what his brother did for him? Louis doesn't even need to add insult to injury, he just needs to stand by and watch. "I can't," Philip said. "Mother, please, I can't. Don't force me to hurt Louis. I don't want to see him hate me. Are we willing?" Queen Mother Anne almost couldn't help but want to roar, but a strong feeling of fatigue surged in her heart. "Okay," she compromised, "I'll go and discuss it with Mr. Bishop." Mary gently held the parchment in her hand. It was thin to almost transparent. The words on it were written with a needle. They were as small as the feet of a fairy. You need a magnifying glass to see them clearly. She placed the parchment roll on the candle and burned it, then walked lightly towards the courtyard for teaching. Almost all wizard children would take classes outdoors, or in a large enough place, because they were not yet proficient in magic, and the fire or lightning they caused might hurt themselves. The basilica-style atrium of the Colonna Palace was a good place. The statue was silently watching Louis and his mentor. When Mary walked in, he was holding a bunch of flames, which burned in his hands and illuminated his eyes. When Mary saw this scene, her heart seemed to melt, but her iron core still made her tell the news that would make Louis sad. Duke Philip of Anjou, in the name of the regent king, allowed a request for an audience with the protector Richard Cromwell. Louis listened, did not speak, but silently extinguished the flame in his hand. Okay, Melfa said with understanding, it seems that our classes today end here. Mary, come with me. He deliberately pretended not to see the little witch's resistance. It's better to leave him alone at this time. He stretched out his arm, and Mary had to hold it. Let's see how far you have reviewed your homework. The conversation between the two gradually faded away, and Louis returned to his room. His heart was full of sadness and some vague anger, but it was not directed at Philip, but at Mary. Mary thought that he was semi-imprisoned in the Colonna Palace and could only rely on her and the Mancini family behind her in this strange inner world. This was a big mistake. In any place, power and wealth go hand in hand. Bishop Mazarin could be said to have used all his power in the inner world to ensure Louis' safety and freedom in the inner world. The Colonna Palace was not built overnight. Although Luca and even Tino were recruited in name, their loyalty and obedience to Louis were not groundless. Melfa also had gifts from the bishop in his hands. Compared with his students, this older wizard was obviously much more sensitive and smooth. It can be seen from some minor details that Bishop Mazarin also made two preparations. One is that Louis can return to the outer world safely after recovery, and the other is that Louis may really become a wizard and stay in the inner world. This is also Mary Mancini's wish. But Mary Mancini had been with the king for so long, she shouldn't have thought that Louis would be manipulated like an ignorant child. So, Philip received Richard Cromwell's envoy as the Duke of Anjou, Louis said. Yes, she deceived you, said the blue-gray kitten. It had never spoken in front of Mary, or shown human-like wisdom, so the little witch didn't take it to heart. When Louis entered the other world, it got into Louis' pocket. Magical creatures are very common in the other world. It followed Louis or walked in other places without attracting anyone's attention. But as a part of Prince Vanzo, it could easily get the correct information from Theodoric, but when it spoke, it couldn't help but have a little accent, perhaps because the vocal organs of cats are different from those of humans or vampires after all. What are you going to do next? Kitty asked. As far as I know, the Mancini family is planning a blood oath marriage. They don't dare to kill you, but they want to keep you in the inner world forever, which is equivalent to erasing your existence in the outer world. I think I need to learn about the blood oath marriage first. Blood oath marriage. Melfa said, indeed, this is very Mancini family, he said, although they have been denying it, it is said that they once intermarried with the devil when they were in the surface world. Therefore, both men and women have been beautiful for generations, and sometimes there will be regression to their ancestors, just like my poor little Vero's wife. They want to find her because she can make any wizard favored by the Mancini family sign a blood oath marriage with her, so that as long as they can control her, they can also control the wizard who is powerful enough to threaten them. But now she is married to a mortal. The same. Both are what the Mancini family needs. Melfa said, if you are engaged to marry Mancini, they can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. You know, first of all, you will no longer be allowed to become king, and you're gentle, or to be more precise, a little cowardly brother will take your place. Then even if your brother becomes king, as long as your feelings are still deep, you will still be a constraint to him. Finally, the Bourbon blood will be mixed with the blood of the Mancini family. Although there is a strong barrier between the surface world and the inner world now, who knows, maybe one day in the future, just like the Medici family in the past, no one would have thought that a wool merchant would become the Grand Duke of Tuscany, and their daughters would become the Queen and Queen Mother. They really think long-term. The king said, stroking the kitten's back. They have cast a huge net, Melfa said, and you are the biggest fish they have caught. Now you have to make a decision, Your Majesty. Decision. I am your mentor. Melfa's expression suddenly became serious. In magic, I must say that you have extremely outstanding talent. In time, the Mancini family will not be able to suppress you. You may even be able to turn the tables. After all, Mary is also a direct descendant, and you should be able to obtain the title of a duke. Of course, you can also choose to give up becoming a wizard and leave as a mortal. This will be a little difficult, but not impossible. However, even if I do not think that wizards are born superior, I have to say, Your Majesty, you can do a lot on the other world. I understand what you mean, Louis interrupted him gently. Mr. Melfa, but I have been immortal for 20 years before. The education I received, the doctrines I respect and the laws I abide by are all teaching me how to be a king, not a wizard. The wizarding world amazes me, and perhaps a little nostalgic, but like a traveler, I always have to go home. Melfa couldn't tell whether he felt regret or relief as he sighed. A friend of mine is very knowledgeable about blood oath marriages, Your Majesty, I will go meet him. What Melfa didn't understand was that the king was also a great lord, and his desire for territory would never end. Louis didn't know whether the previous kings had ever desired the other world, but were hesitant out of fear of faith or shrinking from ignorance. But since he came here, he has never stopped wanting to take it into his pocket. In addition to the various outputs, minerals and manpower here, there is also their geographical location. It is said that wizards can walk around in various other worlds at will. Therefore, even if mortals cannot cross the cornerstone on a large scale, as long as they can control the wizards here, they can still launch unexpected attacks on other countries, and they can't even find the army's station position or the place of battle. This is enough for Louis to take the risk. Chapter 114, The Loophole in the Blood Oath Marriage. Melfa went to find his friends for the king, and the king also had urgent matters to deal with. In the Colonna Palace, the servants were nominally recruited by the bishop's agent in the other world, but since the agent's surname was also Mancini, it was inevitable that there were spies of the Mancini family among the servants. It was impossible to entrust some important things to them, but the king had the incarnation of Prince Vanzo's cat by his side. This cat had never spoken in front of Mary, or shown superhuman wisdom, but it was unnecessary for the king. In response to Louis' question, it just raised its paw and wiped its face. You are the one who has the talent to become a wizard. It said, Your Majesty, you are a lucky man. If you were not the king, you could still do a lot on the other world. The furry face actually showed a very humane mocking expression. Of course, this is also the reason why the Mancini family is wavering. Although they are trying to extend their tentacles to the surface world, but are you saying that they don't want to leave the other world, but want to expand their power? What's so strange about this? Did Merlin try it? King Arthur had an unknown origin and was unjust. Although he was upright and pure, he was not qualified to be a king. If it weren't for the witch's prophecy that made King Uther firmly believe that the child he and his minister's wife had would become a great king, and then there was the so-called sword in the stone to establish Arthur's divine throne, no matter how handsome, strong, and smart he was, as a boy who was fostered in another family and was still a squire for a knight, how could he be elected as the ruler of a country by the people? What? These are all tricks played by wizards. Apart from Arthur, there will never be another mortal with the blood of a king who can be raised by wizards. Unfortunately, it failed in the end. Although Arthur is inclined to wizards, there are also wizards and monks in the church around the subjects and lords of ancient Britain. They support King Arthur in large part for their own interests. But if this king who regards wizards as fathers and teachers really wants to put the interests of wizards before the interests of his subjects, well, you know. Vanzo cat swung its tail and said, People think there are only 12 knights of the Round Table, but that's not the case. This is just people's imagination, or it was reduced for the convenience of narrative. The most knights of the Round Table I have seen is 150. They are no different from today's parliamentarians or ministers. On the battlefield, they lead their soldiers to fight, and at the Round Table, they argue for their own interests. As it spoke, it couldn't help but arch its back and stretch its waist, and then continued, Also, speaking of this, do you think the Round Table was King Arthur's idea? Pah. No king would be willing to be on an equal footing with his subjects. If he does so, it's either because the subjects are too powerful, or because the king is too weak, or both. What you said will shatter the dreams of many young people, Louis said with a wry smile. He also once lamented the mutual trust and love between King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, but now it sounds like Vandrucket's statement is more reasonable. Apart from other things, when King Arthur was still alive, his 12 Knights of the Round Table fell apart for various reasons, and he himself died a violent death. Under the premise of the protection of wizards, King Arthur's death became suspicious. The Van Dross lowered its head and licked its belly. Suddenly, it shuddered slightly, raised its head and opened its golden round eyes wide. "Oh," it said, "look at me. Maybe because I have experienced too much, my thoughts always diverge from one point to a very far place. Let's get back to the topic, Your Majesty. So, the reason why the wizards escaped into the inner world was not willing at the beginning. Even if they were willing to obey the arrangement of fate, but today, the small territory of the inner world is already overwhelmed, they have to return to the surface world anyway, otherwise they will strangle themselves, just like the rulers of ancient Rome once encountered. Your Majesty, you should be able to notice it. But they are still so arrogant." The Vanzocat sneered sharply. "There's nothing we can do. They are not even as good as the blood race in this respect. When the inner world was ruled by wizards, they were able to enjoy a better life that was more luxurious and comfortable than the outer world. But the inner world is closed. Even if there is magic, its resources are inevitably mined bit by bit. If you had come here 50 years ago, the entertainment provided to those civilian wizards would have been more colorful, and the currency exchange, daily supplies and some despicable transactions would not have been so blatant. Now even some small families are stretched to the limit. But for those big families, 1,000 years of accumulation is enough for them to have amazing wealth. Now, I find that I don't understand her. You have too many things to take care of, and what you seek from her is just peace." Vanzocat commented gently. "Her love for you is real, but her selfishness is also real. When she is in a weak position, her selfishness will not hurt you, but once the position changes, this love is like a sharp thorn." It paused for a while. "But I have another question, Your Majesty. Can't you leave, or don't want to leave just like that?" Louis pondered for a while. "I have always wanted to see the world there with my own eyes. I come, I see, I conquer. That's still a long way to go. But you don't want to go back empty-handed, right? This world is worth your adventure. I also believe in my brother. Believe in Philip, and be able to resist external pressure for him, whether it is from the bishop, the Queen Mother, or the Duke of Gaston. Can I guess that you want to be engaged to Marie? Since this is what she expects." I heard an ominous meaning in it. Vanzocat said, "Do you want to take revenge on her? It can only be said that each party takes what it needs. If she really is as you said, she only wants love. But the blood oath marriage will make you a real wizard. So I need to seek help, yours and other people's. Then let me discuss with you the blood cup, the sacred object of the vampires. I'm all ears." At noon the next day, Melfa brought his friend to the king. It can be said that this friend had already received the favor of the Duke of Colonna, or Melfa did it intentionally, because he was thrown into prison at the age of 70 for hiding a student who privately exchanged currency. In the absence of magic and potions, the old wizards were only slightly better than mortals. In the crowded, dark and damp prison with almost no water, he fell ill in a few days and almost died. If it weren't for Melfa bringing the Duke of Colonna's handwriting, the speed of taking Ronquet, the poor old friend, out of the prison was almost as fast as he was thrown into prison. After drinking many bottles of potion in a row, Ronquet finally broke free from the terrible state like a corpse. He glanced at Melfa with gratitude and didn't care about the Duke of Colonna who was about to meet. Anyway, they were always serving others. If it must be said, it was that as an outsider wizard who is not familiar with the inner world, the Duke of Colonna might still have some remaining kindness. Louis was also deeply surprised by such a coincidence. Although for him, a person who had received his favor would be more trustworthy, just like the refugees he left in Versailles, who were both his tenants and his soldiers, and most of them were loyal. But Melfa just said that he was going to find a friend who had studied the blood oath marriage contract, and he just happened to find such a person. He wondered if Melfa intended to lend a hand to his friend. To be honest, if so, he would not be too angry. Ronquet was more humble than Melfa. He took off his pointed hat and bowed deeply to the king, like a mortal. After being allowed to stand up, he held the hat in his hand. "There are some doubts in your eyes, Your Highness. I think you may think that Melfa deceived you. Yes, my situation was indeed urgent at the time, but he definitely did not show favoritism. I am exactly the person you are looking for. If you want to investigate, he just chose me instead of others. Are there many people who have studied the blood oath marriage contract in the other world? It should be said that there are many people who have made in-depth studies on everything we can read. Although the blood oath marriage contract will not be sold publicly in bookstores, It is the best means for the family to restrict those who are capable, and it sounds quite beautiful. Some young people put this solid chain around their necks without hesitation just because of love. Wrong. K shrugged. I am one of the fools. I have spent 50 years studying the blood oath marriage contract and want to cancel it. Can it be done? To be honest, it is best not to try it. But I have an idea. Love. Louis glanced at him and didn't answer him. Marie had never been so happy. She had vaguely understood from a very young age that she was sent out of the other world and came to the palace she didn't like in order to make a good marriage. She would become the wife of a duke or a marquis and fight for a place for her family in the outer world. So at that time, she thought, could she marry Louis? The first time she met Louis was not pleasant. Louis left her with a cold and harsh impression, but this impression quickly faded away in Versailles and Saint-Germain-en-Laye. At that time, in order to prevent the king from having an unexpected relationship with the exiled English Princess Henrietta, she was inserted between the two. No, it should be said that her close relationship with the king was officially allowed, although her father and uncle did not approve. Because the king at that time was just a puppet, even if she became a royal lady, Marie would not have much power, or even no power. But as they spent more time together, Mary fell deeply in love with Louis, not a king. When she was with Louis, Mary felt for the first time that she was a complete person, not a lady of the Mancini family, or a witch, or the niece of Bishop Mazarin. Whenever Louis smiled at her at the desk by the window, Mary's heart was like being illuminated by the bright sunshine, warm and bright. Her thoughts gradually changed. Her sight moved from the king's crown to Louis himself. Before the Dunkirk assassination, she was ready. She wanted to bring Louis into the other world, make him a wizard, and become her husband. Her father would be angry, and Bishop Mazarin would be angry, but once the blood oath marriage was established, it could not be untied, not even by the family. So in the family, the blood oath marriage was mostly used between the lower-level wizards and the daughters of the family, especially those witches with low magic power. Mary's talent was not the best, but it was not bad. Even if she had to give half to her husband, Mary thought she could afford it. What she didn't expect was that with Colonna's blood as the spark, Louis' talent was also induced, and even Mancini's parents had to admit that his talent had a promising future. After gaining the recognition of the family, things became smooth. All she had to do now was to convince Louis to stay in the other world and stay with her. Then, Louis said, for the sake of our love, I am willing to make concessions, Mary. Now I want to ask you, are you willing to make concessions for me? Mary showed confusion. Louis leaned over and kissed Mary gently. His voice was as low as a spider silk wrapped around Mary's ears. I will enter into a marriage contract with you, but Mary, you have to stay in the other world for me. Chapter 115, The Wizard's Wedding. After listening to the opinions of Melfa and Prince Vanzo, Louis considered for a while and did not use deception to change the Mancini family's mind as people speculated. If he was still immortal, or the Mancini family was more practical, he might have done it, but when he had the talent to become a wizard, and the Mancini family, although they had extended their tentacles to the surface world, were still proud of their family and talent, he had the qualifications to negotiate with them. Mary brought his message back, and the next day, the king met Mary's father, the patriarch of the Mancini family, a middle-aged man with a decent appearance, but if you remove those regrettable fine lines and gray hair, you can see that he was very beautiful when he was young. Felipe Mancini may have inherited his looks, but not his abilities, which made him regretful, and this regret also affected his other children. They were either narrow-minded, simple-minded, or naive and irritable. Anyway, none of them could satisfy him. This was one of the reasons why the Mancini family expanded outward the earliest. It was difficult for his children to gain a foothold in the inner world, but in the outer world, because of the inherent unfairness, they could be superior to mortals, even if that person was a duke, a prince or a king. The assassination of the king in Dunkirk was not done by the Mancini family, but it gave them a great opportunity. They had no right to interfere in the transfer of the throne, but they could keep the king in the inner world. This was no different from their original plan, or even better. But as soon as Louis saw him, he cut off their delusion. You are crazy. This was the only thing the head of the Mancini family could say. Louis was very calm, he was gentle and kind, but he deeply hated being blackmailed and coerced. He wrote to Bishop Mazarin and his brother Philip. If he was forced to stay in the inner world, then as a wizard, a member of the inner world, He would completely cut off all ties with the outer world. The Mancini family should not try to use his name to seek even a little benefit in the outer world, and even the previous promises would become a piece of waste paper. After all, once he left the outer world, he would be dead in people's hearts. You know that the life of an ordinary wizard in the inner world would be very difficult, said Mancini's parents. Maybe, but at least I am still the Duke of Colonna. Louis' most difficult time was in Saint-Germain-en-Laye. At that time, they were in danger of losing their lives and had to pawn their clothes to ensure their daily needs. Now he has a palace, a small territory and shops, etc., which are all prepared by Bishop Mazarin. If he stays here, at least he will not be as miserable as werewolves. But if there is no protection from the Mancini family, Mancini's parents said slowly. It's not just Mancini here, Louis said softly. The Mancini family spent a lot of time and effort to return to the surface world, and of course, money. You have to dig up some of the roots in the inner world to do this. Therefore, although you still have a seat in the House of Lords, you still have supporters, you still have fields and manors, and you still have your own army, but it is completely incomparable to 100 years ago. 100 years ago, werewolves' affairs would never have evolved to what they are now. It can only be said that the Mancini family at this time is fierce on the outside but sluggish on the inside, and is unwilling to give up any target that can be used. Your Majesty, if you are willing to stay here, we are willing to give up a seat in the House of Lords. I believe that with your talent and the support of the outer world, you can still live like a king, and even rule. Mancini's parents pondered for a while before slowly speaking. This sentence made Louis laugh immediately. He did want the inner world, but the inner world was more about icing on the cake. How could he give up the whole of France to rule such an island? And it was an unknown island? This place was not even as good as a large province in France. I do have another proposal, Louis said calmly. Mr. Mancini, I will not give up the throne, but I am also grateful to Mary Mancini for saving my life. I am willing to give back this favor to her and her family, but I hope that we can be fair to each other. Fair. A fair contract, Louis said, since the inner world and the outer world are separated, sir. I am the King of France in the outer world, Louis Dudonné Bourbon, and in the inner world I am the Duke of Colonna, Louis Colonna. In the outer world, Mary cannot be my wife in a formal marriage, but in the inner world, I can. I will marry Mary and let her give birth to a legitimate child, who will inherit everything I have in the inner world. Not only can you get my support in the outer world, but you can also get my support in the inner world. The Mancini family has its roots in the inner world. I think even if you can gain a foothold in the outer world, you will not easily give up the inner world. But without sufficient support, it is difficult for both sides to fight, Mr. Mancini. Mancini's parents frowned. He thought this idea was incredible. Generally speaking, few people could refuse to become a wizard. Even the youngest son of the Colonna family, he only stayed in the surface world because of his age and his mother's love. But what about the real Duke of Colonna? He would not be willing to become an ordinary wizard. Louis glanced at him with strange eyes. Isn't the title determined by the House of Lords after discussion and voting? In this case, as long as the Mancini family can control the House of Lords, will it be difficult to get a duke's title? And by then, whether it is the inner world or the surface world, he will get a considerable gift. It's just borrowing an identity. No one will refuse this deal. But Mancini's parents also have to worry about whether the king will have resentment for their previous behavior. As if he could see through his heart, Louis said, I am a king first, Mr. Mancini, a ruler. The most important thing is not to let emotions override reason, not to mention that what you are planning has not caused me any actual loss. As for the previous things, I have punished the instigator, and you have been appeased. I don't think these will affect our future cooperation. Then he said with emotion, the other world really gave me a big surprise, sir. Although I don't plan to stay here, I think it will be very beneficial for both you and me to let me and the Mancini children become the rulers here. I don't think I can give you an answer right away. I can wait, sir, but not too long, Louis said. A country cannot lose its king for long. Once I lose my identity as king, then our deal will be broken. You will have an enemy instead of a friend. I swear to take back everything I lost from the Mancini family. Are you threatening me? Mancini's father said strangely. He was not angry, because he didn't think Louis could do it, no matter how prominent his identity was. He was just a newcomer in the other world. No, I'm just informing you. Louis shook his head. He might not know much about the inner world, but as long as wizards are still human beings with basic needs, emotions, and thoughts, the theories and practices of the outer world or even another world can be used in the inner world. There is a saying that there is no creation without destruction. There are many things he cannot do as the King of France, but in the inner world, he can let go. Thinking of this, Louis' mood suddenly calmed down. It was good that Mancini's parents were willing to agree to this deal, but if he was unwilling, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. After considering for a few days, the head of the Mancini family finally gave Louis a clear answer, and he agreed. Among these people, the happiest might be the ignorant Mary. She is intoxicated in the sweet atmosphere of being engaged to her sweetheart all day long. Although it is not a blood oath engagement, it can be regarded as a formal engagement. Although it is only effective in the inner world, and she is only the Duchess of Colonna in the surface world, as long as she is in the inner world, she is Louis' only wife, and their children are also legitimate children, and may even inherit the power of the Mancini family in the inner world. To say that the Mancini head is also forced to do so, there are only 3 direct male descendants of the Mancini family. One unfortunately died in a war against werewolves while attending college, another died in a wizard riot in the inner world, and the third is Felipe. He doesn't like this child, but he is the only remaining heir. Who knew that he would be so stupid as to want to use potions to confuse and force Philip, Duke of Anjou? The relationship between the king and his younger brother is well known, otherwise he would not want to arrange someone around his younger brother. But what about your charm, your means and your sweet words? Mancini's parents were speechless about the stupid mistake his son made. He was also angry about Mary. Perhaps it was because of Mary's naivety that he didn't want her to be with Louis. His Majesty's thoughts were obviously much older than his age. If it were someone else, they might be confused by Mary, but this one would never be. In addition, during the conversation with the king, he also found that Louis's feelings for Mary were almost gone. Of course, no matter how deep the feelings were, they couldn't withstand such frequent wear and tear. Moreover, as long as he was a man, he couldn't stand being manipulated by others, let alone a king. But the conditions proposed by the king also moved him. If he had a child with Mary, the king might be loyal to his wife. To be precise, the lover's love was gone, but the power of blood could not be separated by anything. In addition, this child would be the king's mortgage and bargaining chip to stay in the inner world. If used properly, the Mancini family would be able to have more than 100 years of prominence in both the inner world and the outer world, and even pass on for 1,000 years or more. Isn't this what they have always expected? Melfort sighed, and Ron glanced at him. Why are you sighing? Isn't the current situation bad? Good, very good. Melfort said, I really didn't expect our king to be able to do this. I didn't expect it either. We have obviously found a loophole in the blood oath marriage contract. Ronk said. But for that, Majesty, Melfort waved his arms and helped Ronk erect a huge rose tree. Although they can prevent him from being controlled, he also loses the possibility of the inner world. He said vaguely, so it is far from enough. It's just that, he said disappointedly, he can't accomplish what we expect. Who knows, Ronk said, drive away those goblins, he said. The goblins were constantly pulling his beard and hat, making it impossible for him to accurately determine the location of the rose tree. I heard that this lord is very kind. He doesn't want to be a wizard. Melfort said. He suddenly shut his mouth because a team of wizards was coming here. They were the side branch of the Mancini family, the kind that was trusted and reused. This time they were sent to complete the decoration of the Colonna Palace and ensure that the wedding went smoothly. Therefore, even if they were also crushed by the upper class, Melfa and Ronke would not feel at ease to reveal their true thoughts in front of them, so as not to be betrayed. Ronke's previous imprisonment was partly because those big families had always been extremely strict about the behavior of privately exchanging currency, and the other part was that he said a lot of things that should not be said. These words should have been buried deep in people's hearts, but he said them, and then some people sold them to those wizard counselors. There is no need to say more about what happened afterwards. If it weren't for the guarantee of the Duke of Colonna, he might have died in prison. They watched the wizards lead a group of marble statues into the courtyard, and then they looked around and directed the statues to the right position with the Mancini family's commendable aesthetic level. There were also a few wizards floating in the air, looking down, and making adjustments. I say, is there anyone who would go there to admire the statue? Wizards can ride owls, brooms, or float themselves, but the first two are almost impossible to levitate, and the latter requires concentration. Don't be silly, Ronquet said, they will add a terrace there. This is the Colonna Palace, not the Mancini Castle, said Murphy. Anyway, the owner here doesn't care about this. Ronquet said, pour some water on me. No, not me, but the rose. Oh, Merlin. Louis really didn't care about this. You have to stay here too, milady. Milady now looked like a real witch. With the help of the potion, she became more beautiful and younger. Hearing the king say this, she gave a false smile. As long as you allow me to come back to you, I'll need you. Louis said, staring at Milady's pointed hat. I can get you a title of Baron or Viscountess. Do you know why I don't do that? I know, Milady said sweetly. You need me to go down and be with those who are suffering because they can't see hope. I will be a dose of poison injected into their hearts, right? I prefer to call you a plague, Louis said. The weak will die, but those who don't die will become stronger. Then what? Then? It depends on Merlin or God's will. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 The Duchess of Colonna. When Milady walked out of the room, she met Ronc and Melfa. They exchanged glances. Mrs. Milady, Ronc asked, are you leaving the Colonna Palace or the other world? Just the Colonna Palace, Milady said. After all, it's not appropriate for me to stay here at this moment. Then it seems that we have to wish you a smooth life in the future, Ronc said. Milady smiled when she heard this. I believe it will, she said. The Mancini family is willing to give me a place to stay. She couldn't help but chuckle when she thought of the young wizard. Although the men and women of the Mancini family were outstanding in appearance, they were like the lovely Miss Mary and Felipe Mancini, whom she had heard of. There was almost nothing to praise about human relations and social skills. They were just lucky to be in the Mancini family. If they were placed in the hell where she had been, they would go crazy in a few days. However, the generosity of the Mancini family might just be to monitor her, so that the king's lover would not interfere with the relationship between the king and Mary. Milady did not correct them. The Mancini family specially arranged a remote manor for her, which was just what she wanted. When the king left the other world, she could stir up trouble to her heart's content. The mist was thick. Although the original intention of this marriage was not pleasant, Louis was still very curious to to experience the wizard's wedding in person. Unlike weddings in the surface world, wizards' weddings were held at night, from moonrise to moonset. It was said that in the Mancini family, there were a series of complicated procedures, but in Louis's case, it was much simpler, or in other words, those trivial matters were done by Mancini's collateral branch or hired wizards. Looking out the window, you can see a clear stream like glass flowing into the courtyard, winding among the grass and trees. Flowers are blooming everywhere, from laurel to camellia, from chrysanthemum to rose, from rose to jasmine. Petals fall into the stream and are carried everywhere. In addition to petals, there are golden lights in the stream, which are fragments of gold foil, shining under the silver moonlight, like countless tiny stars. The statues of mermaids are singing, and the statues of musicians are playing. The sound is light and gentle, and bluebirds land on the branches or on their shoulders and flap their wings, completely ignoring that it is time for them to sleep. The Colonna Palace is even more like being awakened. The reliefs on the walls, the knights in the atrium, and the gargoyles under the eaves, they all wake up and stretch their bodies, and the noisy goblins wipe their bodies. The curtains of the doors and windows have changed from dark gray to beautiful royal blue, and lily patterns can be seen in places that people don't notice. Louis was dressed in a robe like any other wizard, with a hood hanging down behind him. A crown of roses was pressed on his curly hair, which had gradually turned golden brown in the past few years. He wore 2 heavy rings on his fingers, one of which was to be given to Mary. He valued this ring as much as the Mancini family did. After all, it would be his representative and proof in the other world in the future. The king gently rubbed the pattern on the surface of the ring while looking at the courtyard. At this time, the first guest had arrived at the Colonna Palace. A wizard from the Mancini family whispered to Louis that there were not many wizard families who came here at first. After hundreds of years of fighting, there were only 5 surnames left. There was no doubt that they were all members of the House of Lords, and there was also a speaker who took turns to be the dealer. Originally, it should have been the Mancini family's turn this year, but they were busy transferring to the surface world, so they sold this qualification to Romano. For this reason, the head of the Romano family was the first to arrive at the Colonna Palace. Wizard nobles rarely ride in ordinary carriages, and in such formal occasions, they would not be impolite to ride on owls or brooms. After circling above the Colonna Palace, their Pegasus carriages landed steadily on the edge of the dense forest outside the Colonna Palace, but these refer to the older and more stable wizards. When it comes to the younger wizards, their arrival method is more dramatic. What Louis saw was a column of fire or a stream of water falling from the sky, violently hitting the predetermined stone slabs, and then in the bursting flames or swirling water, the wizard strode out with dots of light or wisps of mist. This way of traveling has requirements. The wizard of the Mancini family whispered, "You must have powerful magic, practice many times, and have fire and water around you." This method is indeed impressive, but it is a pity that Louis is often a guy who doesn't understand romance. Those wizards who were burned to death. Of course they were first deprived of their magic power, said the wizard of the Mancini family, and then they were burned to death, but most of them were mortals. "I know," Louis said in his heart. He pressed the crown of flowers and stood up from the chair. In fact, the communication between wizards was no different from that in the court. Some people talked to Louis. They either had similar ideas to the Mancini family, or wanted to find a supply and sales channel from the surface world. Louis also took the opportunity to learn about the output of the inner world. Almost all industries in the inner world cannot get rid of magic, even agriculture is no exception. They use mortals who have been deprived of their souls as livestock and tools, and then use ordinary wizards to fill the exchange offices, bookstores, daily necessities and other low-level positions that only require repetitive and monotonous labor. Then from top to bottom, power is controlled by the big families layer by layer. The so-called House of Commons is just a window for selecting those dangerous elements. Louis' careful listening satisfied the wizards, especially the Mancini family. They still did not give up the plan to let Louis stay in the inner world, but under the threat of the king, they did not dare to act too recklessly. As the moon was about to set, soft mist rose from the ground, and the scene outside was like a layer of gauze. The old wizard smiled and returned to the room, leaving the second half of the wedding to the young people. From the depths of the white mist, a line of witches appeared. They were all young, and they were not wearing robes, but wrapped in translucent gauze in the way of ancient Roman women. Their arms were transformed into swan wings, and they gently flapped up and down as they walked. The mist was opened in front of them like a lifted curtain. Following them was a group of male wizards, who were also handsome and young. Where their arms should have been stretched out were eagle wings. They exposed their upper bodies, and their strong muscles proudly showed in front of their lovers. When they were about 100 feet away from the Colonna Palace, they overlapped silently, and the black and white wings opened and closed one by one. I don't know when the music in the courtyard disappeared, and there was only the sound of wings cutting through the air. Such a scene is undoubtedly beautiful, but Louis only thought that although the wizards in the other world gradually escaped into the other world after the 6th century AD, they inherited much more from ancient Rome than people imagined. In ancient Roman mythology, swans and eagles are symbols of Jupiter, the father of the gods, although he transformed into these two charming birds either to deceive or to rob. After them, it was the bride led by the bridesmaids. Her veil hung from her bun to her knees, and she also wore a rose crown. Louis held her outstretched hand. Even though he had already made an agreement with the head of the Mancini family, Louis stayed in the other world for another 2 months. When he left, Mary already had a child. Wizards wanted to confirm whether a wife was pregnant, which was obviously more reliable than doctors in the surface world. The person waiting for Louis in Dunkirk was actually Prince Condé. When they first met, Louis was still a child, and Prince Condé did not take the young king seriously. Who would have thought that time had passed and now he had become Louis' prisoner? The two of them were silent for a long time, and no one else knew how to speak. Only Viscount Tyrrell stepped forward bravely. "Your Majesty," he said sincerely, "there may be a sinner here, but what he did for you and France before deserves your forgiveness. Please forgive him, forgive this person who made a mistake. If his merits are not enough, then take mine." These words made Prince Condé nervous. He once hated Tyrrell because he betrayed him and joined the king, but now he had to be moved by the sincere friendship. When he wanted to say something, the king raised a hand to stop him. I heard about it, Louis said. Thank you, my dear ministers. When I was lying on my sickbed, you showed wisdom and courage that was no less than that on the battlefield. I have read our contract with the British. As I wished, you captured half of Dunkirk. This vital city can finally fly the French flag. In the future, we may be able to reduce many casualties and tragedies caused by it. I want to thank you for this. As he said, Louis took off his hat and bowed to everyone, and everyone quickly followed suit to return the greeting. Now the situation has been settled. Thanks to God's grace, I have recovered and will soon return to Paris. Of course, I have kept your merits in my heart and in my documents. Please return to Paris with me so that I can reward you. Louis smiled and looked at Prince Condé. Except you, Condé. This sentence almost made Tyrion jump. Condé grabbed him. He was not surprised at this outcome. To be honest, even if the king put him directly in jail, he had nothing to complain about. He bowed and saluted. I will obey your order, Your Majesty. I'm not asking you to stay here, sir, said the king. I want you to wait 3 or 4 days longer than me. When I return to Paris, I will lead my ministers to greet you in front of the Louvre. I will forgive all your sins in front of everyone, not only because of your merits in Dunkirk, but also because of your later. Yes, you made a mistake, and I must punish you, but your highness, I want to punish you by letting you return to my army and fight for me, so that your talent can shine where it should, instead of dying miserably as a traitor. That's what I hope. What about you? I can only say that I am very willing to accept such an arrangement. That's good. The king said. He looked up at the sky. The bright sky made him dizzy. Everything in the other world was like a beautiful nightmare, but he knew it had not left. It had not passed. Now I can only hope it is a girl. He murmured. What? Asked Bontang, who was beside him. This loyal servant was terribly thin. Although there was a vampire puppet lying on the bed instead of the king, some urgent matters still had to be completed by the king's most trusted and closest people, especially when the British negotiated with the Prince of Condé. The Prince of Condé entered the room more than once to ask the king's opinion, and it was Bontang who taught the puppet to answer. Bontang only had a few words written in a book by Louis in a hurry. He had to rely on his understanding of the king to answer fluently. Every conversation was a torment for him. No, nothing, Louis said. When we get back to Paris, you should also have a good rest for a while. I can still hold on, Your Majesty, Bontemps said, as long as you allow me to have a good sleep. In fact, Bontemps fell asleep in the carriage, which was rare. His eye sockets were deeply sunken in the past few months, and he looked like a living skeleton. The king reached out and pulled his cloak for him, and began to rest. When he arrived in Paris, there were countless things waiting for him to deal with. However, on the way, they heard that Duke Gaston of Orleans had finally died. He had no male heirs from an orthodox marriage, so his title and territory must belong to Duke Philip of Anjou. This news was really gratifying. Think about what he had done before. The Queen Mother did not agree to any of the requests made by Gaston's widow. Louis asked his messenger to go ahead and go to Paris to tell the Queen Mother to prepare for the canonization ceremony of Philippe, Duke of Anjou, no, Duke of Orleans. He wanted to hand over Orleans to Philippe immediately, whether for public or private reasons. The king's motorcade drove into the street in front of the Louvre near dawn, but as soon as he turned a corner, he saw that the Louvre was brightly lit, people were holding torches in the square, and some nobles even ran after his carriage. After not seeing each other for a few months, the king's brother Philippe seemed to have grown up rapidly. Although his dress was still so exaggerated, and for some reason, he also braided his hair, but even if there was a bow on the braid, it did not prevent Louis from hugging his brother tightly. Their arms crossed each other's backs vigorously, and joy overflowed from their fingers. Then it was the Queen Mother, a woman who had always adhered to court etiquette, who actually came forward to hug Louis. Louis bent down and kissed her face. The king stood up, and he saw faces full of joy, but there was only one person missing. Where is the bishop? He asked. Chapter 117, The Departure of Bishop Mazarin. This sentence immediately cooled the heated atmosphere. The bishop is seriously ill, Philip said. The king looked at him again and realized that although Philip's clothes were fancy, they were not newly made. Compared with Louis, Philip had more bad opinions about Bishop Mazarin than good ones. However, his feelings towards the bishop were also complicated. After all, he and the Queen Mother did this not for personal desires, but for the country. He never targeted Philip, but the prince and the Duke of Anjou. This was shown by the fact that when Louis was assassinated and could die at any time or disappear from the surface world in another way, Bishop Mazarin resolutely asked the Queen Mother to let Philip become the regent king. Did he know that Philip hated and even hated him? But France is before everyone else, just as he promised and abided by, inherited from Cardinal Richelieu's ideas. My first purpose is to make the king noble, my second purpose is to make the kingdom glorious. He really devoted his life to this. The bishop's serious illness cast a shadow on the king's return. Under the king's rule, all the originally prepared banquets and dances were cancelled, and hunting activities were also banned. He hurriedly crowned his brother because he needed Philip to take over Orleans and the surrounding areas. Then, he even postponed all state affairs and went to visit Bishop Mazarin at noon on the third day. Of course, Bishop Mazarin also had his own mansion, which was located near Notre Dame de Paris. It was a grey multi-room mansion, together with a courtyard. The room where the bishop lived was dull and dark. According to the medical theory at that time, wind would bring disease. The doors and windows were closed, the glass was covered with curtains, and the gaps were sealed with cloth strips. Candles were lit in the room even in the daytime. When the king walked into the room through many priests and monks, his heart sank when he smelled the odor inside. There was no other reason, just because he smelled the smell of oil. The bishop now could not have the strength and appetite to eat, so it could only be the smell of holy oil. He had already performed the last sacrament. There were still some people around Bishop Mazarin's bed. They were dressed in black clothes and had solemn faces. However, the king had no time to think about these things. He stepped forward and held the bishop's hand. The bishop's hand was like a glove filled with cotton. There was no temperature and no response to the handshake. A strong sense of sadness and panic rose from Louis' heart. Although people have always criticized the bishop for treating the king like his own son, Louis was only 5 years old when he ascended the throne. The ups and downs of the past 10 years were blocked by this old man. I have been wondering, Your Majesty, Bishop Mazarin said, whether you will come. Of course I will come. Louis said. His words were full of pain, and Bishop Mazarin certainly heard it. He smiled with relief. I am also very happy that you can come. His eyes slanted to one side. I think I must introduce you, Your Majesty. This is Mr. Pierre Corneille. Monsieur Corneille had bowed to His Majesty when the king entered the room, and now he bowed again. Then the bishop introduced a few more people to the king, who were all lawyers. I asked them to handle some important matters. Please put it aside for now. Louis was almost amused. What important matters should be handled now? You are about to go to see God. You should rest well. I will have plenty of time to rest later, Your Majesty, until the end of the world, Bishop Mazarin insisted, his cheeks flushed worryingly, his eyes shining. Your Majesty, this is the most important thing. Here are 4 transfer documents. Transfer documents. You can also understand it as a gift, a small gift from me, Your Majesty, said Bishop Mazarin. You know, in theory, all the inheritance of the princes of the church should belong to the church, because they themselves belong to the church, he said, and there was a little cunning look on his face. But this must be after I leave this world and go before God. While I am still here, still breathing, I have the right to deal with my property. Perhaps it was a look. A silent priest who had always been hidden in the shadows came over and gave the bishop some water. Maybe it was potion. So the bishop's spirit became more and more excited. He even sat up with the help of the servants, and held the king's hand. I have no children. It's presumptuous to say that I did regard you as my heir, although I once suffered a huge blow. I thought I had lost you, but God bless you, you came back, returned to Paris, came back to me, holding my hand, so I made a decision. This decision was made a long time ago? Yes, it was after Felipe's incident. I made it. Don't interrupt me, Your Majesty, he said. I have been hesitating, because I know how terrible it would be to let a child hold a giant sword, not only power, but also wealth. People say that I am corrupt and bribed. Indeed, I have intercepted a cup of golden flowing water from the wide river of France. He smiled, but I have no use for them. Of course, occasionally I would like to buy a few beautiful robes, but other than that, there is nothing. I think you can use it where you need it most. Monsieur Bishop. Monsieur Corneille. Bishop Mazarin shouted loudly, and the person who was first introduced to the king immediately came closer. He was a middle-aged man with a kind face, and his head was glowing sadly. But he was meticulous and serious about his work, and his manners were very elegant and quick. I asked this gentleman to handle the transfer procedures for my money, Your Majesty. Wait? Don't wait, Bishop Mazarin said with a smile. Monsieur Cornet, tell your majesty, how much money do I have? 50 million livres. This figure shocked Louis. Literally, he jumped up from the bed. 50 million livres was equivalent to France's total tax revenue for half a year, and only 1/3 of the total tax revenue fell into the hands of the royal family. In other words, a transfer document from Bishop Mazarin gave Louis more than a year's income. This gentleman is handling the transfer of my land, mansions and estates. As if Louis was not surprised enough, Bishop Mazarin continued. This gentleman is handling the transfer of my paintings, sculptures and sacred works of art. This gentleman is handling the transfer of my jewelry, clothes, furniture, etc. The bishop said at last, and the number calculated was already as much as 200 million livres. The king really didn't know whether he should accept it. Of course, this amount of money was like timely help to him who needed to prepare the army, appease the refugees, and sort out the government, but, "Take it, child," said the bishop. "I know you will use it in the most reasonable place." He muttered softly, "It's better than giving it to those bastards in Rome." After saying this, he pushed the king out rudely. When he lay down again, the blood color faded and his face was as white as washcloths. After this gift, the church members gathered outside the bishop's door scattered like birds in anger and never came again. Louis, however, came again with Philip. At that time, the bishop had been slept all day. When he spoke to Louis for the last time, he stared into the king's eyes and said, "Don't set up the position of prime minister anymore." At this time his voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Louis bent down. Yes, he was thinking this. "You are the last prime minister, bishop." Bishop Mazarin smiled, and, "Your Majesty, you must be more cautious." He said, "There were 4 parties involved in the assassination of you in Dunkirk. Gaston, Duke of Orleans, was the mastermind, and then, it was the Huguenots who fanned the flames because they hated your grandfather, and then there were, the Nosferatu. Vampire. Louis never expected. Why did they want to assassinate me?" "Because you want to rebuild Paris," the bishop said. "The Nosferatu can only survive in sewers and tombs, or, unknown corners. Your reconstruction and renovation of the streets and sheds of Paris, directly threatens them. They think this is your declaration of war on them, so, they decided to assassinate you. Quarterly, there is another one." Louis quickly calmed down. "Who else?" "The Flemish people, and perhaps the Spanish." The bishop said, "Obviously, they are worried that your rule over Dunkirk will be like a dagger, pointing at their throats." "They guessed right," Louis said coldly. The bishop sighed with worry and sigh, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Maybe he can really rest assured. The bishop returned to God's arms at dawn the next day. His funeral seemed to be a page turned over, and then the Book of France would be written by Louis himself. The Roman Church sent 2 bishops. Obviously, they were aware of the previous events, but Louis was indeed a mortal, not a wizard. They came with high hopes and left in disappointment. If there was a problem with Louis, there was no doubt that the church might use this opportunity to extort a lot of money from the Bourbon royal family of France, money, territory, power, or all 3. The chief judge of the Paris Inquisition, Hilarius, also came to see the king. He was very respectful to the young ruler, but Louis always felt that he seemed to know a lot of things. Thinking of the monks who were still in the other world, this gentleman should know more than the Roman Church. Speaking of this, Louis said, "I have something I want to assign to you." "Please go ahead, Your Majesty." "I want to repave and renovate the underground pipes in Paris." Hilarius paused for a moment. "Is that what I mean? I heard that there are a lot of smelly dirt hidden in those underground pipes." Louis said, "I want to flush them out and dry them in the sun. I want a Paris that is as clean as a holy land." "I hope you know what you are doing," Hilarius said slowly. "You are declaring war on the Blood Clan, Your Majesty. One of the 13 clans. Nosfeld is not only in Paris. First Paris, and then, there will be no more Nosfeld in my France," Louis said in that gentle tone. "If they want to run to Spain or Britain, it doesn't matter. I already have many enemies anyway, but in France, no, I will not allow any rebellion in my territory, whether it's a vampire or something else." "You are so crazy." "Since you already know some things, then I can also tell you," Louis said. "I have better things than gold, potatoes, wheat, pork and beef, vegetables and fruits, cotton, silk and iron pots. Your family will need these things more than taking gold to the exchange office to exchange them. Those nobles. We don't need to let them know for at least half a year, Louis said, "Of course, if you want gold." "Part of the gold," Ilario whispered, "and the church. I can give you more as a bribe. If those who are monitoring you can relax a little, then we will be discovered later. By that time, even if we are discovered, maybe it won't matter." "You are still really greedy," Ilario said. "The Mancini family will definitely regret letting you leave." "Who knows, maybe they will be glad that the Mancini family does not deal in grains and vegetables," Louis said, "but their enemies are monopolizing the wheat in the other world, and they will be happy to see them furious." "I understand, Your Majesty," Ilario said. When Philippe, Duke of Orleans, not Gaston, finally returned to Paris, Paris had turned from a cold winter to early spring, and was full of vitality everywhere. It was hard to tell that in the previous 3 months, the war in the dark had almost turned the underground of Paris into hell. Ilario not only used every monk in the Inquisition, but even recruited some young warriors from the other world. It could be said to be a bloody trial. Naufel was indeed driven out of Paris by them, but nearly half of the monks in the Inquisition were lost. Even the Roman Church was alarmed, and the loss rate of those young warriors was even higher. But it was not without reward. Whole ships of food, cloth and other daily necessities were sent out, and a gold louis worth 100,000 livres was placed in front of Ilario, as well as 3 confirmed holy objects, which were used to bribe the Roman Church. But for the king, there was no more satisfactory deal than this. The citizens of Paris were completely unaware of the unfortunate fate they might encounter. They watched the king's engineering team with great interest. These people could be said to be obedient people who had been selected 3 times, those who liked to take advantage of the situation, or those who had looting, or those who had lofty ideals, even if they had 2 completely opposite sides morally, but in the eyes of the king they had only one mark, that is, thugs who threatened his rule. They disappeared from Paris just like the Nosferatu people. Therefore, although the king's actions disturbed the whole of Paris, Nicolas Fouquet did not encounter the protests and oppositions that troubled him this time. At least, he could neither hear nor see, although he totally did not understand why the king cared so much about those despicable civilians. The entire street was turned upside down. Pedestrians could only walk on tiptoe along the wall, and carriages had to take a detour. According to the king's orders, no adjacent streets would be under construction at the same time, but the doors of the mansions on the side of the street could hardly be opened. Once the doors were opened, one could smell the suffocating stale stench. However, they could also get a semi-mandatory bribe, which was the sewer pipe extending into the interior of the mansion. The workers left pipe joints in places they were willing to give up, so in the future, as long as they wanted, they could install toilets and bathtubs on them. These 2 things. According to the introduction of the accompanying merchants, there were gold-rimmed white porcelain sets that were the same as the king's suite, there were also inferior single white porcelain sets, and there were also the most common grey pottery sets. All nobles and important ministers always had to stand on the same side as the king, so Louis was a little surprised that among these sets, the gold-rimmed white porcelain sets were the best-selling. Those people didn't care about money at all. His Royal Highness Philip, who was in charge of this deal, gave Louis 200,000 livres in just 1 month. "How can there be so many?" Louis asked. "There are only about 10 streets under construction now." Fouquet would take credit for it every day. Philippe immediately laughed. "Your Majesty," he said, "you probably don't know. I mean, Your Majesty, those people. They didn't come for their own needs, they just flattered you, even if it was just to be able to say a word to you. You are now the real master of France." "Oh," Louis was infected by Philippe's mood and asked with a smile, "so everything is going well for you in Orleans?" "Of course, I am also the only dear brother of the ruler," Philippe said, and the king patted the seat next to him happily. He immediately walked there with his head held high and sat down, next to his brother. "Let's dine together tonight," Louis said. "It's a great honor, Your Majesty." Philippe bowed slightly. When it was time for dinner, Philip found that there was still no wine on the table. He knew that the king was mourning for Cardinal Mazarin. It had been like this for a whole month. There was no more gambling or dancing in the palace. Only the Duchess of Montpensier and the Queen Mother occasionally listened to music. Even the king's clothes were dark in color and plain in texture. Although people at that time would not commemorate their deceased relatives and friends in this way, the king's attitude also made the officials in the palace and the court less nervous. Don't forget that they could almost be said to have worked for Bishop Mazarin in the first 20 years. It was hard to say whether the king would hate them for this. Now the king was even willing to mourn for the bishop. So did it mean that they would not be punished or chased for debts? This idea made them always very respectful when facing the king. Although Louis was still a novice in government affairs, surprisingly, there were not as many constraints as he imagined. The problem is that there always seems to be something unhappy in the world. For example, when the king was still refusing hunting and dancing, his financial director, Nicolas Fouquet, invited His Majesty to visit his new home. More updates are available. Chapter 118, Mr. Squirrel is convicted and Louis's wife is chosen. Mr. Nicolas Fouquet was now in high spirits. Bishop Mazarin was his benefactor, but he was also a huge rock on his head. He was glad that when the king was seriously ill, he did not choose to stand on the side of his brother Philip out of fear of Bishop Mazarin. When the king returned to Paris, this villain who was actually very good at changing his mind took this caution as his own merit. When the bishop was dying, he was full of joy, because he did not think that there was anyone who could surpass him and be more qualified to be the successor of the bishop, even the Colbert. Although he was highly valued by the king, his background was his biggest weakness. Those arrogant nobles would never allow the son of a merchant to become one of them. He also noticed that the king was not very happy recently, but he was so careless that he did not even think about the reason. Instead, he wanted to show his courtesy to the young king and make him happy. Maybe once the king was happy, he would appoint him as the new prime minister. Fouquet had this idea, and he did not hesitate to invite the king after a royal meeting. What he did not see was the unimaginable look in his brother Philip's eyes. He was just blinded by his own desires. Louis said, "So are you going?" "Why not?" Louis said, "I am also curious about what the highly praised Vaux-le-Vicomte castle looks like." They set out at dusk and arrived at the Château de Vaux-le-Vicomte when it was dark. On the road that turned from the main road to the castle, there was a servant holding a silver candlestick at intervals. The snow-white candle swayed with the golden flames, illuminating the road and the unhappy face of the prince. Louis, on the other hand, remained calm. The lights in front of the castle were brightly lit. Countless torches turned the geometrically symmetrical courtyard into daylight. The king's carriage drove straight in, and Mr. Fouquet proudly greeted him at the door. Compared to the king's dull dark coat, he was wearing a red coat woven with gold threads and decorated with diamonds. In the firelight, he was like a gorgeous bird. Prince Philip almost pouted, because of Louis, he was wearing a silver gray coat today. Although the value of this coat might not be inferior to Fouquet's, it was obviously inferior in color. Seeing the black coat on the king, Fouquet was slightly startled. A vague feeling rose in his heart. Maybe he did something wrong, but soon, the nobles who gathered around him forced him to put this doubt behind him. There were 3 designers in the Vaux-le-Vicomte castle, one in charge of the architecture, one in charge of the decoration, and one in charge of the courtyard. It can be said that they were all talented people. It was no wonder that people envied Nicolas Fouquet's new home. Even in the dark night, the quartz mixed in the golden marble used in this building was still shining. Exquisite marble statues, human heads and wreaths can be seen everywhere. Entering the mansion, the ceiling is full of colorful murals, velvet curtains are hung with gold and silver tassels, and the walnut or oak wall panels and silk wall cloths are decorated with gorgeous acanthus leaves, swirls, florals, and mysterious biological patterns according to people's preferences at that time. When we got to the spacious dining room, the long table was covered with white linen, and gold and silver plates, glasses or utensils were neatly arranged like soldiers. Each one was polished to shine. Picking up one at random, you can see the emblem of the Fouquet family engraved on it, which is a squirrel. Squirrel is pronounced as Fouquet in the Angevin dialect, and below the squirrel there is a Latin sentence, "I will never climb a high branch." Of course the king could understand, but he put down the plate after just a glance. No one noticed except the prince's brother. Fouquet directed the servants to draw the curtains leading to the back courtyard of the dining room, so that they could see the garden directly through the huge French doors and windows. But today there were not only flowers and trees, but also Mr. Moliere's glorious theater troupe. He originally wanted to win the king's favor through the introduction of the Duchess of Montpensier or Count d'Artagnan, but who knew that since he came to Paris, Paris has never been peaceful, and then the king went to Dunkirk, and he had no place to use his skills. Fortunately, some of his satirical short plays suited the appetite of Parisians, so he got the attention of Mr. Nicolas Fouquet and was hired to perform for the king. It was certainly pleasant to be able to enjoy a sumptuous meal while watching an interesting play. Not only the king, but also those who were invited by Mr. Fouquet today, whether his enemies or his friends, couldn't help but smile. Only a few people with a serious nature showed displeasure. Among them were Prince Condé and his friend Viscount Urien. The king paid no attention to Moliere's play. His eyes were more like estimation than anger. He ate steadily from the first course to the 13th course. It was already early in the morning. Even if people sat down to eat, they could not help but feel tired. The sky was as black as ink. Fouquet gave a signal to a servant, and the servant ran to inform Moliere. Then they beat the drums and blew the trumpets vigorously, waking up the sleepy guests. Then they were invited by Fouquet to the top of the castle to enjoy a fireworks show like flying flowers and shooting stars. Fouquet worked hard for the banquet tonight. Everyone could see that he was trying to please the king. Unfortunately, the king did not make any hints even at the time of parting. Some people couldn't help but laugh secretly. As soon as Louis returned to the carriage, he leaned back on the cushion. Although he had recovered from the curse and poison he had suffered before, his body would still be weak for a while. Anyway, there was only his younger brother Philip in the carriage, and he had nothing to hide in front of his brother. Philip immediately took off his cloak and covered his brother with it. The cloak still carried his body temperature. Louis sighed deeply and felt much more comfortable. The carriage swayed regularly, and the king opened his eyes after the firelight reflected on the window glass finally disappeared. "Philip, do you remember what I asked Fouquet to do when we were welcoming the former Queen Christina of Sweden, and how he betrayed my trust?" "Of course I remember, Your Majesty," Philip said. "He is a bold and reckless man." Thinking of what they saw a few minutes ago, the Duke of Orleans hissed in disgust. "It seems that he has done more than just that." "Then you should be happier now," said Louis, "because he will soon get his comeuppance." Philip, the king's brother, paused for a moment, then immediately understood what the king meant. When he smiled, Louis bent his fingers and knocked on the carriage. A musketeer immediately rode close to the king. "Your Majesty, when you return to Paris, ask Count d'Artagnan to come to my room." The musketeer immediately rode away. Count d'Artagnan got up and dressed up immediately after hearing the order. When he arrived at the Louvre, the king's carriage drove into the street ahead. The king met Count d'Artagnan in the small reception room outside the bedroom. "I want you to arrest someone." "Please go, Your Majesty." "Nicolas Fouquet, my financial director." "Please give me 3 hours, Your Majesty," d'Artagnan said. "You will see him in your prison tomorrow morning." "I believe it," Louis said. As d'Artagnan backed away, he heard the king still instructing Bonhomme to prepare a list of credible judges. "I think when Mr. Nicolas Fouquet arrived in Paris, his jury would have been ready." Neither Louis nor we care how shocked Mr. Nicolas Fouquet was. Louis stayed in the other world for more than a quarter. Although he had Bishop Mazarin, the affairs he left behind were still piling up. Moreover, since the bishop returned to God's arms, the king decided not to set up the position of prime minister and had to face countless complicated tasks while monopolizing power. He was busy almost until 10 o'clock in the evening every day before he could fall asleep, and had to get up at 5 in the morning. He almost wanted to cancel the daily morning prayer, but when he thought of the church in Rome and the monks around him, the king could only treat it as an important job. The Queen Mother was of course well aware of this, but some things were urgent. When Louis saw a document, a few months ago, the bishop had shelved an incredible proposal. That was after the death of Ferdinand III, the Holy Roman Emperor. Someone deliberately instigated the French king to compete for this glorious throne, but even the bishop, who had infinite expectations for Louis, was not moved at all. If it was during the time of the handsome Philip IV, that is, when the Roman Church lamented the shame of Avignon today, it might be possible, but now, either France's wealth would be enough to impress those greedy electors, or the French army would be able to enter Rome directly. Otherwise, don't expect the electors of the Holy Roman Empire to allow people outside the peninsula to get involved in the throne. However, it was brought up again today because the new Holy Roman Emperor, Ferdinand II's eldest son Leopold, now Leopold I, is competing with Louis for the same bride. For kings and emperors, their marriages were destined to sacrifice for the country. Before Louis was assassinated, the bishop was preparing for his marriage. This may be the reason why Mary wanted to restrict Louis with a blood oath without hesitation when the incident happened. As the niece of Bishop Mazarin, she must know a lot, but as long as Louis is still king, her fantasy will not become a reality. The deal with the Mancini family allowed Louis to avoid a major crisis, but this does not mean that he is willing to forgive Mancini, whether it is this family or Mary. Since Mary wants marriage and children, Louis will give them to her, hoping that she can accept the backlash after her long-cherished wish is fulfilled. Gently shaking his head, Louis left Mancini and the other world behind. Bishop Mazarin fought for 2 possible marriages for him before he died, one from the Duchy of Savoy and one from Spain. The Duchy of Savoy is a tiny country located on the south side of France, but it can be said to be the gateway to the Paris basin, so its princess could certainly be chosen to be Louis' wife. As for Spain, Louis' mother was born in Spain, and the Spanish Princess Marie-Therese was a double cousin of Louis. Louis' father, Louis XIV, was the elder brother of Therese's mother Elizabeth, and Therese's father was the younger brother of Queen Mother Anne. Such kinship gave Louis a headache. If possible, he would not put Therese on his list of candidate wives, but the Queen Mother and the ministers were infinitely inclined to Spain rather than Savoy. After all, Savoy could be said to be a vassal of France, and although Spain was an enemy of France, this identity had already shown that they were evenly matched. After the 30 Years' War and the civil war between France and Spain, both of them were tired. It was time to extend the olive branch of marriage. However, Leopold I of the Holy Roman Empire was also a good choice. He was 2 years younger than Louis and easier to control, but he was also said to be an ambitious person. However, no one who could sit in this position would be easy to deal with. While Louis was thinking about how to change Philip's mind, he signed the verdict of Nicolas Fouquet. Nicolas Fouquet may have stolen a lot of money from the country and the king, but the money now belonged to the king. Although it could not be compared with Bishop Mazarin, it was enough for the king to arm an army he wanted. For this reason, the king was willing to give him a glimmer of hope. He would be in prison forever, but he would not be executed. Since the decision was made, Mr. Fouquet became a name that had become dark in the king's heart. There were not many such names now, but there would surely be more and more in the future. The king put his marriage first, and then went to see the Queen Mother. Unexpectedly, the Queen Mother smiled and told the king that she had a good idea about this matter. The Queen Mother was not like Bishop Mazarin, a natural political animal, but she was the sister of the current King Philip IV of Spain. She knew him better than anyone else, and even if her method failed, it would not harm France. So the next day, Louis's portrait was sent to the Duchy of Savoy. At this time, such an act was tantamount to saying that a marriage contract was about to be reached. Philip IV was of course very anxious about this. He repeatedly urged Leopold I to give a clear answer, but at this time Leopold I was overwhelmed by the attack from Sweden and the rebellion in Hungary. For a while, he couldn't even spare time to consider marriage, which made Philip IV extremely disappointed. So, Philip IV's daughter, Marie-Therese, eventually became Louis' wife. Chapter 119 The Firstborn and the Queen. Marie-Therese was the eldest daughter of King Philip IV of Spain, but her mother Elizabeth, daughter of King Henry IV of France, died when she was only 6 years old. Her brother Balthasar Carlos also went to heaven to reunite with his mother 2 years later. Because the Spanish royal family did not recognize the Salic law of succession, the eldest princess originally had the first right of inheritance. Unfortunately, just last year, her half-brother was born, and she lost the throne that seemed to be within her grasp. No, not only did she lose the throne, she also had to give up her marriage for this throne. Even as the eldest princess, Teresa still had no right to comment on her own marriage. She had heard of her 2 husband candidates, but from the bottom of her heart, she hoped to be the wife of King Louis XIV of France. She was the same age as Louis XIV of France, and Leopold I was 2 years younger. Women always looked more mature than men, especially at this age. The main thing was that Leopold was young but irritable, while Louis XIV was very gentle, even a little cowardly. In addition, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire needed to be nominated by the electors, and in France, as long as she could give birth to a boy for the king, he would be the destined king. In the Spanish court, Teresa might not be the last one to know her husband's candidate, but she was definitely not the first one, and she was not even in the top 10. But her husband was Louis XIV, which was enough for her to be grateful. It was a sunny morning. Ever since Philip I moved the capital from Toledo to Madrid, the palace had gone through nearly 200 years of ups and downs. With a gradual increase in the royal population, although the palace had 170 rooms, it was still insufficient. As the former presumed heir, Teresa's original room was second only to His Majesty the King. But since her half-brother was born, after a hunting trip, her stepmother, Princess Maria Anna of Austria, the Holy Roman Empire, naturally allocated a room to her son, and Teresa was forced to move to the west wing of the palace. The suite was gorgeous but exquisite. Her two closest maids had to live in the same room. Teresa had to endure it silently. Fortunately, with the engagement settled, perhaps in order to give a little warmth to this daughter who was about to leave and could never return to Spain, the king ordered several noble ladies to move out of the palace and make room for Teresa's maids. But her maids were still indignant. They were brought by Teresa's mother, Elizabeth of Bourbon, and of course they would be hostile to the Austrians. "Okay, stop talking," Teresa said. "We won't be here soon." "It's just that we can't stand these barbarians," said Teresa's maid. She was older than Teresa, but obviously more lively than Her Royal Highness. Her soft, white hands moved on Teresa's chestnut-colored curly hair. "It is said that shawls are no longer seen in the French court," she said. "It is said that it was the king's idea. He asked a barber to curl the hair of the ladies, and then comb or braid it, and then put a crown of gems or diamonds on it, and sometimes fresh flowers. Let's do the same. I will curl your hair and then put on diamond pins and silver lace. It will definitely be beautiful." "Don't be silly," Teresa said. "Today we are only going to see the messenger who welcomes and sends off the king's portrait, not His Majesty. But the messenger will definitely go back and describe what he saw to the king," Teresa's maid said anxiously. She was the maid chosen by Queen Elizabeth for the princess. Because she was born in Anjou, she was destined to be unacceptable to the Spanish. She disdained it, but she was older than the princess and had married a Spanish nobleman. Of course, she knew how important a woman's appearance was to a man. The maid's anxiety was not without reason. King Louis of France was already 20 years old this year. It was understandable for a 20-year-old young man to have several lovers, not to mention that the French court originally had a royal wife system. A king without a lover would make people question his important ability as a man. However, His Majesty was not a man who was keen on women. It was said that so far, there were only 2 or 3 close people who could be confirmed, Princess Henrietta of England, but this might have been a marriage proposal that was not successful. Of course, His Majesty would not become the king's lover. Next is Marie Mancini, who can be said to be the arch-enemy of Marie Theresa. First of all, she was born in a humble family. She could enter the court and get along with the king day and night only because she had an uncle who was a cardinal and prime minister. However, their relationship started from childhood. Moreover, it is said that she even boasted that she could become the king's wife. Such an idea could not help but make people despise and feel disgusted. However, more than 10 years of feelings were not something that could be easily erased. Moreover, the maid had seen her portrait. On the premise that the painter did not deliberately beautify or vilify her, Marie Mancini was indeed a beauty. Then there was Lady Milady, whom the king met in Dunkirk. Her origins were unclear, at least the maid had not been able to find out where she came from, but her charm was beyond the reach of Marie Mancini. The king was fascinated by her as soon as he saw her, and even when he was seriously ill, he asked her to guard him by his side. For this reason, Mancini went to Dunkirk alone in anger. There were rumors that the 2 respectable ladies had a big quarrel at the king's bedside, and the king was angry, so when he returned to Paris, none of them showed up. The maid certainly hoped that the king could put these 2 beauties behind him, and not say stupid things like marriages between royal families were just to meet political needs. It was true for Philip IV and Louis XIV, but not for Marie Theresa. The maid knew very well how sad it would be for a wife who was not respected and loved by her husband. The problem is that although Marie Theresa did not have the big chin that unfortunately inherited the Habsburg family tradition, she was not a beauty. At most, she could be called pretty and proper. Her overly thin and soft hair made her round face look dull. She was not a smart person. She had no talent or perseverance in learning. Although her mother was French, she had learned French so far with a stumbling and forgetful mind. She did not like dancing or listening to music. She had no merits worth mentioning, except food. But this specialty had no benefit other than increasing her waistline. Teresa saw the maid's worry, but she was helpless. What could she do? She was not a boy. After her brother passed away, although she was regarded as the first heir, her father was only eager to create a second son with his stepmother instead of teaching and training his own daughter. She even envied Christina of Sweden, even though she and her cousin were enemies of Spain. After the birth of her half-brother, she was regarded as transparent. In other words, she was forced to hide herself in terms of inheritance rights. She also heard that the French ambassador had been bargaining with the Spanish diplomats before. Because she had the inheritance rights of Spain, the French certainly hoped that this inheritance rights could be retained and brought to France, but the king and nobles of Spain would never allow this to happen. Their tug-of-war negotiations made Teresa nervous for a long time. After all, the marriage had come to this point. If it broke up because of the inheritance rights, it would be hard to say whether she could find such a good marriage again. Leopold I said that he was busy suppressing the rebellion, but he might just not want to marry a wife with Bourbon blood. Fortunately, King Louis of France made some concessions in the end. He could allow his wife to give up the inheritance rights of the Spanish throne, but in return, she had to have a considerable dowry, for example, 500,000 Roman écus. Roman écu is a large gold coin, each worth 80 to 100 livres. 50 years ago, it would have been easy for the Spanish royal family to pay this dowry, but in 1588, the Spanish Invincible Armada was ruthlessly shattered by the British Navy. In 1623, Spain lost its monopoly on the Americas. In 1640, the Catalan rebellion was a thorn in the king's side. In December of the same year, Portugal successfully gained independence from the Kingdom of Spain. In 1642, they were defeated by the Dutch again. In 1648, they were forced to recognize the independence of the Netherlands, thus losing their dominant position on land. During the French Civil War, the Spanish took advantage of the situation and recovered Naples in Catalonia, the French-controlled area, but were defeated by the Viscount of Turenne in the Battle of Dunes, Dunkirk, not long ago and had to withdraw from the Netherlands. The last thing that Bishop Mazarin did before his death was to force the Spanish to cede Roussillon, Foix, Artois and Lorraine. These are all important cities between Spain and France, to France. Although the peace treaty has not yet been signed, Spain probably does not have the courage to regret or deny it. Not to mention that the Spanish government has repeatedly expanded its army for the 30 Years' War and has already gone bankrupt. Therefore, the Spanish royal family is now penniless, but the demands made by the King of France are not excessive. In this era when showing off wealth is still a way to show strength, it is impossible for Philip IV to admit that he cannot even take out 500,000 Roman crowns. He agreed to this condition with difficulty, but asked for an extension or installment payment, which the French agreed to. Soon, Teresa would give up her right to inherit the Spanish throne under the supervision of witnesses. Compared with the maid, she really didn't think there was anything to be happy about the envoy or the portrait, but the companionship of nearly 10 years made her willing to indulge her friend. She was dressed up well, and then went to the audience hall, where Philip IV and the French envoy were present. The French envoy was also a familiar and embarrassing figure for the Spanish. Yes, it was the Prince of Condé, who had been an enemy and an ally. Next to him was the elegant Count d'Artagnan. The Prince of Condé looked solemn, while d'Artagnan smiled slightly, but both of them had good looks. Between the two was a huge portrait covered with velvet curtains. The height of the portrait was higher than the head of the Prince of Condé. After obtaining the permission of Philip IV, Count d'Artagnan gracefully lifted the curtain and presented the portrait to everyone. Before Teresa had time to take a closer look, she heard a slight gasp from the maid behind her. She slightly turned sideways to avoid the too glaring sunlight and walked to the side to take a closer look. This portrait was specially painted by Louis for this meeting. The person in the portrait had a handsome face, no beard, and long, curly golden brown hair neatly parted on both sides of his shoulders. His eyes were looking to the left, holding a scepter in one hand and pointing to the ground with the other. He was wearing a king's cloak with a white sable lining and a purple-blue base embroidered with silver lilies, dark tights and a milky white shirt inside. His feet were stepping one after the other on a blue velvet footpad, which, like the seat cushion, also had a lily pattern on it. In the direction of the king's finger was placed on the table a small and gorgeous crown, the meaning of which was self-evident. Looking at those Spaniards, especially those ladies waving their fans, Count d'Artagnan was proud. He could swear to God that among any king and duke he had ever seen, no one had a better appearance than his king. The king not only had wisdom and kindness given by God, but also had a face kissed by angels. There was no doubt about that. Even Philip IV, who should not care so much about appearance, couldn't help but cough twice to cover up his discomfort. The only thing that comforted him was that Princess Teresa quickly turned her eyes away and knelt down to her father and the king. "Okay," Philip IV said, "send this portrait to the princess's suite so that you can get more familiar with your future husband." He said to Teresa gently, and Teresa accepted it silently. In fact, It was not Her Royal Highness the Princess who lingered in front of the portrait, but the naughty maids. They pushed and shoved each other, arguing about how much the portrait was beautified. After all, portraits at that time, especially those used for this purpose, sometimes made people feel that they were sent to the wrong place or the wrong person. Sometimes the painter's wonderful handwriting was comparable to the evil spells hundreds of years later. "Do you think he is that tall?" a maid asked excitedly. "He should be," said another maid. "Look at his legs. Although he is young, he is very strong," a maid said, causing a burst of ambiguous laughter. "I heard that His Majesty likes hunting very much. He doesn't look very barbaric in the portrait. As long as he looks half as good as in the portrait, it'll be fine." Teresa listened to the creaking outside and used a small ivory-handled paper cutter to gently pick up the beeswax on a letter. On the beeswax were a crown, a shield and a lily. This was a letter from King Louis XIV of France. "It's a little late, sorry." Chapter 120 The Firstborn Son and the Queen, 2. This letter surprised Teresa, and she was a little happy. She had never thought that her fiancé would write to her. What was written in it? She opened the letter and saw lines of neat and powerful handwriting. She couldn't help but compare them with other people's handwritten letters she had seen before. The young king's handwriting was neat, the letters were large, but he wrote very hard. Her fingers could even feel the dents where the metal pen tip pierced into the parchment. There was only a faint smell of myrrh on the letter paper. It must not be deliberately sprinkled with perfume, but left by the hand that was written with perfume and rubbed on the parchment. After skimming the letter, Her Royal Highness began to read the letter carefully, word by word. The letter was not written in Latin, which was popular among the nobles, but in French, which made it was a bit difficult for Teresa to read. Fortunately, the content was very simple. The king expressed his attitude towards this marriage in the letter. He said that although they were united in accordance with the will of God and the country, he hoped that they could still have a sincere relationship, rather than hate or be indifferent to each other. Seeing this, Teresa couldn't help but smile. Louis was the same age as her, but as she estimated, boys always mature later than girls. She knew that she was plain-looking, so she never expected love. Moreover, she valued her husband's respect and piety more than illusory emotions. The former would not embarrass her, and the latter would not hurt her and her children. As for love, there was a tradition of royal ladies in the French court, and her father also had many lovers. As for other monarchs, no. It should be said that husbands, their eyes almost never fell on their wives, or if they did, it would be against tradition and ridiculous. Moreover, as those maids said, if Louis was half as handsome as the portrait, she would not expect her husband to be loyal to her. Even if he was not a king, there would be countless lovely girls coming one after another. But if Louis XIV was really as gentle as people said, she could expect to be friends with him. Therese thought, and then continued reading. Then there were some suggestions that Louis XIV gave her. For example, he hoped that she could consolidate her learning of French, especially spoken French, because in the French court, people used French more often than Latin, and in an unfamiliar environment, it was very important to ensure that she would not become deaf and dumb. After all, she was from Spain, here Louis said in a kind tone that his mother, the Queen Mother Anne of France, was also from Spain. She had suffered for more than 20 years before she gave birth to Louis. Among them, the inability to use French to communicate with others normally became one of her biggest failures. After all, whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, you can't understand and can't speak, so you don't know whether you should accept or refuse, and you can't even show an appropriate expression. In view of the fact that there were still several months of negotiations between Spain and France, Teresa calculated that she could still do it if she made a targeted attack. She needed a French teacher. Oh, wait, the king's letter also mentioned that if she needed a French teacher, then Prince Condé should have the honor to take on this position. Although some Spanish courtiers would certainly be dissatisfied, but Teresa had the rare boldness to think that it was not them who would go to France, but her. She could certainly decline Louis XIV's suggestion, but as a wife, it would be disrespectful to her husband to do so, and it would also be a betrayal of the king's kindness. She didn't want her husband to be tired of her before they could get married. In addition, Teresa had another idea, that is, perhaps she could find an ally for herself before she set foot in Paris, just like Queen Mother Marie of Medici once allied with Bishop Richelieu, and then Queen Mother Anne of Austria, Spain, allied with Bishop Mazarin. In this way, she would not be isolated and helpless in the French court. But did the King of France think of this? Perhaps she folded the parchment into a very small piece, hid it in her reliquary, and then asked her maid to see if His Majesty had time to see her so that she could make her request. Although Philip IV was dissatisfied with his daughter's preference for the French before she got married, he still agreed considering the current situation. Alternatively, he also wanted to see if he could pull Prince Condé back into the Spanish army. A few months passed quickly, and after signing a formal peace treaty, the Treaty of the Pyrenees, Spain ceded its established territory to France. After that, the wedding process was well underway. The wedding of the king and the princess was more of a continuation of the treaty than a grand banquet. The whole process was like an extremely solemn handover ceremony. According to tradition and etiquette, as well as the terms of the treaty, King Louis XIV of France would set off for Fessin Island in the Bidassoa River, and so would King Philip IV of Spain. Her Royal Highness the Princess would meet her husband for the first time accompanied by Philip IV and the entire Spanish court, and then be handed over to Louis by Philip IV. Louis was the same. He was going to take the entire French court to Fessin Island. His brother was bound to accompany him, and Queen Mother Anne stayed in Paris. Such a big event made the whole of Paris vaguely boiling. It was said that the price of cloth and perfume had increased several times. The musketeers, dragoons and guards who might accompany the king to the border kept going in and out of tailors, blacksmiths and jewelers, dressing themselves up as brightly as possible. Unconsciously, there were many more ladies on the Boulevard des Tuileries. They all came to see these handsome young men. The king's ministers and relatives inevitably spent a lot of money to ensure that they were as gorgeous as peacocks, so as not to lose their dignity in front of the Spaniards. But the most proud of them was the familiar Colbert. After Fouquet was arrested and imprisoned, everyone knew that he would become the new director of finance. He was invited to the king's study by Bonhomme himself, and then the king told him that he would have the honor to witness this glorious marriage with his own eyes. Such an honor made Colbert both honored and terrified. He was overjoyed at one moment and worried at another, so much so that his father thought he was possessed by evil spirits. However, there were many cases like Colbert. People in the palace and the court had either participated in the rebellion of Prince Condé or Duke Gaston, or worked for Cardinal Mazarin. The king forgave Prince Condé and did not pursue the subordinates of Gaston and Cardinal Mazarin, but they were not very confident that they could gain the king's trust. The king's summons undoubtedly gave them courage, so they began to appear in front of the king one by one. Whether it was flattery or doing things, Louis' recent decrees were indeed issued and implemented much faster and simpler. His Highness Duke Philip finally got rid of those muddy sewers and could finally dress up beautifully to appear in front of his brother. Is there anything urgent? Louis glanced at the clock. It was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. There was no dance or gambling now. Philip hadn't gone back to rest yet. We are leaving early tomorrow morning. Philip, are you going to take a nap in my carriage again? I came here because I saw the light on in your window downstairs. Philip said confidently. Obviously, what he meant was, don't laugh at others for doing the same. He can still take a nap in the carriage, but Louis wants people to see his face. Those who are seeing off the king will be disappointed if they can't see him. Of course, the king can ignore their feelings, but Philip knows that Louis will not do that. I just received a piece of news. Louis said, pressing his forehead. Can I know? Nothing can be hidden. Louis put a piece of parchment on the candle and lit it. Mary's condition is not very good recently, and the baby in her belly has been confirmed to be a boy. The method of the wizard. The method of the wizard. Louis said. Then Philip did not even mention Mary. Mary could be said to have grown up with him. Philip did not hate her, but the affection they had accumulated in their youth had been completely consumed by her vague coercion of Louis. Philip would always remember what his brother said before killing Felipe. Yes, they could love anyone, regardless of gender, status or age, but the premise must be that they were willing, not forced. Louis would never accept his brother being manipulated, and neither would Philip. If he was a healthy child, I would give him a title, whether in the inner world or the outer world. Louis said tiredly. Mary wanted to see him, but Louis, at least now, he would not enter the inner world, the world he could not control at all. Philip nodded. This was the treatment given to the king's illegitimate child. Mary might have realized that she had been deceived by Louis and her family, but it was also her own choice. Louis had made it clear to her from the beginning that she could only be a royal lady and not a queen. No, it should be said that Mary was better than other royal ladies because at least in the other world, her engagement with Louis was recognized. Her child with Louis would become the Duke of Colonna. It would become the bond between Louis and the other world, or a sharp blade for the King of France to cut into the other world. The French king's convoy left Paris and headed for the Bidassoa River. The Bidassoa River was an absolute boundary river on the new border. In the place where the water flow was slow, there was a small strip of island in the middle of the river. This island was Fessin Island. The amazing thing was that this island was almost equidistant from Spain or France. For the ceremony, both sides built a rectangular palace on the island and built 2 bridges from France and Spain respectively. The armies of the 2 kings arrived first and set up flags and drums on the river bank, followed by the king surrounded by envoys, ministers, and royal nobles. An exquisite small table had already been set up in the hall of the palace, with 2 identical contracts on the table. The French Cardinal La Riviere and the Spanish Cardinal, who was also the prime minister, stood behind the 2 kings as witnesses. Behind Philip IV was Her Royal Highness Princess Marie-Therese, and behind Louis was his brother Philip. Louis's outfit today was particularly luxurious, with a scarlet coat, feathers on his hat, exquisite gold-edged sleeves, and even his garters were decorated with fluffy lace. He and Philip IV shook hands happily after signing the treaty. The hypocritical expressions on the faces of the father-in-law and son-in-law were quite consistent. The king's brother Philip was looking at his future sister-in-law calmly. Today, Princess Teresa wore an ivory white satin dress. Like the ladies of the French court, she did not wear a headscarf, but her hair was neatly curled and she wore an exquisite diamond hairpin. After that, only young people attended the ceremony. With the help of the Spanish ladies, Princess Teresa took off all the Spanish things on her body. Except for her body, everything from pins to outer robes was left on Spanish territory. The ladies of the French court changed her into a set of French clothes, and the king prepared a set of jewelry for her to wear. This was not humiliation, but a necessary procedure. Although Teresa knew it, she was still tortured. She had to be naked for several minutes. Although there was a fireplace in the room, the weather in November was still too cold. There were also those eyes cast on her. A noble lady called the Grand Princess, Therese knew she was the Duchess of Montpensier. During the process, she was wrapped in a large cloak that hung from her shoulders to her ankles, which made her feel much better. This princess had also discussed marriage with Louis XIV, but it was unsuccessful, which made Therese even more grateful. The Duchess of Montpensier was not so kind. She was only commissioned by Louis to prevent the poor bride from being too embarrassed. Louis had thought about abolishing such bad customs, but he still put his energy and time on more critical things. Not to mention Teresa, even he felt strange when he was waiting outside, and what made him even more unacceptable was that there was a public consummation ceremony after the wedding. Yes, they had to do the husband and wife thing in front of witnesses, which was completely unacceptable to Louis. So with the help of the Queen Mother and Cardinal La Riviere, they held the wedding directly in Saint-Jean-de-Luz, a small town only a few miles away from Fessin Island, and then completed the subsequent procedures directly. The ministers complained about this, but Cardinal La Riviere insisted that he, Prince Condé and his brother Philippe were witnesses of the ceremony. Although in fact they saw nothing. Chapter 121 The Firstborn Son and the Queen, 3. Chapter 119 The Firstborn and the Queen, 3. Marie-Theresa was different from any other woman Louis had ever met, from Henrietta to Marie to the Duchess of Montpensier. Henrietta was abandoned in Exeter, where the Queen of England was forced to give birth, when she was young. She was taken to Paris by her mother when she was 2 years old. In Paris, they lived under the care of others, especially during the Civil War. The preoccupied French royal family barely remembered them. If the king had not intervened, Henrietta might have died of a high fever. So Henrietta was depressed and had low self-esteem since she was a child. Especially when facing Louis and Philippe, she was even a little afraid of Philippe. Although her mother and brother repeatedly asked her to get closer to the king, she always refused. Hesitant, when Louis thought of her, his impression of her was like the sunlight penetrating a dusty window, thin and blurred. Marie, needless to say, sometimes Louis even found it ridiculous, because he and Marie had ironically placed themselves in a high position in their previous relationship. He was tolerant and caring towards Marie because he was the King of France, but Marie also saw him in the same way. He was immortal even though he was a king, but she was a witch. The Duchess of Montpensier was probably the most similar noblewoman to this country and the entire era around them, just like the Duchess of Longueville, short-sighted and greedy, but after being taught a lesson, she would become docile. So what kind of person is this Spanish princess? All I can say is that she was a person with a calm temperament that was almost weak. Although she was nominally the heir to the throne of Spain, her father did not even regard her as a spare. She could not find supporters in the outer court or the palace. Because her biological mother left too early, her stepmother gave birth to several children for her father, which made her class fall again and again. She was the kind of person who, how to say it, was used to enduring. She could tolerate any harsh treatment, but gentle actions and words would make her a little uneasy. She was like a child with an empty pocket, eager to play with friends, but unable to take out candy and biscuits to share with others. Louis returned to Paris with her. They rode in the same carriage on the road and lived in adjacent rooms when they were boarding. This allowed Teresa to slowly recover, just like a withered flower that becomes more plump after absorbing clean water. When she arrived in Paris, not only did she not become haggard due to the long journey, but she also became a little wider and fatter, which made her, who was originally just pretty, look more ordinary. Queen Mother Anne was her aunt and her mother-in-law. She couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw her. It would have been fine if Teresa didn't stand next to Louis. When she stood next to Louis, she was even more eclipsed. The noble ladies who came out to greet her had contempt or sympathy in their eyes, and whispered behind their fans. The Queen's appearance was really mediocre, and the King would definitely feel extremely embarrassed when he had to perform his duties between husband and wife. While they laughed at the Queen, they couldn't help but be eager to try. The King's lover, Marie Mancini, was said to have returned to Italy and had become the wife of the Duke of Colonna. In view of her husband's identity, it would be difficult for her to return to the court. The Queen was not stunning in appearance, but their chance had finally come. On the way, Louis had described the scene in the palace to Maria Theresa. She was also a Spanish princess. She was not afraid of the malicious eyes of these noble ladies. She was of a calm temperament, but she would not shrink from those who had to be inferior to her. After she knelt down to salute the Queen Mother, it was the turn of the noble ladies to knelt down to salute her. She stood up straight, smiled slightly, and swept her sharp eyes over them. Louis told her that he did not have the configuration of royal wife for the time being, so who gave these stupid people the courage to despise her? She might only have the respect of the King, but as long as she had the respect of the King, it was enough. Her position in the court would always be above 10,000 people and below one person. The only one who could inherit the throne of France in the future could be her son. While Louis was familiar with government affairs, he also took time to sleep with the Queen. The Queen and he were both of the right age to get married and have children. After 3 months, Teresa could be preliminarily judged to be pregnant. At this time, something that made Louis laugh and cry happened again. When a ball was held in the palace, the ban on balls was lifted on the day the King returned to Paris. According to tradition, the Queen still needed to dress up to attend, wearing exquisite but dangerous silk satin dancing shoes, a thin waist, and a heavy skirt. The King wanted to ask her to go back and rest, but was blamed by the Queen Mother. It turned out that in this era, even if the Queen was pregnant, she still couldn't publicize it when she was only 2 or 3 months pregnant. Before the announcement, if the Queen did not appear in the same occasion with the King, the subjects would accuse the Queen of not fulfilling her due duties. The only thing the King could do was to change the opening dance. As the most distinguished person present, they had to lead the dance, to the slower and quieter pavane, which was popular during the Renaissance and was an orderly procession dance. After the dance, he returned to his seat and the Queen had a chance to rest for a while. This scene lasted until the Queen became pregnant. The King announced the news in a dramatic tone at breakfast, and then the whole country was jubilant. There were so many people coming to congratulate the King that there were one ball after another in the palace. In order to thank the Queen for her hard work, the King specially prepared a pearl necklace for her as a gift. When the Crown Prince was born, the Queen could get a more formal gift, such as a set of diamond or emerald jewelry. When Mary woke up from her coma, she heard the baby crying loudly and cheers from inside and outside. Her father personally carried the little Duke of Colonna out and showed it to everyone. This was the blood of the King and the origin of the Mancini family's prosperity again. A man walked in at this time. Mary paused for a long time before realizing that this man was the King's messenger. He opened a flat velvet box to Mary. In the box was a whole set of glittering sapphire jewelry, from crowns to necklaces, earrings, bracelets and rings, which were very valuable. However, Mary didn't care about its value, but its symbolic meaning. At this time, husbands would definitely prepare such a gift for their wives after giving birth. unless he didn't love her or respect her. Mary looked at it and suddenly shed tears. Milady stepped forward to accept the gift. The messenger bowed to Mary silently and left the room. "Look," Milady whispered, "it's beautiful. I want to see Louis. When you can move freely, Your Highness, we can go to Naples or Sicily," Milady said, "and then go to Calais, where the king has a palace." Mary struggled to prop up her body. The physique, medical skills and drugs of wizards are better than those of mortals, but giving birth is always a dangerous and difficult thing for women. Milady hurried forward and put a pillow behind her. "Maybe I was wrong." Mary lay on the pillow and murmured, "I should have kept him. Then you will really lose his majesty forever." Milady soothed softly. She stretched out her hand and Mary subconsciously grabbed it. In the past few months, Milady had always been by her side. Suspecting that she was deceived by both her family and her lover, and because of her pregnancy, Mary was emotionally unstable and sometimes seemed like a madman. Only Milady could comfort her. Although the Mancini family was still a little worried about her, after much hesitation, they let Milady stay with Mary. Mary grabbed her hand, her nails digging into the flesh, but Milady's expression did not change at all, as if it was not her own hand at all. She gently stroked Mary's wet hair with her other hand and chanted a spell softly. Mary struggled for a while and then fell asleep uncontrollably. Milady then pulled back her hand and glanced at the scar on the back of her hand. She stood up and greeted the Mancini parents who were coming back from outside. The baby in the swaddling clothes was waving his hands and feet in annoyance. He was a strong boy. "His Majesty will be happy to see him," Milady said. This sentence made the Mancini parents pause slightly. This was something he had considered for a long time but could not decide. The Mancini family was of course willing to keep the child in the other world to raise him, so that the child could become a Mancini instead of a Bourbon, but if he was not with his father, how could their relationship be deep? Milady's magic power may not be as good as any of the Mancini, but when it comes to observing words and expressions, no one here can match her. "Your Majesty hopes that you can raise His Highness until he is 7 or 9 years old," he said, "and then he will go to the outer world to receive instruction. After all, nothing can teach him more than a father and a king." This sentence really made the Mancini patriarch feel a little relieved. Milady," he put the baby back to Mary and asked casually, "Did the messenger say that?" "Of course, who else could it be?" Milady replied in a more casual manner. "He said he brought a handwritten letter from His Majesty the King." "Oh, I haven't had time to look at it yet," the Mancini family said. He stood in front of his daughter's bed, stared at the pale face for a while, and then turned away. In a hidden room, he opened the king's letter. The letter did tell him about the arrangement for the child. The king gave everything in the other world to the newborn. Although he was still very young, he already had a stable foundation, and the Mancini family could make good use of this huge gift. Just these alone, all the previous investment was returned, and the king, as promised, intended to connect the Mancini family with the Savoy royal family. This news made the Mancini family ecstatic. It was a wise move to abandon Mary at the beginning, and with the little Duke of Colonna, they also had a bargaining chip to contain the king. However, their current relationship did not need to be so rigid. According to the king's plan, the little Duke of Colonna would become the spokesperson of the Mancini family, the uncrowned king of the other world, which would be beneficial to both of them. They only needed to wait patiently, and give a little extra strength. For example, the wizards who were sent to Paris to fight vampires with the monks of the Inquisition were only the peripheral personnel of the Mancini family. Even if 8 or 9 out of 10 were lost, the Mancini family would not feel sorry. After all, there were too many of them, more than rats and bugs. The Mancini family could keep a large part of the commission paid by the king, not to mention the so-called pensions. If the wizard was just single and had few friends and relatives, they would directly confiscate it. Otherwise, what else? They couldn't be buried in the ground with him. Milady smiled and knelt down to the Mancini family and walked out. But what if that child, the king's brother Philip said worriedly, if he also becomes a wizard? If he said that, just looking at Mary, he knew that she was naive and greedy. No, Louis said, there are as many wizards in the other world as trees in the forest, but each family only chooses a few mentors. Even if they are not the ones I choose, I can buy and bribe them, and Mary must be willing to bring him to meet me. No wonder you ordered people to repair the palace in Calais. Philip walked around the desk twice. So, brother, have you heard a rumor? What? You are going to dedicate a new palace to your queen? Philip pulled out a peacock feather from the vase and plucked its whiskers one by one. "It's in Versailles." "It's not a rumor," Louis said, "it's true. I have planned to rebuild a new palace in Versailles for a few years. Now I just put it on the table, but if people want to say so, let them think so. Some people are worried that you are too fond of Her Majesty the Queen," Philip said. Just like what Queen Mother Anne had encountered, the Spanish princess was bound to have a difficult time in the French court. Before she gave birth to the king's heir, she was the enemy of the French, not their queen, but Marie Theresa was indeed a lucky one. She met Louis and soon became pregnant, but some people still questioned her loyalty to France, and worried that she would whisper in the king's ear to make France give in or appease in its policy toward Spain. Louis put down the documents and smiled. "So they want you to be a lobbyist? What do they want me to do?" "They want you to choose a royal wife," Philip said. This surprised Louis. He thought for a while and couldn't help but sighed. Tradition. Chapter 122 The Firstborn Son and the Queen. 4. Louis did not have much desire for love between men and women, or simple desire. He tried to find comfort in Mary, but it was not what he wanted. He tried to make Mary believe that he and her had a wizard marriage contract because of love, but the king knew very well that this was just a deal he made with the Mancini family and his ambition for the other world. Now the ministers were worried that he was deceived by a Spanish woman and asked him to choose a royal lady. Louis' first thought was how to maximize the effect of this matter. His thoughts quickly passed through a group of noble ladies, but he only thought about whether he could find something worth using from these noble ladies. As for whether they were beautiful or smart, it was not within the king's consideration and comfort. "I see," he said to his brother, "go tell the Queen Mother, I will think about it carefully." Philippe, Duke of Orleans, bowed gracefully and left. Louis wanted to put his attention back on the documents, but found that he could not concentrate. He already knew that Mary had given birth to a son for him. From the other world, he was Louis's first son. Louis named him Clovis in the letter. Clovis was the king of the Frankish period. Under the leadership of Clovis I, the Franks defeated Sigrius, the last ruler of the Roman Empire in northern Gaul. This victory expanded the rule of the Franks to the north of the Loire River and established a Frankish kingdom. Naming the newborn with this name represents the king's expectations for him. But the queen's son, the firstborn son in the world, would be named Louis, because Louis IX was both a king and a saint, so people liked to call his descendants the sons of Saint Louis, and as if to show their legitimacy, starting with Louis XIV, kings would name their eldest son Louis, his son would be Louis XV, his grandson would be Louis XV, and his great-grandson would be Louis XVII. Although it sounds terrible, whether it is a king or an heir, their names are rarely called. Just like now, Louis is called His Majesty the King, his brother Philip is His Highness or the Duke of Orleans, and the Duchess of Montpensier is often called the Grand Princess, perhaps because people's names overlap too much at this time. The king's thoughts were like a winged horse galloping far away. Behind the mountain of documents, His Majesty could only use this method for a short pastime. After wandering around for half an hour, he summoned Bonhomme and told him to invite the Queen to dinner with him tonight and to prepare a precious gift for him. Queen Theresa rarely had dinner with the king. This honor usually belonged to ministers of the previous dynasty or the king's brother Philip. She came in full dress to thank Louis for the purple jasmine powder and rouge that he had developed to make money. The queen's face was as white as if it was painted with lime, but there was no need to worry about affecting the child in her belly. Compared with the king, the pregnant queen seemed to have a good appetite. She had 2 soups, a roast, a quail stewed with mushrooms, as well as bread, boiled eggs and cheese. She was always calm in front of the king, perhaps because of Louis' respect for her in the past few months. Although the rumors outside were unpleasant, on the other hand, she also had something to rely on. The noble ladies in the court only dared to whisper behind her back. What the king did not expect was that the topic of royal wife was brought up by the queen first. "Your Majesty," she said with her chest puffed out, not because she meant to do so, but because the bulging belly really did not allow her to bend over, "you should have a lover." These words made Louis immediately look at her expression. The young but not beautiful queen did not have too many strange expressions on her face. She was neither in pain nor disappointed. It was not that she did not love Louis, but she was certain of this as early as her childhood. Even as a queen, she could not guarantee that her husband would be loyal to her. Just like the former Queen Christina of Sweden, although she executed her lover for treason, People still said that she did it because of a woman's jealousy, which caused a lot of discussion among the people, because such behavior was really not tolerant and elegant, and lacked grace. She is still living in Paris, but she has little hope of continuing to gain support from France, returning to Sweden or becoming the Queen of Naples. This is how the world is. What should have been absurd is supported by fans, and what should have been taken for granted has become a sin. For Teresa, the king had no lover, or rather, he had no lover before he had an heir with her, and he had been with her for the past few months, which was already the best he could do. She was grateful for the king's kindness and would certainly not make it difficult for him. In addition, as a Spanish queen, she did not want the king's Miss Mancini to return to the court. She was the king's first lover, and she was rude by nature, which was a greater threat to her than any other noble lady. I haven't decided yet, Louis said. Then hold a few balls, the queen said. Then, she really held a few balls. Because her pregnancy had been recognized, she only danced the opening dance with the king and left, leaving the king with a group of young and lovely noble ladies, including the daughters or nieces of powerful officials and nobles. But the more attentive they were, the more annoying Louis became. He complained to his brother Philip that it was not like he was choosing a lover, but rather like a group of kittens fighting for a ball of yarn. Even though the claws and teeth were cute, the yarn ball being fought over would not feel happy. This wonderful metaphor made Philip laugh out loud. As he laughed, he put his hand on the hilt of his sword. The next moment, the smile suddenly disappeared from his brother's face. Philip drew his sword in an instant and pointed to the shadow of the corridor. Come out, he shouted in a deep voice. The king also drew his sword. This corridor belonged to the king, and no one else had the right to walk. Now only the queen mother, the king's brother, and a few trusted ministers were granted the privilege. After a few seconds, a skirt edge moved out from the shadow, and then the owner of the skirt. Philip showed a surprised look, because this person was someone they were familiar with but not close to, Princess Henrietta's maid Louise. Philip also felt a little strange about her appearance, but then he suddenly realized that he felt strange because this maid had made an exquisite dress and put on gorgeous clothes. He glanced at his brother with a smile, lowered the tip of his sword, and Louis paused. The deepest impression Louis gave him was her perfect shooting skills at the Red Child Market. He did not let down his guard. What can I do for you, Mom? Philip asked. Louis looked pale, but she still resolutely walked out with her skirt lifted, and then bowed deeply to the king and the duke. After being immersed in the palace for so long, she was no longer as clumsy and at a loss as when she first arrived, but she was still so nervous that her shoulders were about to break. I have something to talk to you alone. Her words made Philip's smile more real. Your Majesty, he asked, maybe I need to step aside for a while. It won't be long, Louis said. You go back to your room first and ask Bontom to pick me up. I'll wait for you, Philip said. I'm at the end of the corridor. Then he left the candle behind and walked away in the moonlight. But the king could still see him, and he could see the king, but they couldn't hear what they said. Louise was a maid of the British Princess Henrietta. But when Oliver Cromwell, the Lord Protector of England and identified as a traitor by the king, died in 58 AD, his eldest son Richard inherited his title and army. Cromwell did not have his father's skills and ambition to control the parliament, elders and generals. He was cowardly, ignorant and stupid. In just a few months, he lost most of the power left to him by his father. George Monk, whose name was mentioned by Louis, was very disappointed. He joined forces with Thomas Fairfax, who returned to the political center and instigated most of the generals to rebel, intending to welcome back Charles II, who was still in exile. If Charles II could return to London and become a true king, then his mother and sister would not continue to live in Paris, and Louise would naturally go back with the princess she served. Philip guessed that Louise might also want to try to see if she had a chance to win the king's favor like those noble ladies, so he immediately gave in tactfully. Although this maid had a special appearance, not ugly, but not meeting the current people's requirements for ladies, that is, although she was slender, she was too healthy, almost strong, never fainted, and had great strength. This was because she had directly moved the fainted Princess Henrietta back to the bedroom several times, alone. But Philip also knew that his brother had a very peculiar aesthetic. Just like Mary, she was beautiful, but not docile enough, and too greedy, but the king always treated her differently. Who knows if Louise will be the next Mary? Now you can say it, the king said kindly. Will you come with me to the next room, Your Majesty? Louise said softly. frowning as if she had made a very dangerous decision. Louis was silent for a moment, rubbing his pocket, and the cat in his pocket moved. "All right," he said, "as you wish." They entered the room together. The room was empty. Louise slightly opened the curtains covering the window to let in the moonlight. She looked sad and bit her lower lip tightly. Such a look almost made people ask her to stop making things so difficult. "I think," Louise said, standing 7 or 8 steps away from Louis, almost from one end of the room to the other, "you must remember Mr. Breland." "I remember." This Louis would not forget. "He is my father," Louis said with a slight oath. He was no longer so surprised. After all, the other party would not mention Breland for no reason. He put his hand into his coat pocket. The Venzo cat was sticking its head out from inside. Its eyes were shining coldly and its little nose was sniffing hard. But it took a few seconds before it finally exploded. There was no other reason, just because Louise was taking off the necklace around her neck. This silver lace necklace had almost never left her. I think this was also a magic tool that Breland prepared for his daughter to cover up the smell and characteristics of the werewolf. After taking off the necklace, even if the king could not smell Louise's scent, he could see that her eyes were golden in the moonlight, and in the light were conical black pupils. She bent her head, endured the pain, and said intermittently, I want to thank you, Your Majesty." "Speak," Louis replied calmly. "You have saved my father's life twice," Louise said. I hope to give you something in return." "What kind of reward?" "I hope to do a special befriending ceremony with you." "I've heard of the befriending ceremony for werewolves," the king said softly, "but your father didn't do it. Why do you want to do it?" "This is exactly what my father asked me to do," Louis panted. "My father. He has left me, forever. Your Majesty, although you saved him, his life has come to an end, so he asked me. Let me make friends with you." "Is it just for those 2 favors?" Louise turned her face, revealing a look of shame. "And my people?" "Oh, Serbian werewolves." Louise made a voice like crying. "The Ottoman Turkish governor of Serbia is dispersing us, and we have nowhere to go, so, my father is willing to serve Charles I, but how many people do you have left?" "Only more than 100. "I see. More than 100, this number is really nothing, even in the other world, it is purely useless. No wonder Charles I immediately abandoned the werewolves after he found hope of returning home. What do you want?" "A shelter." "What can I get?" "We will follow you from now on and wait for your orders. You came to see me because you want to be my lover. I can't find a suitable reason to stay with you." Louise's face still showed a charming blush even in the moonlight. Although she was taciturn, she was always as straightforward as a man. Such behavior really made her feel ashamed. "Then I accept it," the king said. "Come." He stretched out his hand. "Come to me." Louise trembled. "Don't be afraid of me, Your Majesty." After saying this, her face stretched horribly and slowly. White fur turned out from under her skin. She howled in pain. Her body bent to the ground. Her hands stretched out, and then changed into claws, and her feet did the same. Her dress and soft shoes were torn, and the ring broke. When she finally stopped changing, it was a huge silver wolf crouching in front of the king. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123: The Firstborn Son and the Queen. 5. It was not the first time the king had seen a werewolf, he meant a living one. But unlike Clarion, Louise's wolf fur was smoother and brighter, like a silver statue cast by an angel. It slowly stood up and walked in front of the king, and then a low roar rolled out from its throat. The reason why wizards looked down on werewolves was that werewolves had no writing of their own, but they still had a language, which came half from wolves and half from humans, and sounded like sobbing, but the king could understand it. He had been in the other world for several months, and when people thought he would be worried, he used learning to relieve his tension and depression. He could even stay up all night, eagerly absorbing all the knowledge of the other world. Only Ronque knew that when Louis left the other world, he was already able to roughly understand the unique language of werewolves. Compared to the ancient Latin, Greek and Roman languages used by werewolves, wizards and vampires, it was not difficult. He had been learning Latin since he was a child, and Greek and Roman were no exception. Only the language of werewolves was indeed a new subject. However, Since werewolves rarely had the opportunity to use their own language, this subject was not difficult. The king could only listen but not speak, because he did not have the vocal organs like wolves, but being able to listen was already a great advantage. For example, now the king could understand that Louise was reciting the spells required for the ceremony. She was swearing and promising, not cursing. After a long spell, the silver wolf panted and stopped for a while, as if the previous behavior was very strenuous for her. A few minutes later, the silver wolf suddenly tilted its head and lay on its side. Its bright white fur spread out like silk on the dark carpet, and the whole wolf was as big as a bed, big enough for a king to lie down on. Louis said from the bottom of his heart that he almost did that. If it had not been for such a solemn ceremony, Louis's behavior would really have been like a big cat committing fraud. Louis stretched out his hand and placed it on Louis' throat, exposed in front of him, the werewolf's fatal weakness. Then, almost subconsciously, his hand sank into it. The surface was silky fur, and inside was cloud-like fluff. The body temperature of a werewolf is higher than that of a human. In the cold season, this is simply a unique large constant temperature blanket. Here, we have to thank the king for his excellent self-control. He withdrew his hand before he reached between the legs of the silver wolf. When she was a wolf, Louise's concept of femininity was not so strong. She raised her head curiously, curled up her two front paws, and made a gesture of complete obedience. Apart from Louis's strange ideas, such a dangerous and cruel monster, lying on its back like a domesticated puppy, letting you do whatever you want and believing in you wholeheartedly, can melt any heart made of steel. At least according to the oath the king just heard, even if he raised the silver cone and killed Louise, she would not resist at all. "I accept the loyalty of Louise Françoise de la Porte-Brelin," Louis said, and then he felt something was pulled slightly in the dark, and a small but bright lily emblem flashed on the throat of the silver wolf for a moment, and then disappeared. The contract took effect. The king stood up and drew the curtains in front of the window, so, at least it wouldn't be too awkward. "How are you going to get back?" After a strange sound, I'm very fast," Louise said. "No one can see me." "I'll give you my cloak," the king sighed. Louise was still a werewolf after all. Even after several years in the court, she wouldn't mind walking around in the moonlight like a wolf. But since Louis had accepted her loyalty, he had to arrange an identity for her. In this case, his royal lady, which had not yet been settled, would be the best title. He was not a person who would regard a woman's chastity as more important than her life, but if possible, the lady should be more reserved. At the next day's ball, people unexpectedly saw Louise Breland among the queen's maids. She was originally Princess Henrietta's maid, but it was said that Princess Henrietta would soon return to London. Her maid suddenly became someone close to the queen. The intention was obvious. Some ministers discussed that the king's first official royal wife should be a native of the country, but later the hint of the queen mother made them give up. It turned out that Princess Henrietta was discussing marriage with the Duke of Orleans, the king's brother Philip, so although the maid was of humble origins, she was immediately promoted to be the princess's companion after being chosen by the king, and then chose a marriage that seemed to be well matched, that is, Viscount Lavalier. Although this Viscount was French, he was far away on the other side of France. He knew very well about this marriage and did not mind that the position of his wife was occupied by a beauty admired by the king. He received a considerable annuity and even had the opportunity to become a local judge or regent. Of course, he was smart and would not set foot in Paris, so as not to embarrass the king and himself. So at the third ball, after the king danced the first dance with a pregnant queen and sent the queen away, he did not sit in his seat to rest as he did in the past, but invited Madame Lavalier to dance the second dance. It was a rather humorous and interesting swing dance. Compared with those noble ladies who were inevitably a little restrained in front of the king, Madame Lavalier's posture could be said to be very graceful. Only the king knew that she was actually very nervous. After this dance, she had her own seat. Before, she had no seat, or could only sit on the carpet, very close to the king. When the Duchess of Montpensier noticed that the king intended to talk to her, she even stood up and gave up her seat. She returned to her room. Her room was also moved to the vicinity of the king's bedroom. She couldn't let the king or the royal lady walk through most of the Louvre to have a tryst in the middle of the night. The room was luxurious and comfortable, needless to say. There was a velvet purse on the dressing table. In the purse was a commercial bill worth 10,000 livres, which was the royal lady's salary. In the following days, there were continuous gifts sent by the king, including diamond rings, gold brooches, mint coats, etc. Following closely were the rewards from the Queen Mother, gifts from His Highness Philip, and things sent by the Queen's maid. These were undoubtedly announcing to people that the royal lady had been recognized by the royal family members, but what made Louise worried and a little hesitant was that the king had not stayed at her place yet. Louise was certainly not prepared, and in fact the king was also unprepared. His engagement with Mary was recognized by the other world, and although he was coerced, he had left this complicated feeling in the past when he left the other world. He might not love his wife, but he respected her and did his best to fulfill his duties as a husband, especially after the Queen became pregnant. In addition to being a husband, he was also a father. Although the Queen did not say anything about this, she was very happy in her heart. No wife was willing to share her husband with others. Only her maid knew that after leaving the hall that night, the Queen stood alone in the dark for a long time, and only left after hearing people start to praise the king and Madame of Valier's dance. No matter how rational she was, she still felt pain. The king abandoned the newly canonized royal lady and stayed by the Queen's side whenever he had time. Of course, it was gratifying. Sometimes, he was even willing to do what the maids did to make the Queen smile, just like just now, when the Queen had finished eating the dried apricots on her plate. The king picked up the plate himself, walked outside and told the servants to bring some more. The Queen stared at his back and couldn't help but murmur softly, "Even if it is for this moment, I am willing to endure 40 years of loneliness." The maid beside her heard this and hurriedly crossed her fingers, lest the devil hear this and make it come true, but the next moment, the Queen suddenly bent over with a look of pain on her face, and the king turned around. He rushed over in a hurry and picked up the Queen sideways, and at this moment, a torrent of warm water gushed out, soaking his tights. "Come here, Your Majesty," the Queen's maid shouted. Louis hesitated for a moment. This brought up an old custom in the royal family. In order to prevent the Queen from replacing a dead baby or mixing other bloodlines into the royal family, the Queen's delivery had to be in full view of the public. The noble ladies were in the delivery room, and the ministers were outside. She had to endure great pain and humiliation. She couldn't even shout, because that would be vulgar like a village woman. The king had no objection to the latter request. He was a man before and now. However, he also knew about women's delivery. He knew that it was better for women not to shout during delivery, which was a waste of energy. However, bystanders were also necessary, otherwise the child's inheritance rights would be questioned in the future. He made a decision soon: "Don't go there. Let the Duchess of Montpensier and others come here. But the bedroom here is too small." In order to ensure that all the noble ladies could be accommodated, the delivery room deliberately chose the largest room. Then there should be fewer people. Louis said as he carried the Queen into the room, "Let them discuss it themselves. Or listen to the Queen Mother's opinion." As soon as this order came out, the panicked Queen's maids finally calmed down. They either helped the king to let the Queen lie down, or ran out to call the servants to let them notify everywhere, maybe only half an hour, or less. The important ministers in Paris, headed by the Prince of Condé and the Prince of Conti, all came, and the noble ladies, headed by the Duchess of Montpensier, about 7 or 8 people, rushed into the Queen's bedroom. The king had no right to stop them from seeing, so he could only let the Queen's maids cover the Queen's forehead with wet cotton cloth soaked in lavender and mint essential oils and cover her eyes to stabilize her emotions. As per custom, the king was not allowed to enter the delivery room. All he could do was have people shout outside and order the maids to continuously bring in gifts for the Queen, all small things, just to let the Queen know that he was outside, with her. Such behavior made some noble ladies laugh, but it also greatly comforted the Queen. The cotton cloth covering her eyes prevented her from seeing those people clearly, and she could deceive herself that she was giving birth in a secret environment. She tightly grasped the cotton strip hanging from the head of the bed, biting the cork, and exerting force in bursts. She was a first-time mother, but she was already 20 years old, so her body was ready for delivery. According to the king's instructions, she did not eat too much to ensure that the baby was not that big, but the delivery process still lasted for several hours, and the king's gifts never stopped, including cakes and honey water, which allowed her to regain her strength. Louis said that he had prepared strong liquor and some medicines to relieve the pain, but under the will of God, the pain that women have to endure during childbirth is necessary, and none of these can be used. It seems that the witch in the other world is more fortunate. Fortunately, the Queen gave birth smoothly. At the moment when the sun passed over the Louvre Tower, the King of France, not the wizard Louis, was born. With a loud cry, the ceremonial officer knocked his cane and shouted loudly, "Thanks to God, the Dauphin of Vinois, Valentinois and Count Diva are here." The above series is the full name of the French Dauphin. As soon as he was born, he was determined to be the heir to the huge country of France. Compared with the nobles who were the first to learn about the birth of the Dauphin, the people of Paris had to listen attentively, because if it was a prince, the salute would be fired 101 times, and if it was a princess, it would be 21 times. They counted, and when they counted to 22, they immediately took off their hats and threw them into the air, cheering loudly. This good news spread rapidly in all directions like ripples on the lake, and fireworks were set off in every city. Although the young king had not made any terrible mistakes since he took office, people still hoped that he and France would have an heir as soon as possible. Amid the joy and excitement, only the wife of Prince Conti remained silent. In fact, this child was not the king's firstborn. Mary's child was a few months older than him. Although the king sent gifts when Mary gave birth, he was not present. That is, unless Mary was willing to give birth in the outer world, His Majesty would never easily set foot in a place he could not control again. But when she saw the king personally holding the newborn heir, walking to the queen, looking at the man who loved cleanliness, not caring about the queen's smell and sweat stains, giving her a kiss, and putting the child next to her, and personally opening a valuable gift to encourage the queen, a set of smooth and dazzling diamond jewelry, and smiling at the queen, she still couldn't help feeling sad for her poor sister, Mary Mancini. Chapter 124. A letter from the happy Charles II to Louis. Great and most noble king, my dearest brother Louis, may God honor you with his good blessings. I am writing to you on the last day of April. Your Majesty, by the grace of God, I heard that you have a strong and beautiful heir. Congratulations. It is a pity that he has not been able to deepen the relationship between Britain and France, but fate is like this, it never waits and never turns back. I think I have already answered the questions you asked me last time. Although the opinions in the Parliament are divided, at my insistence, they are willing to discuss the Dunkirk affairs with your envoys. It is just about the marriage of your brother, Philippe, Duke of Orleans, and my sister Princess Henrietta. They seem to be seeking a marriage with Leopold I or Don Juan Jose, who met you at Dunkirk. What kind of young man do you think he is? Although he has the title of Duke, he is still a bastard. I think I will not consider it unless Spain can offer a decent price. Of course, I hope that Henrietta can take the name of Bourbon, but the question is, if you insist on your previous proposal, can you tolerate a sister-in-law with a meager dowry? Although I want to say that I love this sister very much, you also know that a braided declaration I issued in the Netherlands a year ago not only forgave my people and guaranteed their freedom of religion, but also recognized their ownership of the property they acquired during the chaos. This is the key, because the royal land was auctioned during that period. My current finances are almost entirely dependent on the Parliament. They have set up a so-called royal expense project for me and all members of the royal family. Every allocation requires their signature. You are also the king, and you know how terrible our and the royal family's expenses are, so Henrietta's dowry may not be satisfactory. But if you don't care about this, Your Majesty, I can try to fight for it again with the Parliament. Many of them are enemies of France, but I am a friend of France. I have never forgotten the help you gave me when I was traumatized, and I will always remember it in my heart. I mean, if you really need Dunkirk, I will do my best to make it happen. Besides, Mr. Monk, I mean the Duke of Albemarle, advised me to pardon the rebels as much as I could, and though I had thought many times of erecting gallows from Dover to London, and hanging them one by one like Vlad the Impaler, I finally accepted his advice. Yes, I generously rewarded my supporters, and treated those who deserved to go to hell with leniency. I only signed a death warrant, which had 9 names, each of whom had signed the death warrant of my father, their king, as a kind of repayment, as the messenger of God said, tooth for tooth, blood for blood. And then there was Richard Cromwell, who fled, and in this we can see that he had no courage and courage like his father, and in the same way, considering the future, I decided not to pursue him unless he returned to England. Now let's get to the point, my dear brother, Louis, about Oliver Cromwell. Fortunately, he died before I came back. He was buried in Westminster Abbey under the curse of the people in the name of the protector of the country. It is said that when his body was placed on the stone platform, the only one who was willing to cry for him was a dog. Of course, everyone hated him. I dug him out of the grave, whipped his body with an iron whip, then cut off his head, tied it with wire, and hung it on the cross in the cathedral. I hope you can also witness this scene with your own eyes, because I know you hate rebellion as much as I do. Unfortunately, this is not easy, so I ordered my painter to sketch this scene for you. Next, I will talk about my marriage. Perhaps you have heard that they have found a Portuguese wife for me, Catherine, the daughter of John III. She will bring me a dowry of £800,000, and 2 cities, Tangier and Bombay. I don't know what this person is like, but I hope she is as good as your wife. Your Majesty, I am 8 years older than you, and I should have a formal heir long ago. By the way, I also heard that you rebuilt Paris? It's really enviable. It's just like a great project like Hadrian, the wise king of Rome, built a long wall. I am also worried about the damp and dirty London. If possible, please send a few reliable people to let me see if there are any places I can imitate. In addition, Cromwell, Oliver, once conspired with the Spaniards to cooperate in order to seize Calais. Do you know about this? Finally, we will face 2 important things together, Dunkirk and Henrietta. I hope you can consider it seriously. I express my sincere gratitude here, and I will pray for you with my mother and my sister. May God bless you. Written in London on April 30, 1661, your dearest friend, Charles. The prince's brother Philip read the last sentence aloud before putting down the letter. Although his marriage was mentioned twice in this letter, as a young man who should have attached great importance to and yearned for his own marriage, Philip did not care at all. However, since Louis and Teresa's marriage was more about responsibility than emotion, he had nothing to say about it. Moreover, judging from the way the two got along when Henrietta was still in Paris, it would be a good thing if they did not hate each other. Louis had to remind Philip that this marriage was very likely to be achieved. "But you can't ask me to love her," Philip answered him confidently. "But you have to respect her," Louis said. "If a lady in marriage does not get the love and respect of her husband, her life will become extremely miserable. Even out of pity, I hope you can treat her well." "I will, my king," Philip said, and then he read again the letter that Charles II had written to the King of France. From the letter, it can be seen that Charles II was actually very eager to make this marriage happen, because he is now in a dangerous and embarrassing position. Louis asked Philip to sit next to him. Philip was certainly not allowed to have spies, so there were many things he didn't know. Many contents in Charles II's letter were condensed or deliberately omitted. For example, there were a total of 57 people who signed the death sentence of Charles I. When Charles II, by the time of the Restoration, 1/3 of them had already passed away, 1/3 were in exile, and Charles I had executed 11 people in total, not the 9 he claimed, because 2 of them were sentenced to terrible capital punishment. The one Louis now knew of, John Cook, was executed by being torn apart by 5 horses, and his body parts were thrown into the market to be trampled on. Cromwell's head was hung on the top of Westminster Abbey, and his body was whipped and hung on the gallows at Tyburn, becoming the best sign to warn rebels and the object of people's ridicule and sarcasm. Yes, to many people, Oliver Cromwell was a hero, but to the common people who were threatened and restricted by his harsh laws, he was a cruel false king. Charles II once sarcastically said in a letter that when Cromwell died, only a dog cried for him. This statement may not be too exaggerated. Since Charles II ascended the throne again, he abolished all laws related to Cromwell in one fell swoop. Gambling, dog and horse racing, balls, exquisite decorations and gorgeous clothes, fine wine and delicious food returned to people's lives again. He even held banquets every night, all night long, as if to regain all the happiness and enjoyment lost in the previous 10 years in one day. This made him gain the support of most civilians. Just as Louis commented, people are creatures who like pleasure and hate labor and rules. Oliver Cromwell could be a devout and hard-working believer, and maybe some people would praise him, but he could not ask others to do the same. His officials and troops immediately turned to Charles II after his death. There was a reason for this. Not to mention these people, even Richard Cromwell, who fled to the Netherlands, lived a good life, partying every night and having several lovers. Obviously, he was also very constrained. In addition to these, Louis said, there is also the current situation of Charles II. Is there another Oliver Cromwell? Philip asked. Oliver Cromwell has set the worst example. Louis left the next sentence. This arrogant man tore off the mask of glory that the king had worn on his face for 1,000 years. He let the common people know that the king could die. He was convicted by some humble people and then executed. When his head rolled to the ground, no angels descended to the ground to punish those who were rebellious with thunder. It is hard to say. No, it should be said that there will definitely be kings or queens who will be pressed on the guillotine in the future, waiting for the executioner to swing the sword. Cromwell broke people's cognition and destroyed the rules. This is what Louis was most angry about. After all, he is the king now. If possible, his son and grandson will also be the king. Although Cromwell is dead, the vicious seed has spread everywhere and planted in people's hearts. Philip did not have a correct understanding of this. Although Louis had been taking him to study, he was not a king after all. He simply hated Henrietta. Although their enmity was only caused by the defense of the two queen mothers, he meant that after the first riot, Henry's queen mother intended to promote the marriage between Princess Henrietta and Louis, but her sister-in-law, Queen Mother Anne, tried her best to destroy it, but the young man and woman only had a strong hatred for each other. Let's take a look at this. Louis did not let Philip think too much, pointing to a secret report. Philip could be said to have hesitated to open the scroll. After reading the contents inside, he couldn't help but pity the current Charles II. It was no wonder that Charles II wrote such a humble letter to Louis. Now Louis could hold all the power of the court and the harem in his hands. The companies belonging to the king alone included the guards, the dragoons and the musketeers. Although these troops were not many in number, they were all elite. In addition to them, there were the troops controlled by Prince Condé, Turenne and Frederick Schomberg, as well as 10,000 half-military and half-civilian soldiers in Versailles. These people were all loyal to the king. There were also the Orleans forces controlled by Philippe and the troops in the territory controlled by the Duchess of Montpensier. Now Charles II, although he was the king, the only troops he could hold were the guards and a few scattered soldiers left elsewhere. It was no wonder that he was unwilling to give Princess Henrietta enough dowry, and he was looking forward to the £800,000 that his future wife would bring, and he was trying to facilitate the Dunkirk deal. Everyone knows that it costs much more money to support a strong army than to rebuild a city. But the British envoys are reluctant to give up Dunkirk, and they have proposed a ransom of £500,000. Philip said that Louis might be able to support it, but the price tag is far beyond his budget. Then let the people of Dunkirk move. Why did the king hold a ceremony to enter the city at that time? It was precisely because he wanted to emphasize France's ownership of Dunkirk. Fortunately, in the subsequent negotiations, Prince Condé and Viscount Turenne signed an agreement with the British in accordance with the king's expectations. In other words, there are 1,000 French garrisons in Dunkirk. This agreement was signed with Cromwell's son-in-law, and it was denied by the British Parliament and the royal family today, but the 1,000 garrisons in Dunkirk have never relaxed their vigilance after all. They know that the king never intended to give up Dunkirk from the beginning. It is particularly worth mentioning that the British garrison in Dunkirk is now the new model army, which means that for Charles II, they are all traitors. Although Charles II claimed that he would not pursue them, they were inevitably panicked. So on the night when Louis' order was issued, Dunkirk quietly changed hands. Now, no matter how Britain and France negotiate, the actual ownership of Dunkirk is already in Louis' hands. It was worth it for him to suffer that blow. Perhaps not only the British Parliament, but also Charles II was furious and heartbroken, but the subsequent negotiations completely turned into the British trying their best to make their expulsion look more elegant and calm, and the French envoys, contrary to their previous eager attitude, happily watched the jokes on the other side. If it were not for the king's order to arrive in Dunkirk for the second time, in the end, the ransom of Dunkirk was directly reduced from £500,000 to £100,000, which was almost equivalent to giving it away for free. Chapter 125, Some Anecdotes of Charles II on the Run and the King's Spies. Your Highness. The king's brother, Philip, nodded to the trusted lady in waiting beside the Queen Mother and walked into the Queen Mother's sunroom. In this small hexagonal room almost entirely surrounded by lead-framed glass mosaic windows, the noble ladies, headed by the Duchess of Montpensier, gathered together. The Queen Mother was surrounded by them. Although she was old, she had an outstanding temperament. Her brilliance, like that of every queen from a foreign country, almost only bloomed after the king's death. King Louis' respect and tolerance for her deepened people's understanding of this point. It can be said that except for the fact that the king was almost assassinated more than a year ago and stayed in Dunkirk forever, which caused the other half of her hair to turn white, almost no one could find anything wrong with this elegant woman. However, the Queen Mother would no longer be criticized by others, but only criticize others. For example, Now, she could not see the queen's maid around her, which explained a lot of problems. Although the queen was her niece and daughter-in-law, the queen mother was not satisfied with the queen's mediocrity and the love she received, mainly from the king. A few days after the birth of the dauphin, the queen mother still remembered that when she gave birth to Louis, she only received an ordinary gift. The king, Louis' father, Louis XIV, did not even kiss her. Because of this incident, her status in the court fell again and again. All the noble ladies laughed at her behind her back, and she could only cry behind the bed curtain in the dark. Moreover, Queen Teresa was pregnant almost as soon as she got married, while Queen Mother Anne waited for 23 years before finally having her first child, Louis. She was not so jealous that she would do anything, but first, she proposed to the king that she would raise the prince, and second, she almost didn't want to see the queen. The relationship between the queen mother and the queen was not good, and everyone in the court knew it. All the noble ladies followed the queen mother and pretended that this person did not exist in the court. Thinking that Marie had also been treated like this, perhaps this was inevitable, the mother's jealousy towards the person who took away her beloved son. Thinking of this, Philip couldn't help but soften his heart. Of course, this was not towards Marie or Teresa. He loved his mother more than his mother. The only one who loved her more than his mother was his brother. As long as his brother didn't mention it, he was happy to fulfill his mother's little wish. The cradle of the prince was placed at the feet of the queen mother. Less than a month old, the child had grown a thick head of golden hair, just like Louis and Philip when they were young, but as they grew up, their light golden hair slowly turned golden brown, and perhaps the color would deepen in the future, turning into chestnut or dark brown, but it also depended on whether he was like his mother or his father, because Queen Teresa had light long hair. According to tradition, even if he was still a baby, the little prince was wearing a lace dress. He was sleeping soundly, clenching his two little fists. The two wet nurses feeding made his cheeks like swollen white bread. Philip wanted to pinch them, but he would definitely be stopped and scolded by the queen mother, so he deliberately sat at the feet of the queen mother to see if there was a chance to sneak attack once or twice. "Your Highness, did you go to His Majesty?" the queen mother asked casually while flipping through a picture album. "Yes," Philip replied, and then he remembered that the queen mother said not to disturb his brother all the time, so he quickly added, "The king asked me to go." The queen mother nodded. "Can you tell me? What did he want you to do?" "We talked about some interesting things," Philip said cautiously. "Maybe it's because the king has been reading documents alone for too long and is too bored, so he wants to talk to someone." It didn't feel so when Bishop Mazarin was there before, but now that Bishop Mazarin has gone to see his respected God, there are very few people around the king who can talk freely. "Your Majesty also asked you to read the documents. Some insignificant little things." When Philip said this, his mood suddenly became gloomy, because he could sense the queen mother's intention. After the Dunkirk incident, in view of his loyalty to the king, Louis trusted him as if he trusted another self. But although the queen mother had also promoted the so-called regent king at that time, after Louis came back, she immediately turned to her eldest son and became more wary of her youngest son. Philip was speechless about this. It was the queen mother and the bishop who asked him to go further, but later it was they who turned the sword against him. However, he could say that he was used to it, so he just smiled and said, "If you want to know, Mother, I can tell you about what happened to Charles II. I guarantee that you will laugh after listening to it." "Can I?" "Yes," Philip said. "I said, my brother just shared some interesting things with me." Then he began to talk vividly. Of course, for the ladies of the court, these were extremely fresh stories, especially because they were all related to a king. What Philip described was exactly what happened in the 6 months when Charles II fled from England to France after his failure in the First Restoration War. At that time, he was defeated, his army was scattered, and he was the only one in exile. Oliver Cromwell's bounty on him was £1,000. At that time, a farmer's family had an annual income of only £20. You can imagine how tempting this bounty was. Moreover, Charles II was very tall, about 6 feet 6 inches, or almost 1.9 meters, with dark skin, three-dimensional facial features, and impressive appearance. It was not easy for him to hide himself. At this time, Philip skipped a paragraph, mainly because Charles II was able to escape from the battlefield at that time because of the rescue of the werewolf Breland and his people, but he couldn't say that. He couldn't tell those noble ladies that the King of England was lucky enough to survive by relying on evil dark creatures, not to mention that Charles II had completely abandoned Brelan and his people now, so he simply pulled the timeline directly to when Charles II was finally found by Lord Wilmot. As soon as this person's name came out, everyone present smiled ambiguously, for no other reason, just because this lord was elegant and handsome, and was the attendant of Queen Mary. It was hard to say whether his loyalty to Charles II came from his father or his mother. However, this person did have outstanding martial arts and amazing courage, as well as extremely chivalrous demeanor and high self-esteem. Even when there were many crises at that time, he never disguised his identity. When Charles II was fortunate enough to get the support of King Louis of France, but this support could only guarantee his personal safety, but was unable to support him in his battle against Cromwell, it was this knight who went to Spain alone, intending to persuade the King of Spain to join forces with Spain to deal with France, in order to obtain more practical help from Philip IV. Fortunately, at that time Louis insisted on taking the same position as Charles II because he hated Cromwell. Philip IV felt that the Lord's words might not be so true, so he refused. Otherwise, France's international situation at that time would have been even worse. In short, although this lord failed to accomplish this task, his loyalty to Charles II is beyond doubt. After Charles II wandered on the battlefield for more than a month before being found by him, this lord always guarded by his side. He was injured for Charles and almost died. His property and land were also confiscated by Cromwell because he was recognized. He can be said to have given up everything for Charles II. When Philip talked about it, these noble ladies couldn't help but sigh. Even from another perspective, he could be said to be Louis' enemy. However, at this time, the enemy-friend relationship between countries, kings, and nobles was always changing. Things like this that didn't happen would not be forgotten. So Philip talked about some things that this lord and Charles II encountered during their escape. These things were the real interesting stories. This again involves the issue of religious beliefs in Britain at that time. The British monarchs abandoned Catholicism and converted to Protestantism during the time of Henry VIII. Although the king who wholeheartedly wanted a biological son as his heir did not get his wish in the end, the problems he left behind almost destroyed the entire British religious community, perhaps to avenge his mother and himself. During the reign of Queen Mary, she madly persecuted all Protestants. This situation continued until the accession of Elizabeth I. Although the Virgin Queen was inclined towards Protestantism, she adopted a tolerant attitude for the sake of domestic stability and allowed the two religions to coexist. The same was true for the subsequent kings of the Stuart dynasty, but Cromwell, as a Puritan, deeply hated all Catholics. In addition to destroying churches, icons and holy objects, he also required his soldiers to ensure that every Catholic was under his close surveillance. Such behavior could easily make Catholics feel dangerous and disgusted, so when Charles II fled all the way from Worcester to Shoreham, he received help from many Catholics. For these believers, the weight of faith was obviously greater than the £1,000. The most famous among them were the five Pindella brothers and Jane Lane. The five Pindella brothers were not nobles, nor were they merchants or officials. They were just ordinary civilians. However, when they met Charles II, they not only did not shout, but also tried their best to protect their king. They first cut a king's long hair to the neck, and then cut a flat thick bang on the forehead to cover the king's prominent eyebrows. This hairstyle was similar to that of priests and potlids. It was very common among civilians and extremely ugly. They also changed him into rough linen clothes. The second son of the five brothers took the king to Bosco Bell, where the eldest brother of the five brothers, William, was waiting and meeting him. Unfortunately, during that short journey, they still attracted the attention of a team of new model army, so William took the king and sent him to a tall oak tree, deliberately making a noise to lead the patrol in other directions. Later, when the king and the lord were fleeing together, they were chased by the cavalry. They escaped to church with a narrow escape. There was a Catholic priest in the church. At that time, the priest's situation was also very bad, but he took in the king and the lord without hesitation. He treated their wounds and hid them in the secret room set up in the church for persecuted Catholics. As for where this secret room is, it is in the stairs connecting the first and second floors. Some people may ask, how can people hide in the stairs? In fact, it is completely possible. Philip folded a conceptual diagram of the stairs with paper. It turned out that these steps can be turned upside down. After turning up, there is a passage going down. The space inside is very small, so small that the king and the lord can only stand close together, but it is enough for them to escape the cavalry's search. At this point, the ladies and queen mothers have been amazed again and again, and even have to hold the smelling salt bottle to continue listening, so as not to faint because of too much tension. But these are nothing compared to Jane Lane. Philip said. Jane Lane was born into a minor noble family. Her brother was an officer of the Royal Army. Although he was plain-looking, he was sharp and brave. Because of her, the king and the lord were able to complete the last leg of the journey and sail from Sechholm to France. As we said before, Cromwell's generals were very strict with the Catholics in the territory because of the request of the protector of the kingdom. So although they could help protect the king, they couldn't send them out. If they wanted to leave their homes, more than 10 miles, they had to obtain a permit from the county governor. Without a permit, they couldn't move. They had to pretend to be Protestants. At this time, Lord Wilmot firmly refused. Charles II was very moved by this, but he definitely cursed in secret. Fortunately, at that time and place, Jane Lane was leaving the area because she wanted to visit distant relatives, so she had a permit, which allowed her to bring a servant with her, so Charles II was able to calmly get rid of the last shadow cast by Cromwell. Although this is said, but here, for the dignity of the king, whether it is the Lord, Jane Lane, or Charles II himself, they all cleverly avoided a problem. Because not many people know about it, only a few people know that, yes, as a Catholic, a pious lady, there will be no male servants who can ride on the same horse with her. Hearing this, the Queen Mother couldn't help but open her eyes wide. God! She shouted, is that His Majesty disguised as a maid? That's right. Philip said seriously, that His Majesty is disguised as a maid. Starting with the Queen Mother, the noble ladies burst into loud laughter after a slight shock. If the prince's brother Philip had mentioned the British king's disguise as a maid from the beginning, perhaps people would not have laughed so hard. The problem is that he had previously described in detail how the British king was disguised as a humble farmer by the 5 Pendragon brothers. He was nearly 7 feet tall, with rough dark skin and a pot-lid-like head. How ridiculous it was to wear women's clothes. No wonder everyone who heard about this couldn't help but laugh. However, for the British, the king's reputation was not damaged. Whether in rumors or in portraits, the king was dressed in men's clothes and rode a horse with Miss Lane. Queen Mother Anne commented that Miss Lane was probably not good-looking, which was quite correct. It doesn't even need Miss Lane to have an outstanding appearance, even if it's only a little bit elegant, the Queen Mother commented a little sarcastically, then she must be able to form a good relationship with Charles II. After all, riding together is originally a very ambiguous matter. Generally speaking, His Majesty the King will definitely go with the flow after being lucky enough to survive, but since Charles II did not do so, it can only be said that this lady's appearance is probably nothing to recommend. Charles II treated this woman the same way he treated the 5 brothers of the Pindella family. They received a reward of £1,000, which was the same as Cromwell's reward. Then the descendants of the 5 brothers received a salary of £100 every year. The respectable priest became the confessor in the court of Charles II, and Lane, in addition to the £1,000 reward, also had jewelry worth £1,000 as a dowry. But at this point, the Queen Mother's thoughts had already flown to Louis's royal wife. To be honest, she was not satisfied with the former Marie, nor the Queen, and even less satisfied with the current Madame de la Valliere. Although people said that she was full of vigor and vitality, to talk about vigor and vitality, the king was surrounded by many strong young men, while women should be gentle, petite and lovable. In addition to being troubled by the aesthetics of her eldest son Louis, the Queen Mother was also worried about the rumors in the market. She had never forgotten that during the more than 20 years of childlessness between her and Louis XIV, people had been saying that Louis XIV was a person who liked men more than women. His hunting lodge in Versailles, because it refused women to enter for a long time, it further increased this absurd rumor, and the Duke of Gaston also fueled it. Even though she gave birth to Louis later, some people still insisted that Louis' biological father was someone else. This nonsense only slowly faded after Philip was born, but the Queen Mother knew that the king would always have enemies, and the behavior of attacking the king with words and pamphlets would never disappear. Thinking of this, she turned to her maid and said, "Call Madame La Valliere to me. Everyone in the court needs to take responsibility." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.